Hey, it's Mike here, and today a very recent beef industry funded study appears to show that plant proteins have the same muscle protein synthesis or muscle building effect as beef, aka cow muscle. And with their hypothesis, they seem to have specifically set out to prove that these incomplete plant proteins would not be as good, but the results shocked even me. The results were not teeny. They were proteiny. So of course, we're going to crack this study open and look at even those secondary results that they found in terms of glucose and insulin levels, as well as hunger and satiety. And we're going to frame this all in terms of a shifting landscape on plant protein research in terms of better results when we're talking about muscle building studies and changing positions by doctors as well. So let's just go. The study was published very recently in the Journal of Nutrition, and this was a crossover trial and also had a control group. So it was a little bit of an interesting design in which they randomized women to either a group in which they were randomly assigned to eat 3 different meals in different orders, and that was compared to the other women that were put into a control group. A little confusing, but this was on middle-aged women who were considered healthy, and they also had everybody, regardless of what they were eating, do 30 minutes of treadmill walking during this day that they did the test, so that way the exercise was standardized. And just to throw the funding right out there in the beginning, quote, "This study was supported by the National Cattlemen's Beef Association, a contractor to the beef checkoff." And I will say this study was not super large. It had 17 total participants, but I will say it appeared to collect a lot of data, which helped reach statistical significance for certain comparisons. Like they actually took 3 muscle biopsy samples from their quad in a day. And then in terms of what these 3 different meals were, well, we have number 1, which of course was beef that they're calling the complete protein. And then number 2, which they consider incomplete but complementary protein sources, which included navy/black beans as well as whole wheat bread. This is where you can see a little bit of the bias leak through because that meal itself became a complete protein, but they're still trying to make it seem inferior to beef. And then we have number 3, which they say was incomplete protein, which was either beans or whole wheat. And then they had this separate low protein group where women were just given a meal of just 5 grams of protein, completely devoid of protein as a control. And you might be thinking what I was thinking, a meal that just uses whole wheat as the protein source is really weird. And I don't know anybody that does that, eats that way. But it is the case that they matched the total grams of protein. So these people were eating the same amount of protein from whole wheat. I can just imagine the researchers sitting around thinking of this study. Like, yeah, I'm thinking we'll do a study where we just hypothesize that plant proteins suck compared to beef. You know, quick payday, we'll all be good. What are we thinking as a comparison meal? I was thinking of just throwing them some straight whole wheat. That's a classic plant-based protein source that those idiots fully rely on. But in terms of those people who were randomized to the 3 meals, they were saying that they were provided with, quote, a complete amino acid profile over 24 hours. And just to zoom out here, I wanted to add that for you to not get a complete amino acid profile in terms of just meeting all of your essential amino acid minimums in a day, you have to be eating just a really unbalanced diet. And Chronometer shows this, like, yeah, if you're eating 2,000 calories of whole wheat, you're hitting almost every essential amino acid there, except you're going to be low on, say, lysine by a bit. But if you just add a cup of black beans in there, subtract the calories from wheat so that you're still at 2,000 calories, you're slamming through everyone, 130% of lysine met. So yeah, you have to really screw up, and never in a day of documenting what I eat on Chronometer have I not gotten all of my essential amino acids. So anyway, let's move on to what even is muscle protein synthesis and how are they measuring it. We'll go through this quickly. Muscle protein synthesis is simply our body turning amino acids that we eat or are in our body into muscle protein so they get integrated into the muscle cell. All right, let's not keep you guys waiting. I want to get to the main results here, and that is muscle protein synthesis as measured by fractional synthetic rate. We'll talk about what that actually is in a second, but just know right now that, as this study mentions, it is the gold standard for skeletal muscle protein synthesis measuring. And those results are, as they say, when comparing these 3 meals that have the same amount of protein, whether it was beef, the mixed plants, or the single plant sources, they say that they, quote, do not differentially stimulate muscle protein synthesis after a meal or daily. So translation, the study found that eating the same amount of grams of protein from whole wheat, straight up whole wheat, which again, people are not relying on from protein, led to the same amount of muscle protein synthesis results. And again, they did this using fractional synthetic rate, which is really a general term for seeing how much of something is absorbed in a given amount of time. And in this case, it was how much of a particular amino acid, the essential amino acid phenylalanine, was absorbed from muscle biopsies. And what we have to keep in mind, there was no statistical difference between these three meals, whether it's the beef, the complementary plant protein, or the incomplete plant protein. We can look to this chart and we can see the incomplete on the right actually trending at the highest amount of muscle protein synthesis in that case. And that was over a 24-hour period. And to be fair, I will say that the incomplete protein didn't do quite as well in one sort of indirect sense, and that was the muscle protein synthesis right after meals. And we can see that both the beef one and the complementary plant one were statistically significantly different from the low 5-gram protein control. So it wasn't statistically significantly different from control, but also not statistically significantly different from the beef and complementary protein meals. But still not correct to say that beef outperformed the incomplete plant protein. So things that you can accurately say here, it's a little muddy. And now let me introduce you to Dose for Your Liver, which is a clinically backed organic liver health supplement, which I find to be absolutely delicious.
I would describe the flavor as orange juice that was supercharged with even more flavor. Love it.
It also has orange, dandelion. That contributes to why I feel really good taking this stuff. But yeah, your liver is super important in terms of your overall health, your energy levels, your digestive health, your skin clarity. And our environment today exposes us to a lot of things that could affect liver function. And I know you guys are very science-based. This is a science channel, and Dose has multiple clinical studies. They have a 6-month study on 120 studies. They have a 6-month study on 120 as well. Multiple liver massively T and AST, both of which a Dose for Your Liver subscription. It sounds huge, especially when you realize that for the average person, about 40% of their body weight is muscle, which could, of course, be well over 100 pounds. But then once you subtract the water, etc., the average person is landing in at around 12 pounds of actual muscle protein on their body, which translates to about 54 grams on average in terms of the amount of muscle protein that's turned over per day. And you might be thinking, oh yeah, you got to eat all that. And people are told, the average woman is told to eat 46 grams and average man 56 grams of protein per day. But it's huge to note that we don't have to get all of our protein from diet. We recycle it. In fact, as this study mentions, when our muscles break down, they supply amino acids back into the free pool, most of which are recycled and reused. So we're talking probably 28 or less grams of protein actually needing to be added to the system. Now, they also did some blood tests. They just looked at how many amino acids were ending up in people's blood after these meals. And it's no surprise when looking at certain essential amino acids that are just higher in this meat that they were given. They would have also been higher in soy than the plant products that were given as well, but that we of course saw higher levels, things like leucine. However, they say, quote, this did not translate into a greater breakfast meal area under the curve response for total amino acids, which makes sense because these people were all fed the same amount of total amino acids. Now, unless you're that control group that was just given 5 grams, but for the main 3 meals, the same amount. That fact in the study itself majorly calls into question the protein digestibility scores, that have been used as an argument against plant protein by, say, Chris Kresser on Joe Rogan, for example, but they're often determined by giving animals uncooked like grains and other products and feeding that into calculations. Yeah, those need to be reevaluated. And you've probably heard that having more of these essential amino acids makes something superior in terms of muscle, etc. So why wouldn't we see actual better muscle protein synthesis when we're seeing an increase in these essential amino acids in beef compared to the plant proteins, incomplete, etc.? And one answer to that could simply be that we're peeing out most of these proteins, especially people over consuming proteins in a standard American diet. Each of these meals had over 20 grams of protein. It's very unlikely that people were going to be absorbing all of the protein that they were eating. And so they were just essentially getting enough across all 3 of these groups to have the same result. And there's another area at least looking at for an answer, and that has to do with other blood results such as glucose and insulin. Talk about insulin in a second, its relationship to muscle growth, but just we see this glucose chart right here, and people's gut response might be, oh my God, that incomplete protein group had higher glucose. Clearly it's worse. Well, that peak was just 125, which is well within a healthy peak response to a meal. Like over 200 would be a diabetic blood sugar postprandial or after meal response. This is fine. As you might expect, we could also see a bit of a higher insulin curve for that plant protein, especially the incomplete one. This is interesting because insulin is a hormone that is involved in growth, as this study mentions on the topic of insulin and muscle protein synthesis. Quote, insulin is a potent anabolic or muscle growing stimulus for muscle proteins, and insulin deficiency leads to a protein catabolic state or loss with loss of muscle mass that can only be reversed by insulin therapy. So the question is, are these insulin differences actually clinically relevant? And I would just go right ahead and say that we have a lot of mixed literature on the idea that adding carbs is going to increase insulin and help with muscle growth. And we have various studies giving people protein or protein plus carbs and measuring the difference. This study, for example, found that, quote, we conclude that ingestion of carbohydrates improved net leg protein balance after resistance exercise. The effect is delayed and really not even that large, so it could just be missed. And also back to what we learned about protein being recycled and reused in our body, they actually say, quote, the improved net balance in the carbohydrate group was due primarily to progressive decrease in muscle protein breakdown. They're saying that the carb group in this case ended up just breaking down their muscles less. So it's more of a preservation situation. But then we have another study like this that adds 50 grams of carbs on top of 25 grams of protein or just a protein control and finds no difference in muscle protein synthesis. And there could be a lot of factors here. We could be talking about the group's weight, their exercise level, their insulin resistance itself, etc. But back to the actual topic of the study, no matter which way you spin this, this is a really persuasive result for people that are going, oh, I have to have large amounts of animal protein at every single meal. I know several of those people. This study is very much saying that you don't. And next we have various satiety, fullness, hunger type scores from just qualitative responses. And so we have hunger and fullness scores, which trended slightly better for the plant groups, but they weren't statistically significantly different. However, the metrics desire to eat and could eat again, which I love, could eat again, were statistically significantly better in the plant groups. And I think that's just a result of actually having fiber in there, and then also just probably an increased volume, etc. And carbohydrates, I think including more macronutrients, contributes to satiety. And these results, in my opinion, have a huge implication for obesity. It's something we've seen over and over again, that just including these things like fiber, etc., leads to less calorie consumption. And it's also likely why, from multiple studies, vegans are the ones that are hanging in there in the normal BMI range, the only dietary group doing that. All others tend to average overweight in the US especially. And all of this brings me to the question, again, why did they even release the results of this study when they were essentially going against their hypothesis and against what would be in the best interest of their industry, which is beef. And that interest, of course, is making plant protein look like a completely inferior crap source that you don't want to rely on. It's been the narrative for decades. Now, I don't actually have the answer on this, but I can hypothesize, which hopefully my hypothesis won't be proven wrong and published like theirs. But they appear to have grant funding here, one of which is a NIH-funded grant, which is meant to be looking at middle-aged and older people and aging. They also say they were supported by University of Texas medical grant, I believe, as well. And so the question is, did these have the stipulation that they had to release the results? I don't know. Now, maybe you just can't bury results against what you were trying to show if it's NIH funded, etc. And also it makes me think of how the research meetings went. Oh yeah, so we got our results in and it appears that the plant protein did just as good. So we'll just bury this whole thing, pretend like it never happened. What's that? We have to publish it because we took a grant money so that we could basically do discounted research to promote our products. And this brings me to the bigger picture of a lot of this research also being done specifically so that it can be blasted into a news cycle. So if we had different results, we very likely would have seen a Daily Mail article running a title along the lines of plant protein proven inferior to beef in new groundbreaking study. All vegans simultaneously die of protein deficiency. Now, that's why these studies are engineered from the ground up, why they're created in the first place. And I think in this situation, even trying to use whole wheat as a protein source, it still backfired. Like they tried to stack the deck and the deck decked them, okay? And I want to frame this again within the literature that we've been seeing over the last decade or so, and even more recently. And there's a study I mentioned a lot in terms of real people or real results that really sums this up perfectly, saying that it is the amount, not animal versus plant protein, that determines muscle mass in older adults, again, as well there, which I always say is important because protein absorption allegedly goes down and digestion can be worse when you're older. But no, plant protein does just fine. And then we have this study, which I think should just blow people's minds who are biased against plant protein. And this was one where they actually were having people do resistance training and they were eating either animal or plant protein and measuring not just muscle protein synthesis, not just muscle growth, but also actual strength improvements. And while they reported that everything was the same between the plant and animal group, I always have to mention that the incline bench results were statistically significantly better in the plant protein group. And these are people that are just normal people that were randomized to plant or animal protein. Amazing results. And this brings me to how we're even seeing some doctors change their opinion. Dr. Ids is somebody who I generally largely agree with, and something in the past I've disagreed with him on is plant versus animal protein superiority, whatever you want to call it. And just recently he made a video saying that he was wrong. So good on him.
So over 2.5 years ago, I made a video stating that animal protein was superior to plant protein in the context of muscle building. But I was wrong, so I'm taking myself to school. Since I made my video, there has been well-controlled human studies that have made me re-look at the total evidence base, and therefore I have changed my view on this topic. So this study took 38 young men. They did a 12-week training program at a protein intake of 1.6 grams per kilogram. And again, no differences in lean mass, cross-sectional area, or strength between vegan or meat eaters. Another control study tested pea versus whey protein for 12 weeks. Once again, no differences in strength or size between groups. So I think one thing is clear. If you're consuming an adequate amount of protein above 1.6 grams per kilogram, then all of the evidence we have thus far suggests that animal and plant proteins are comparable for gains.
So now he's straight up saying that, yeah, plant protein is adequate. It's not inferior by any meaningful metric here nowadays with all the new results. And then I also just have to mention some other benefits. Of course, you're going to be getting more positive side effects from eating plant protein. But again, they come packaged with with antioxidants in many cases, as well as fiber and water and things that are going to help you be more full, things that are going to help prevent diseases. We have several studies showing that plant protein reduces mortality compared to animal protein. And then, of course, there's also major environmental differences if we're looking at the carbon impact, the greenhouse gas emissions footprint of animal versus plant protein. Plant protein crushes in that. And then, of course, there are also these, these beings called animals that I think would prefer to not be killed for a protein that is equivalent to proteins where they don't have to die. So in the end, even though I think they did stack the deck, they weren't using the higher quality protein sources like soy in this study at all. And they were, again, using whole wheat as one of the incomplete proteins, which is, a lot more incomplete than other proteins that are missing an amino acid or so. They still got results that were against their hypothesis that the plant and the animal protein were the same in terms of that muscle protein synthesis result. So I think for vegans, adequate protein, once again, is more of an issue of just adequate calorie consumption, or not just having some insane, weird, like breatharian, or a completely protein devoid, like apple juice based diet or celery or something like that. Because at the end of the day, again, we're talking about 56 grams of protein turnover on average in somebody's whole body worth of muscles. And then the majority of that being recycled. Clearly, we don't need to be slamming down to like 100, 150, even 200 grams of animal protein that people think that they need to, which of course is also strapped with all of that saturated fat, animal-based cholesterol, heme iron, etc., which also promotes heart disease and other diseases. Like processed meat, still a class 1A carcinogen. The idea that somebody's going to try to slam that down to get enough protein is just, it boggles my mind. Anyway, again, if you would like to try Dose for Your Liver, you can click below and use that code VEGAN30 for 30% off your first subscription.
What's up, y'all? So the VGT Live podcast is a space for discussing morality, critiquing the enemies of natural law, and supporting its proponents, always encouraging them, our friends, and ourselves to do less harm through continued use of shadow work. Always acknowledging that morality exists. Acknowledging that morality exists is like doing the first of the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. It's an arduous, unending journey of self-reflection and internal work to fix how you think and react to the world around you. Satanism is not what they taught us on TV. It's not just people who worship the devil or who play in death metal bands. It's how most people are living today, living an eternally selfish lifestyle, ignorant of the rules of law. This is the reason we are where we're at today. An activist who doesn't practice their own principles to the fullest is an activist of nothing. Strict personal adherence to and the passing along of these principles is integral to bringing back balance to our sick and immoral society. As always, this show is open and live, giving anyone the ability to come up, speak, or defend themselves. Please do not kill the messenger. Do not focus on me too much or anyone else on this show, as humans are fallible, but natural law is not. The truth is the truth, no matter who is delivering the message. A lot of things on this show may trigger you, but don't forget, getting offended is for bitches. So I'd like to introduce Brandon Urov, who has a YouTube channel called Logical Consistency, to the show. He gets his
everybody.
first time on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. How's it going, man?
It's going well.
Good.
Thank you for having me. This is cool. So I'm interested.
And we're welcoming back Patty Logger. And, of course, John Bob and Alicia.
Hi, guys.
So, man, where do we start? So, Peter Rogers, MD, should be here at any time. But we have Patty here. We focus more on the moral issues around veganism, but we do like to talk about the health stuff every once in a while. This show, we were going to kind of stick to more of the health stuff. Peter Rogers is a really cool vegan MD who I could just listen to the guy talk all day. It's hilarious. He's a pretty funny guy, but he's very smart, obviously.
And a Christian.
And a Christian. And so we do have a Christian vegan, a atheist vegan, and natural law vegans here. So conversation might be fun. Oh, and I wanted to mention my buddy Aaron Zellhofer is here. My buddy Aaron has been vegan. We were vegan back in the 90s together. We were angry little animal rights activists back in the day together. So it's cool seeing him stop by the show. He lives on the East Coast now. I think he ran for governor or something in New York, I think, something like that. But we have crazy stories from back in the day, driving up and down the West Coast, going to hardcore shows, being angry little vegan animal rights activists. It was pretty fun growing up back then. Not as much good vegan food. We had to cook everything back in the day. We lived off of soy milk. We thought we were healthy because we weren't going to McDonald's and eating there, but I was so unhealthy when I was a kid. When I was vegan, I had no idea how to eat really, and the products available at the time were very limited. A lot of soy, a lot of textured vegetable protein, a lot of seitan stuff we have today, but not as much. There was nothing at the store. We had to seek out vegan restaurants all over the West Coast. We would drive to concerts, and we'd go to vegan restaurants in between them in the mid 90s. And it was mostly, it was fun. The good old days. But anyway, Brandon I've noticed he's been moving and shaking on YouTube, doing street videos. Where are you? Where you're from? What's your name? Give us all that stuff.
Yeah. So my name is Brandon. I go by Logical Consistency on YouTube and Instagram, and I'm currently living in Massachusetts, but I'm originally from New York. And yeah, I've just been most of my outreach happens at night. Around bars. I just try and stop people, have a conversation, get them to think about the animals, their moral values, veganism, all that stuff.
Oh, cool. How long you been doing it?
Activism I've been doing for, I want to say about 1.5 years, almost 2 years. But I've been vegan for, it's going to be 8 years in March.
Oh, wow. What made you go vegan?
I got into, as like a teenager, I got into nutrition, and that led me down the path of plant-based nutrition. And then from there, I found people like Gary Yourofsky, Vegan Gains, kind of stuff like that. And I got into the ethical argument for veganism clicked for me. So yeah, it started with nutrition, but here I am.
Awesome.
Gary's one of those guys, like, it's really weird because the ethical argument's the hardest one to get to stick. But Gary can in an hour just break somebody down and convert them and like make them see the light. It's impressive.
Yeah. Gary Yourofsky's speech. That was like one of the earliest things I've heard, and that, I mean, he pretty much addresses everything in that one speech. So it's a great one.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that guy. Absolutely.
John Bob, I think you're does everyone else hear his audio? You might need to pop off and pop back on. No, just hop off and hop back on. That's a little crackly. We want to hear you good. How you been, Patty?
I'm good. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, loud and clear.
I have a new headset. I think last time I was on, there was an echo as well, so I'm hoping this works okay.
We just bought headsets today, but we bought them a little too late in the day and didn't get them running right. But yeah, we're having to do it.
Yeah, sometimes there's that echo when you don't have the mic or the headphones. But yeah, I'm doing pretty good.
I think it was probably my fault.
Well, I'm doing well. Yeah, still teaching, and I will share with you guys a interesting Facebook thing I got into. I don't know if you saw it, but I posted this freedom of speech thing about Alex Jones, and I got a lot of backlash on it. And I was taking it, I introduced it as, I don't agree with everything Alex Jones says, but they took him off the air for a couple of days. And that kind of pissed me off because, Mark's been interviewed on Alex's show, and I think everybody has the right to speech. And all of the people that are definitely pro conformity and, wanting everybody to think like them, they all came out of the woodwork. I had, multiple people unfriend me. Somebody, just said F you and messenger to me. I was like, I couldn't believe how many people, honestly believe that Alex Jones does not deserve the right to free speech. And I know they don't agree with I don't agree with everything Alex Jones says. Believe me, I'm not.
He hurt a bunch of people's feelings. What do you expect him to do?
I know, and I don't. I listen to Alex Jones every now and then. I like the fact that he has people like Mark on his show and other people on his show that I do learn from, but I don't listen to him every day. But I was just so amazed how many people are pissed off that I thought that he should deserve the right to share information, on the airways. And it really opened my eyes to just how brainwashed people have become and thinking that, freedom of speech is not that important. Alex Jones shouldn't speak until the frogs are straight. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Alex is I listened to Alex a little bit when I was a noob back in like 2011. I like him off the air a little bit more. He's a really funny guy. But I know the Sandy Hook thing, he got in a lot of trouble for that.
Yeah.
And a lot of people turned on him because of that. And just, I don't know if I don't know. Alex is weird. Alicia, didn't you have something having to do with Alex Jones?
Hang on. Yes, and I'm trying in this moment to remember because it was just a recent discussion. What the hell was it? I need my memory jogged. Alex Jones.
All right, we'll come back to it.
Yeah.
But
Definitely.
Yeah, but Facebook is like you're talking about Facebook, right, Patty? Facebook is a cesspool, man. Like,
yeah, it was Facebook.
It's pretty bad in Facebook land.
I remember what it was. It was something where one of Mark's students was creating a video and it had an Alex Jones link in it. I'm like, you're gonna get your ass sued. That's what it was.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
From a
for
different
sure.
narrative. Yeah, I had to think about it for a second because he's big. So yeah.
Yeah.
And and I don't know the whole Sandy Hook thing where he was coming from, but I mean, shouldn't people have the right to question any event that occurs ever? You know?
Seriously.
And
You would think.
But yeah, it's terrible that, children died, but it's the same point. There's so many deaths all over that we should be able to question events without, I don't know. Anyway, it was a temporary profile picture that I put up of Alex Jones just to support him in his being taken down and the sadness of freedom of speech being taken down. And yeah, anyway.
Yeah, it
that
sucks.
happened.
I was an admin on Free Thought Project, anti-media. Like, I was a part of a lot of big networks that were taken down during the purge in 2016. They went through and just wiped everyone off YouTube. I have friends that just bought houses that had massive networks that they took down just because they wanted to. And, like a lot of the good old videos, you can't find them on YouTube anymore. They're all completely gone. Most of the truth that was available to us was occulted right before our eyes. It was absolutely wild. And that was in the USA, not Canada, not, some other place that has less freedom, theoretically. But
allegedly.
Allegedly.
Truly. How would I just say that as a Canuck? Truly.
Yeah.
Unless you have a VPN, you can't get access to the same information. Shall we call it that?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I feel, Patty, that's really unfortunate because what happens with these situations is people pick up a one-sided narrative and it's actually not what you were putting forward. And then how do you claw that back? It's a tough situation. So
it was sad.
Yeah.
It's sad to see how many of the natural rights that humans have that people honestly feel others should not have access to. I mean, I can see where Mark's anger comes from and how he, speaking the same message over and over again, and it seems like it's getting worse as time goes by. And so many people want to follow the narrative that's accepted as opposed to speaking the truth that is righteous and accessible to everyone. And if humanity doesn't have freedom, then we can't have the freedom to evolve, to ascend, to become greater than we are. We're stuck into this low-level cesspool if we're without the freedom of speech or any of our natural law freedoms. Mark is
Brandon, are you familiar with natural law or like Mark Passio's work at all?
No,
Cool.
yeah, no. I've
Awesome.
I've actually never even when you message me or whatever, I'm not too familiar with your channel either. I did I think I saw a debate with you and what's that guy's
Joey
name?
Schwartz?
The farmer? No, the the bean
Garland
guy.
Farms. Yeah.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
I saw that debate a
was
long
fun.
time ago. But yeah, that's about it. I just recognize, what you look like from that. So
Well, cool. Maybe you'll stick around on the show and we'll be able to go over all that. We're all into natural law. It's wow, where do we even start with this one?
Start with definitions.
Definitions. What would you
Just, moral law of morality. I mean, it's karmic law, also known as in other veins of study, but just the idea of where morality comes from and it being inherent to our being and an inherent law on this earth and in this realm.
So would you guys say you're like moral realists? Like you believe in like an objective morality?
Correct.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I'm not.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah, I know. I had a feeling. So it'll be fun because we're all vegans, it'll be fun. The conversation will be super fun, I think, over time or even tonight. But because there was another kid who came on who showed up the other day who is I think a moral relativist or something like that. And I've had a lot of discussions with like utilitarians and stuff like that and antinatalists, and it's fun. I love the conversation. But the fact that we're all vegan, I think, makes it even cooler to have Christian vegans and moral relativists and vegans, because I'm curious about vegan atheism, because I kind of understand it, because I would have called myself that maybe, a few years ago. Just the idea, I don't need stories or spirituality to show me, what is right and wrong. I understand that. But now that I know natural law a little bit, I understand natural law, but a little bit more, and understand, the repercussions of bad karma, how karma, causes big waves. It's not something that really happens to you right off the bat. But we'll get into it as our friendship progresses a little bit longer. We found a pretty cool, Allie found this website.
Is this it's a bow hunting forum that
Tell the story.
came up. How did this come up? I was searching for a video. It was some other hunting video, and this just came up just on a Google search. And it's bowsite.com, and there are this post from 2017. This man asking about hunter's remorse and if any of these other hunters experience that. And we sort of did a dive into it. We're just looking through all the posts, and it was a very interesting and honest discussion between hunters. I guess you were saying they're Canadian.
Yeah, it made a little bit more sense that they were Canadian, because these dudes are like very open and honest. It's like they almost have, maybe they're differently brainwashed than we are. It's not so much, hunting is not so much a big like macho part of American lifestyle. So they're a little bit, or they're just, I don't know.
I think this is a little bit
That
of
might be racist.
a safe space for hunters, so to speak. So we're getting sort of honest takes on this hunter's remorse, which is, of course, the feelings of remorse and this emotion that can come up for hunters after they kill an animal. do you want to go into that first post? I don't know how you want to dive
So
in.
I don't know. We'll go back and read some of them, but it's very interesting. So first, the original poster. Do you experience this? I still do, especially if it's not a perfect dead right now shot. Don't get me wrong. I love killing deer, but I always have a little bit of feel bad when I do it. Next poster. Nope. Even with a bad shot, their death is better than their fate due to predator starvation and some illness, which is a, serious cope. Next poster. I think I feel something at the death of an animal. For some reason, I give thanks. I believe animals were put on this earth to consume, and I most certainly do. I am also an animal lover. I love my dogs like family members. So yes, there is some remorse at the loss of life for my benefit. I do not know what makes us enjoy the rush of a kill, but I believe it to be a predatory prey relationship and comes from the animal inside us. Just turned 50 this year. I have softened over the years. There was a time that killing felt rewarding. Today, I think it's different. I think the preparation and pursuit of the reward and accomplishing my goals are the icing on the cake. I do think it to be normal to feel some remorse. After all, it was a living animal, and so are we. And I know we feel sad when some of ours dies. So it makes sense, like taking away the dirt bikes and the camping and the guns and all this cool stuff. Like the killing part isn't that great. And like we've watched before, we've watched kids shooting, animals for the first time, and they instantly feel remorse. They drop the gun, they start crying almost every time, and they feel bad.
Okay, no.
What's that, John Bob? Oh,
sorry, I was talking to my puppy.
all like usual. So next post, nice post. I agree. I respect all wildlife and animals, even though I am a killer. I do not harvest wildlife. I kill it and eat it, but I respect it. And without wildlife in our world, we would have nothing. Yeah, so maybe you shouldn't kill it all. In retrospect, I love the hunt, the pursuit. John Bob's double in here.
Yeah, is there an echo?
No, you're good. I love the hunt, the search, the pursuit, and the wanderlust of the horizons, and the kill is the icing on the cake. This might seem a little corny to some, but the cold afternoon of 9 degrees that I shot 150 at 10 steps from 10 feet up. I spent some time with that deer. It was 1 p.m. on a cold December day. I just sat in awe of that buck and looked into its eyes and knew this was an old warrior, and I had taken the life out of him. I just sat and admired him and was caught up in a lot of emotions, since this was one hard-earned buck, yet knowing it was over for him, I don't know, hard to explain. Anyway, he was a chore to get out. Luckily, I made some calls and got some help. I just love that deer. He's now on my wall today. So all these guys are going through this shit.
This cognitive dissonance. I love animals. My dogs are like my family. And I feel this remorse of taking this life and seeing his life ending. Yet they say they cope by saying it's something we're meant to do. We're meant to be predators. We have to consume. We're supposed to kill, which it's heartbreaking because you feel bad because it's brainwashing, whether it's just cultural through religion, whatever. God put these animals here for us to eat. It's tough seeing these people traumatizing themselves doing this thing they think they have to do, or doing this, like you said, this activity where there's so many parts of it that you enjoy, right? Getting out into nature, getting all of your gear,
getting your
whatever.
together.
Yeah, you're on quads, you're on dirt bikes, you're out, you're getting all your outfit ready, like the guns, and then it's like once you get to it, like the rush of the kill. It's like what we're talking about this with fishing, like the whole act of fishing is fun. Feeling the fish on your pole, it's cool. But then it's like once you get the fish out of the water, it's like, oh man, regret, remorse, the reality sets in. And so these people, you'll see there's even more posts are talking about their experiences taking their kids hunting, and they themselves feeling remorse and the kids feeling remorse. It's just, wow, that's a lot of John Bobs. But yeah, it's
Jesus, John
pretty
Bob.
sad.
Read these.
Let's see. This one, I'm not ashamed to say I do, talking about hunters or feeling hunter's remorse. The bigger the animals, the more it seems so. After all, they're just trying to make it to the next day. One thing that does pose some confusion within me is people that are facing life-threatening illnesses that go on hunts to take a life while fighting for theirs. I'm not saying it's wrong or right. I'm just trying to comprehend the thought process. That dude sounds vegan. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like, he's pretty close to it. I mean, that is it's ironic and crazy. Again, the cognitive dissonance. Let's see. Quite a few of the thoughts and emotions expressed above mirror mine. I just never thought to verbalize them or put them into print. Thanks, guys, for doing so. I might add, good thread, Shane. We all have our unique experiences, attitudes, and the way we react to what happens in the woods. Lately, maybe since year 2000, when I can conclude a blood trail and gaze on my animal, it's a solemn moment. I sometimes will just sit there for a few minutes, looking at him, respecting him, and appreciating him. I always speak, sometimes in thought only, to the animal and imagine our two souls communicating, and I say thank you. My thanks for the experience the animal gave to me, what I have learned for the flesh I will consume, and perhaps for the trophy. Always and more so lately, I'm very grateful for the life of this animal. His life is important to me. It gives my field experiences meaning. I say a silent prayer to and for the animal and always say thanks. It is only fitting. So there, it gives my field experiences meaning. I mean, that's unfortunate, but then you can assign some other meaning to your field missions. We talked about this earlier as well. Get a camera, shoot the animals with the camera, and then you have the picture as a trophy, and you can look at it forever and admire it, and you still get the thrill of finding the animal, the chase, all of those things. There's other outlets for it other than taking a life. Oh God, then these ones. So someone above asked about people's experiences with bear hunting. So if you don't know, I mean, I'm sure you can imagine killing a bear is pretty gnarly. It's a large animal, and it's not like they don't get shot and they just fall over and they're dead. It's loud. It's horrible. So this person, the death moan from a bear bothered me at first. Now I look at it two ways. Relief as in, great, I made a good kill shot. The second is he will expire soon, which is what we all strive for. Both come with some remorse, but if you look at it in a good way, you feel okay about it. Last year in Wisconsin, my bear dropped and moaned about 15 yards from me in plain view. That one bothered me a bit more to see him doing it. Anyone ever hear a deer do a death moan? Don't hear it often, but I think of it in the same way. So deers also make sounds. So do rabbits as well. I experienced that as a child going out hunting in the desert. Shot a rabbit, you don't kill them right away, they scream, it's awful. That's just part of the experience. It has an effect on humans, and it's somewhat telling. I don't know if there's any more of these.
Yeah, there's loads of them.
Thread is
pretty gnarly. Like there was one where a guy who said he shot a bear and the bear like fell backwards on a tree and was just sitting there like a human making human noises, and they sat there and looked at it, and the guy like never went bear hunting again afterwards. So it's like, like this is natural law if anything I've ever seen.
There are repercussions for your actions despite what the cultural programming and societal programming is. There is going to be negative effects upon the human when they are subjected to this, or subjecting themselves to this traumatic experience over and over of killing another animal. Sure, the higher in, how do we want to say, sentience or intelligence, and the larger the animal, the more that's going to be triggered, but it is going to have an effect, which is another example of natural law. It's something reproducible regardless of where you are. Any human that's maybe not feral is going to experience that. Yeah.
It's called perpetrator-induced traumatic syndrome. It's like PTSD that you get from doing something wrong. A lot of carnists will just be like, "Oh, I'm just hurting animals," but really they've passed on their bad karma to these humans that work in slaughterhouses that get mental health problems in their name. They don't like they don't take that into consideration. It's pretty wild. But I know we were going to talk about health and dove right into moral stuff.
Oh yeah, you brought it up.
I know. I just wanted to get this one out of the way because it's kind of gnarly. This is a pretty impressive, and I don't know if it's because they're Canadians or a little bit more forthcoming about this stuff, but I don't think you'd ever see an American hunting group this open about feeling bad about killing animals.
Why is that?
What's that?
Well, like, I hate to say it, but Americans are like the dumbest group of people I could think of, and I come from there. It's shaming, you know what I mean? But they'll just dig in their heels and agree with the stupidest shit without questioning it. It's like their brains don't fucking work at all.
Well, it's tradition. We're all trained to tradition growing up, and we only know what we know, and we only know what our tradition is. So it's easy to get caught up in crazy shit, because our uncles did it, like it's, and like, I don't know, hunting's like, it's like only broke people hunt. Like that's like a weird white trash thing.
It can be an expensive hobby though. It's like,
yeah, not necessarily. I'm in Canada. I grew up in Canada, and my neighbor went hunting regularly. His kill would be like hanging from the garage, and like it's a cultural thing here, and that was in Alberta. And I will say though, from a cultural point of view, we're known as the nice people. Like, be nice to people. It's quickly diminishing and diluting with what's going on in the world. Like that whole part is going, but call it the originals, really still have that. And that's probably what you're seeing in that post there. Be not so much be a good human. I mean, be a good follower, but yeah.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah.
Polite, honest. But it was strange to see all the older guys that were just like, yeah, I'm definitely not the person I used to be. When I was younger, I used to just plow through killing animals and have no problem with it. But that's something that's like a defense mechanism we have when we're young, where we're kind of hardened because
someone's up with your mic.
Away from our parents.
Something's wrong, dude.
Your mic is off.
Oh, is it?
Check.
Check.
Now you're good.
Is that better?
Yeah, it's better.
I guess I can't touch it. Yeah, so just the tradition. Yeah, I don't know where I was going, but how was your video today? Logical consistency. Do you want to watch it?
My video today, the one I posted?
Yeah, you did a live stream today.
Oh, I didn't do a live stream today.
Oh, I saw something, or there was you were let me see. I think I got it pulled up. Did you guys hear that Joe Rogan says veganism's a psyop?
Joe Rogan's a fucking psyop.
Yeah, he's literally the biggest psyop. That's the funny part about it.
I saw something really cool. Was it today or yesterday? Either way, it don't fucking matter. It's not relevant. He's either the vegan athlete or the plant-based athlete. This guy wrote a book, and like he was talking on his thing. He's one of my friends on Facebook. He was talking yesterday, and I guess he's in the top 5 selling on Amazon, and like worldwide, he's like one of the #1 sellers. And he was talking about it yesterday on my thing. He's one of my friends. One of the #1 sellers worldwide, but they're telling us vegans are only 1 to 3% of the population. But they're
is that the vegan bodybuilding guy, the older guy that's always smiling? Yeah, he's killing it.
The guy.
He's very commercial guy.
Yeah. You ain't convincing me we're only 1 to 5% of the population. We are hurting these industries and bad. And they are doctoring the numbers. They're fucking lying to us because you don't have a #1 selling book with 1% of the fucking population. It doesn't make sense. Sorry.
I think part of the issue is a lot of people At least from what I know, a lot of people will, like, I don't want to say dabble in veganism, but they'll, try a vegan menu item, or they'll get a vegan cookbook, or they'll do something with some kind of overlap to veganism. So there's definitely a lot of people we'll call it vegan curious. I think a lot of people are like
plant-based.
Yeah.
for
But
sure.
they're, most of the people that I see who buy like a vegan cookbook, for example, they're not vegan. They're not even vegetarian. A lot of people just like are interested in like the new thing. So that could also be part of it, but.
Well, I'm sure there's
Yeah.
an overlap, but even if the overlap's only 30% of the people, like we're not 1%. There's no way, because that's still 2/3 that are, you know what I mean?
Could be. Yeah, I haven't seen any like good
Oh.
statistics on how many vegans there are, but could be.
I mean, I read about it. I check it probably once every month or two just to see it. You know what I mean? Because I don't believe what I'm reading. I think they're giving us false numbers,
Well, I think
So,
vegan products in general and plant-based stuff is just becoming more popular, even with non-vegans and non-vegetarians. Like I just know even family members,
Especially
like
plant milk.
even non-vegan
milk's
people
holy
in my
shit.
life, like get excited, like, hey, look at this! Like I'm drinking this almond milk, even though I know they're still eating meat and cheese and whatever. But it's just the products are just gaining a little bit more exposure and acceptance, like mainstream, I think.
well, you're
Definitely.
not wrong. When you bring up the milk, I mean, the milk has taken over the market. But I mean,
Yeah.
a vegan
really
book,
good,
number
'cause
one seller
milk's-
worldwide,
Yeah.
that's
Cow
a
milk's
stretch to
gross.
claim we don't have some numbers there, man. That's a
Yeah.
real stretch.
It was in the news this past week that Starbucks, at least in the US, I'm going to assume Canada too, whatever, is now not going to charge for non-dairy milk, which it had.
Yeah. We heard
about
that. That's
that.
super good.
And they have
like
a
tipping
lot
point
more
mass.
options now too.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
I think they're charging. They're just not charging more. I think that's what I heard. Or did I hear it wrong?
It just said that they won't be charging the extra for non-dairy milk.
yeah,
which
extra.
they had. Right.
Okay. Yeah,
So
that's
it's
what I
on
thought.
par with dairy.
Totally doesn't make sense that they would charge extra for the non, like the incompassionate choice.
It's
Right,
the
it was
less,
Or the
penalized.
subsidized
subsidized,
product. That's
yeah.
the thing. I mean, other than maybe even soy milk, they don't use the same soybeans. But yeah, it's just the non-subsidized
Yeah.
product. But if it's gaining, if it's more popular, then it doesn't matter.
It signals something, and it's more equitable pricing across the way there.
Yeah, exactly.
Who's the 80s guy? Brandon, it was you did a sorry for yelling. You were watching some people that were talking about can vegans keep muscle mass, and it was relevant to that video we watched in the beginning because the meat industry just screwed themselves by spending all this money on a study that showed that plant protein is just as good as animal protein. Which is
Yeah,
pretty
I heard
funny.
about that. Yeah, I know. It's that's really interesting because all the time you hear, well, who's the study funded by? Who's the study funded by? And here we go. You have a beef industry funded study that still comes to a good conclusion for plant-based protein. So it's really comes down to the methodology, not the funding.
Because they took grant money, they had to release it, so they couldn't just stuff it, which is pretty funny.
Yeah, I
they'll
find
be careful.
Oh, go ahead.
They'll be careful trying to accept that grant money in the future. It's literally harming their industry.
Yeah, I was gonna say anyone who claims that plant protein is not you don't get enough protein, or it's not enough, like bioavailable enough or anything, clearly hasn't looked at the research and doesn't really know much about protein intake.
No.
As long as
It's
you get
bro
enough
science, literally repeating bro science.
Yeah,
Joe
yeah, no, I
Rogan's
mean,
bro
as
science.
long as you get enough calories and you're in a first world country and you're getting, enough protein, it's gonna be pretty much equal. I always ask people, like, when's the last time you've heard of somebody going to the hospital in a first world country from protein deficiency? It just doesn't happen. And these are people eating chips and pretzels and McDonald's. People who are not even tracking their food or any nutrient intake. So
What's really
And
interesting
when someone's in the hospital from malnutrition, what's the first thing they do? They don't hook them up to a protein machine. They don't hook them to a fat drip. They hook them up to an IV with sugar and salts and and water.
That's where I was about to go, is if only hospitals, doctors, etc., when somebody comes in says, tell me about your diet, this never, ever, ever is asked, ever, period. And yet if they actually did some research on that to see, okay, what are you consuming? And then what's your health status? That might be an interesting one. In Canada, we obviously have social health care, so they've got the main database. They could figure it out, but that is never, ever asked.
I was a little like last time I went to the doctor, I was expecting, like, I wanted to get a B12 shot just because I'd gotten them in the past and I haven't had one in a long time. So I figured I'm like, oh, I could just tell them that I'm vegan and the doctor's gonna be like, oh my God, you need a B12 shot immediately. But I told her and she's like, looking at your blood panel, your B12 is fine. I mean, we can look and again, in a few months if you want, but it's like, I just thought that immediately would be like, scare them into thinking,
you need to do some shadow work.
It's
I think even that they're kind of more, the mainstream medical industry has seen more healthier vegans. Maybe they're not like as scared as when they, as in the past when they hear someone's vegan thinking they're going to die of B12 and protein deficiency.
You actually
we're
have
talking
to
about like boomer doctors too.
You have to be careful
Yeah.
with those B12 shots, and I know because I used to have them. And the mainstream ones that they'll probably send your way, which are cheaper, are not the good ones. One, they're synthetic anyways, but two, you absolutely have to get the methylcobalamin version if you're going to do that.
Yeah, the methylated. Yep.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah. I hate to dump another Mike the Vegan video on you, but he kind of covered the Joe Rogan thing the best. We won't watch the whole thing, but it was just pretty funny. Just the pot calling the kettle black here.
Hey, it's Mike here, and today, according to Joe Rogan and his guest Max Lugavere, veganism is a psyop, a cult, and virtually everybody's health fails on veganism.
I hear that all the time. Yeah, veganism is a psyop to me. It's an ideology. It's an ideology just like any other
ideology.
They also say that saturated fat being bad is a psyop. Somebody found a new word, which of course stands for psychological operation. Anyway, we're going to respond to all of that and more, as well as just cover some common ground that we have. They cover some points that I completely agree with. So for the sake of peace, we'll do that. Let's go though. Really fast, the plant-based psyop bundle, just the plant-based bundle is going to start in a few hours. We're talking $3,700 worth of ebooks, like recipe books, workout programs, wellness content, my recent guide, Level 5 Vegan, and more, all for just $50, the average price of a latte nowadays. The link is below. Let's keep going. So this interview was a few months back, and full credit to Ryan from Happy Healthy Vegan for covering this because I would have missed it. It's been too long since I responded to Joe Rogan, who is the #1 podcast in the world, possibly the most influential single program in the world, and he often poo-poos veganism, so I gotta respond. And I will say I have previously responded to Max Lugavere because he seems to be quite anti-vegan, makes a lot of anti-vegan points. And he had a video largely talking about how not having meat causes depression, being vegan or vegetarian. And a lot of that narrative comes from studies like this one, which on the topic of psyop in a little bit, we will go more into. But also there's just more recent studies that he seems to ignore, like this one out of Australia showing that vegans had lower depression scores and that meat eaters average slightly depressed on their depressive symptom score. And also this study showing that vegans had higher well-being rates, about twice as high as meat eaters. But yeah, let's just get to the interview. Over an hour in, Max and Joe just start spitballing about how crappy vegan is, with Max, of course, calling it a psyop.
I hear that all the time. Yeah, veganism is a psyop to me. It's an ideology. It's an ideology just like any other cult.
This is a new one, which is why I wanted to respond to it. It sounds scary, and I will say it sort of plays along the lines of, oh, if it's something that I don't like, I'm going to say it's a conspiracy against me. That's a trend I personally feel like I'm seeing a lot more. Anyway, what is the actual definition from Merriam-Webster? We have a couple definitions. The first one along military lines, quote, a military operation usually aimed at influencing the enemy's state of mind through non-combative means, such as the distribution of leaflets. Yeah, they dropped leaflets from planes in World War II, and I couldn't help but share this one that I found that the Nazis dropped to try and get American soldiers to surrender. The leaflet asks, will you ever hear her sweat voice again? Misspelling sweet. And a modern example of this would be Russian interference with the 2016 election through social media. This whole nature communication study goes more deeply into that, quite well documented. But to the second definition, quote, someone or something used by the government to influence the population's opinion and attitudes. With the example being the accusation that singer Taylor Swift is a government psyop. So in this case, really any plan by the government to influence the way that people are thinking. And I would say you could even expand this definition to just any large organization trying to influence public thought. But along those lines of everything that you don't like has to be a conspiracy nowadays, I think it's fair to say that there are just forces working on both sides of essentially any issue. So the question becomes, to what degree is that group working against the public interest, working against you, and actually changing things for the worst? And also the actual impact of a given PSYOP operation, if you want to call it that, also heavily depends on the amount of resources that the group has. And this is where I have to say, just like flip the script a little bit and be like, hey, the meat industry fits this definition better than vegans do, just in terms of being a large organization, even governmentally connected, that is trying to change the public's opinion. There's a good case. I mean, simple example, we have the Masters of Beef Advocacy that started somewhat recently. Another example, going back to that popular study about how vegetarians are more depressed, which led to a huge news cycle in things like the Daily Mail. Well, first of all, that wasn't on vegans specifically and was used against vegans, but more importantly, it was funded by the beef checkoff. And again, checkoffs are government organizations. And in this case, it's an organization that takes some of the money, some of the gains from the beef industry, and then uses that in part to try and change public opinion. In this case, to try and prevent people from quitting eating meat based off the fact that they might get depressed. They make that study, they send it off to the Daily Mail, etc., create the whole news cycle, changes public opinion, psychology. So in that sense, we have this $1.5 trillion global meat industry. And then we have vegans, especially when you're just talking about ethical vegans who follow veganism as a lifestyle. We're talking about the actual rebels here. They are a minority. They don't have a ton of money. You know, vegans often have like small activist hubs that are grassroots. Like I was just at Wishbone in Toronto, which has like hand-painted art all over the wall. And they're just trying to freaking save some animals. But in contrast to that, a Joe who thinks he's a rebel is actually with the establishment here, with the lion's share of the resources and influence, selling Butcher Box in the past, etc. I almost forgot that Max has also sold Butcher Box. Is this episode a meat psyop? And they do mention Bill Gates in passing here, and I think it sort of fits into the whole thing of like, oh, billionaires are trying to take away our meat and replace everything with like plants.
This idea that a steak is delicious, but it's ultimately bad for you. We should consume less meat. Bill Gates saying it with a big pot belly. Yeah, like Jesus Christ.
What most people don't know about Bill Gates is he owns cattle farms all over the world.
Yes, that way he can control
Getting rid
everything.
of them. Bill Gates Foundation ain't selling any of the farmland that they've acquired.
Yeah, exactly, because they don't want anybody
And Bill
to take
Gates
over.
is not a vegan. Justin.
What's that?
Brandon, we have some here. We have my buddy Justin here. He believes that plants are sentient.
Well, it's not really a belief. You can test it scientifically. Again, that doesn't necessarily mean it's moral to eat animals. I'm just pointing out that it's not moral to eat plants, you know? Like the idea that like, oh, these tree drops these fruits for me, and you're basically defending kidnapping, you know, take the apple for yourself, run off, do what you will with it. Totally moral.
Yeah, I mean, the only issue is I would just need to know like through what mechanism or through what force plants would be sentient, because plants don't have brains or nervous systems. So
right, which you could actually argue then in that sense that they're more advanced, because if you actually take the time to like look into plants, like it's been proven if you play a certain like positive music, they'll have a more good response. They grow towards the sun. They communicate with one another. Trees actually, when planted next to one another, do not actually they'll grow out of the way of each other and make sure they all get the sunlight. So I could actually argue that plants are more sentient than humans and animals for the reason that they don't even need those mechanisms. You know?
Well, intelligence doesn't necessarily mean you're sentient. So like we could have a smartphone, we could program a smartphone to interact with their environment and do all of those things as well.
Yeah,
that
but we're
doesn't
not
mean they're
programming.
individuals.
You program plants, you're doing it?
Well, it doesn't have to be me doing it. I'm just saying that plants could be responding to their to stimuli to their environment in a very intelligent way without being an individual. Because without a brain or a nervous system where we have discovered that consciousness originates, based on what we know
who
now.
decided that essential nervous system was the deciding factor for what makes life valuable? You? With
No,
essential
I'm
nervous
not.
System? Like
So Yeah, if you allow me to answer your question. So
Sure.
You changed the goalpost, you moved the goalpost a little bit. So we're talking about sentience, and then you said who decided that the central nervous system makes life valuable. We're not
I
talking
didn't
about
move
life.
the goalpost. We're the same topic.
No, because you said life, but we're talking about sentience. So plants are living 100%, and they are intelligent 100%. There's no denying that. But to argue that they're an individual as much as a mammal, a bird, a fish, someone with a brain or nervous system, I would have to know how that sentience is being, like where that sentience is derived from.
Let me ask you, why does the mechanism of how it happens, why is that the issue? For example, if I were to come to your house for Thanksgiving dinner, would it really matter if I took a plane, a train, or a Jeffrey's bicycle?
Well, so it would. So like, for example, if I ask you, hey, how did you get to my house? And you can't answer that question, then it's very hard to have any kind of conversation. So if I ask you, hey, you're claiming plants are sentient, and I said, okay, what's the evidence? How are they sentient? Through which means are they sentient?
Well,
and if you don't have an answer, hold on, if you let me finish, Justin. And if you don't have an answer to that question, sure, see what like viewing their behavior or viewing their their reaction to their environment is interesting.
Right.
But when we know that sentience originates, as far as we know, and that could always change. I'm not saying that I know 100% for a fact, but as far as we know right now, all of the scientific consensus, the leading scientists, doctors, neurospecialists in this field support that most animals are sentient or very likely to be sentient and plants are not.
Okay.
If you're hold on. If you're claiming that you know better or you have better evidence, I would just need to see that evidence. And if you can't provide it, then
all you have to do is just go on YouTube. There's countless videos.
Okay. All you have to do is go on YouTube. Yeah, that's not evidence. So sounds like you're kind of
trolling.
trolling.
Whoa. Wait a minute. My turn now. Why is something on YouTube not evidence? Be specific. Why? Because it's on YouTube?
No. So it's not.
It's like your brain isn't working at all. It's called cherry pick.
Hold on. Let me
Justin.
Yeah, so it's not necessarily that anything on YouTube isn't evidence. It's just when we have peer-reviewed science and we have scientific consensus.
You mean like the peer reviews for the vaccine? Those peer reviews?
Sure, yeah, but that doesn't mean that peer-reviewed studies are flawless, right? You could have a flawed peer-reviewed study.
Well, it means there's an agenda. And like the point is, you bringing up peer reviews is supposed to impress me in the sense that these are the people that really know things. However, I could point to countless peer reviews that's been debunked, corrupted, and all sorts. So that argument goes out the window. So why is YouTube bad? Exactly.
So you didn't let me. Yeah. You cut me off as soon as I started answering the question. So if you'd allow me to finish the whole thing. So it's not that a YouTube video can't include evidence to support a claim, right? I'm not saying that. Obviously, we just watched a Mike the Vegan video where he provides evidence. The problem is if it's just a YouTube video of some random person talking and they don't provide any studies. I'm not saying that every peer-reviewed study is going to be flawless, right? But you would have to be able to point out the flaws in that peer-reviewed study. And furthermore, you would have to prove that your conspiracy theory that every leading, the tens of specialists in this field signing off on the New York Declaration of Consciousness or the Cambridge Declaration of Consciousness that support animal sentience, you would have to either provide equal evidence to support plant sentience.
I can do that.
Or you would have to prove that those scientists are all in a conspirizing against
not a
some kind of
problem.
agenda.
Not a problem. I can totally do that. So first off, you pointing out all the science scientists would have to be in on it. Well, I'll just reference the jab vaccine COVID thing again. And if you don't like that, look into the Manhattan Project where 30,000 people were involved. Not one of them spoke. Now, back to the point about YouTube.
Just really quick, just to address the first point you made. So, and again, I'm not too familiar with the COVID stuff, but I'm just going to grant that what you're saying is correct. Just because there is a conspiracy in one area doesn't actually prove that this is also a conspiracy. You would have to show evidence.
Right. But you're also you're using these people as if they're the authority, people with peer reviews. So I just debunked that by pointing out all these peer reviews that aren't accurate. So the point is that argument of peer reviews goes out the window now because we don't know who to trust. It would take a really long time. Then you brought up the fact that these random people making videos on YouTube. Well, how do you know they're random? Just because they're not on your side of the argument? There's, countless studies of actual scientists with no agenda whatsoever. They're not trying to push a carnivore diet or anything like that. Just doing science, proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that plants are in fact sentient.
Hold on.
Let me finish. Let me finish now. There's literally pages upon pages of these videos. Now, there are a few videos of people saying that, they're not. However, they're all plant-based people with an agenda, as opposed to the scientists I'm bringing up they're not trying to sell you on a specific diet. Just go ahead.
Hold on. So when you said that there are researchers, right, doing their own research and proving that plants are sentient, you said there are studies that support this. Can you send me any of those studies? Can you link them? Because I would be interested. If you actually have good evidence, I'm open to reviewing.
You don't even need me to do it. You can just
for them just yesterday. He couldn't
YouTube
come up
yourself.
with any.
You don't even need me to do it.
Really quick, Justin, and this is I want to move on from this topic because clearly you sound kind of trolling, but just because whenever
how am I trolling?
I'll explain. I'll explain. Because whenever I ask somebody who's so confident that they're right, I ask them, okay, can you show me, can you provide me the specific studies that you are getting your claims from, right? Because if you're going to make a claim, I'm assuming you didn't do the research yourself, you didn't come up with it yourself, you're getting it from something, right? You're getting it from the source. So if I ask you, hey, can you show me the source you're getting your claim from? And you say, you don't need me, Google it yourself. Yeah, that's not evidence. Hold on. Your response just now was, you don't need me, you can YouTube it yourself. I'm not. If you are making a claim, send me the specific study.
Sure, I don't know who you are though. That's the thing. Like I don't
Logical
know your
consistency.
name or anything.
That's my YouTube channel. That's my Instagram.
Oh, okay, well,
put it in the private chat, Justin. We can all watch it. We can all look at it right now.
Let's look at it
Sure.
right now.
Just
your face too, pussy.
For some reason, my camera's not working.
Let's see it, Justin. Just
yesterday, for some reason, his camera's not working.
No, I'm serious. No, I'll tell you what it says. It says your browser has lost connection to your camera. Make sure no other apps are using your camera mic. Then refresh page. Restart your device if this continues.
Do you have OBS on?
I'm not sure what that is.
You just need to hop out and hop back in, and it should work.
I just did that before. That's why I jumped out, but it's just not working.
Justin
you guys all know.
Justin's a Luddite. He doesn't know how to do anything technological except use his phone.
That's fine. I don't either. But Justin, Christian was trying to get you to share this study for the last week, and you keep claiming plants feel pain, but you can't find a study to corroborate it. Just YouTube videos.
Who's Christian? What are you talking about?
Christian, the plant-based crackhead. Christian.
I don't know who you're talking about.
You know who Christian is?
I do?
Of course you know who fucking Christian is. It's like your brain don't work at all.
No, who's Christian? I'm being serious. Who? I know Braxton.
John Bob's sidekick, bro.
Christian.
Who's that?
He's the cyclist. He's always screwing with you.
Oh, you mean the guy that's kind of funny that's on here? You mean the guy that's kind of funny? Oh, I think I know who you mean now. Okay. What about him?
The guy that outsmarts you on a daily basis, that guy?
Yeah, because you guys are just spinning circles around me. Yeah, okay, sure.
But we don't have breasts, bro. So obviously we know more about
the women I have either. So there is.
I don't care about the woman you have. I have a beautiful wife, and dude, I saw the woman you're with last week. She was obese, and your flex was, oh, everybody wanted her in high school, but she's obese. Let herself go, and you think
she's built with
that you're with her.
And again, I'm not trying to diss your wife, dude. I don't like to make fun of girls and shit, so I'm not gonna sit here and be like, my girls are hotter than your wife. You're the one that keeps making ad hominems claiming I'm fat and I'm out of shape and stuff. And I don't know what else to tell you. Like, you're the one being vicious. I never say anything mean towards you. I just debunk.
I'm being honest. You think obesity
in your mind, but that's not. You're not being honest.
Promote a diet when it
just hold on. Let's change the topic for a second. So what I brought up before.
All right, Justin.
What's up?
Unless you got something else.
Well, I was just about to bring up the whole Jew cop thing. Can we talk about that?
What? No.
Can I start? Can I start?
Yeah, go for it.
Because The Jews were the ones that killed Jesus. He was hung on the cross by the Jews, man, because he was interfering with Jewish sacrifice rituals. Therefore, if you have a problem with Jews, when you worship the Jews and you worship Satan, the Christian religion, who the fuck are you, man? That's all I got.
Well, I'm not religious in general, whatever. I'm not an atheist.
And yet you worship the Jews and Satan, a Christian religion.
It's not the Jews doing it. It's actually conservative Christian cops that are enacting what the Jews tell them to do. So the point
and
is,
yet they're performing
we'll talk to you later, man.
Oh my God!
What?
Billions of sacrifices, and you're supporting it, Justin.
I'm not supporting.
You're not supporting them at all.
Listen, if you want to go back to the vegan talk, we can do that. But like, let's not pretend that it's this one group of people. It's mostly Christian cops enacting the evil that they're like, it's the Jews, it's the Jews.
Cops
and it's
are
actually
enacting evil?
I'm sorry?
You said cops are enacting evil?
The point that I'm trying to make is that a lot of people in the community...
What is the point you're trying to make, Justin?
No, I'm trying to make the point that a lot of people are saying, it's the Jews, it's the Jews.
The point you came to make was that plants were sentient. And you haven't been able to prove that to us by supporting sending your
okay, so I brought up the countless pages upon pages of studies that your buddy
Justin, a citation, a link for us to look at.
YouTube videos.
I don't know how to do it from my phone. I'll send it to you later. Don't act like you know that I won't. You know I will. You know I will.
No, you're gonna send a YouTube video, not an actual study.
YouTube video bit. Are you guys saying that your podcast doesn't count for anything because it's on YouTube? Is that what you're saying, John? There's no
you
value
can't
in
just
this
say
it's on
YouTube as your citation. You can't just say go find it in YouTube.
I said
you have to
just
prove your claim, Justin.
Pages of videos about this. Pages, literally. Pages.
There are billions of people.
Dude.
I could make any YouTube video saying anything I wanted. It doesn't prove anything.
So why do peer-reviewed studies mean something when we've already been proven anybody can do that, and a lot of them have been proven to be false? So why does that count?
It doesn't. Results matter. Results matter. And you're obese. The girls you date are obese, and you claim we're wrong when we are getting results and you're not.
Why are
we're
you
literally
so though? Like, where's all your vegan energy? You're kind of the poster boy for like what veganism will do to somebody's body. Like Jeff looks mostly normal, you know what I mean? Like that Juice Justine girl, like she looks great. What's your problem?
Dude, because I had worms for years, man. Worms from eating corpses.
From eating dead animals. Have worms. Why don't I have worms? Dune has worms. Why don't I have worms?
I bet you do.
I bet you do.
You do, Justin.
How do you know?
You're obese. Oh, by the way, yeah, Brandon, this guy's pushing 400 pounds.
I'm like 250, and I'm a bodybuilder. I've just been hurt for a while. So
you're like a bodybuilder?
Right.
I was.
My only...
Dude.
Justin,
why aren't you jacked with all that energy you get from being vegan? Like you're the skinniest guy I know. Like what?
Not Jack. He's a perfect male specimen. Peak
not
male
everybody's
specimen
obese, Justin.
Justin, can I ask you a quick question?
All right.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Justin.
Yeah, go for it. Sure.
Justin.
Oh, sorry. We kicking him out? Sorry. Go ahead.
No, shoot.
Okay. My quick question. So, Justin, I'm assuming just based on how you're conversating that you're not vegan, correct?
I was for about a year and a half.
He's a liar.
So let's just say
definitely a liar.
So I did veganism or close to it. Again, they keep changing the definition of it on me every other week. But basically, yes, I didn't eat any animal products for about a year and a half, maybe a little bit more. And again, what I was told about going vegan, it was basically the opposite of what I was told. I was on plant proteins and all that type of stuff, and I just got weak and hurt myself and this and that. To be honest, I'm not here trying to sell anybody that they should eat animal products. I just go after like John Bob because he likes to make up whatever he wants to be true. I just go after what I see as dishonest. I'm not trying to sell anybody to be on animal products or whatever.
Well, so the reason why I'm asking is just because, like, if you are so convinced that plants are sentient, I'm just confused as to why you wouldn't be vegan. So if plants, so like plants being sentient doesn't necessarily, like, isn't a debunk to like animals being like saying that animals should be exploited or should be.
I'm not trying to
Okay.
say it's moral to eat animal products because killing plants is wrong. I'm just pointing that out because, you know, John likes to run around like, I don't do any harm. Meanwhile, if you hold a mechanism up to the plant, you could hear it making noise to say that it's in pain. It's just one more step.
Sure.
Oh
so,
yeah, because they scream. They
Yeah,
have
well, they don't have any
vocal
vocal
The
cords.
agricultural process kills a lot of wildlife as well.
That's true. But
yeah,
the
but
thing,
not nearly as much as the animal agriculture industry.
You
but
don't
I'm
think-
Dude,
with
even
that
if
too.
Justin's
I'm with
Not
you
even
with
on
that.
this. We
Just
need to
I'm
grow
just-
plants to feed all of them. Most of plant agriculture, you know, all the corn and soy, there's tons of stuff that goes all to animal feed.
I'm with
And
you.
animals eat billions and billions of calories to make millions of calories. So we get a massive deficit in calorie loss when we're feeding animals inefficiently. You know, just losing tons of calories to feed these. Yeah, feeding humans inefficiently.
I'm just confused
So-
if you want to be a good person, right? If you consider yourself like
Me?
a good person,
Well,
someone
well,
who
well,
values.
Well,
Hold on,
I've never stolen anything in my life. I've never cheated on a woman.
Hold on. Can you let me finish? Yeah, I'm not talking about that. So if you consider yourself a good person, if everything is sentient, right? So if everything is an everyone, right? So if a piece of broccoli is a someone, and a pig is a someone, and a human is a someone, I'm just confused why you wouldn't go off after the least likely or the lowest level of organism, right?
Because
I understand.
I'll explain. I don't actually believe that to be true. There was a doctor who I think is crazy personally. He only eats red meat, which is insane to me. But he actually, after doing it for a year, only killed 2 cows and basically ate 1 cow a year if you only ate red meat. So what I would point out to you is that every salad you have has multiple dead life forms in it. Are you suggesting that I can't have 1 cow a year as opposed to all the death that goes into per salad? I mean, you know.
No, but
Justin,
what I'm
you're the
saying,
size of a cow. You'd eat more than 1 cow a year. Give me a break.
Maybe I would. I don't know.
What
me up,
what
I'm
I'm
not fat.
disingenuous, Justin. It takes 120 pounds to feed that cow per fucking day. That's hundreds of plants that are dying a day, but you claim it's 2 lives.
Well,
You
I'm
fucking
also not
liar,
defending
man.
that you shouldn't eat plants either. I'm just pointing that out. I admit I don't know what
Vegans
to
eat
do.
the least
point
amount of
in pointing
plants,
it
so your
out?
argument is out the window. Your argument is out the window because vegans eat the least amount of plants.
Why would you even want to
For
not?
years, you've been arguing a vegan argument against veganism,
Uh-huh.
and we've all laughed at you for years about it.
That's fine.
I've had this same conversation Brandon's having with you several times. We've all been laughing at you because you just keep continuing it as if it's some sort of argument in your favor.
Well, I just want to know with all the governments now, like what's his name, Brandon, right? Did you know that the government is now engineering allergies?
Why are you changing the subject, Justin?
It's the same subject.
Of course he
Allergic to animal products.
Because we destroyed him on one subject. Now he's going to fucking change the subject
I'm
and
still
move on
talking
to
about
something else.
veganism. It's still veganism. I was just pointing out more evidence that it actually isn't
You
so
don't
great
talk
for you, and
about
it's a government. It's a
veganism. You
government thing.
you don't talk about veganism. You just justify your Jewish
not
violence
Jewish.
cartels. You got blood on your
I'm not
hands.
Jewish. I'm not religious.
So what is the
That's
goal
what
of
it is.
veganism?
You're
Is it
not,
to
yet
do the
you
least
worship death.
killing?
You got blood on
or
your
what?
hands, dude.
I just washed my hands.
You're practicing
Justin.
ritual sacrifices, dude.
Justin,
You're just
claim you're
using
not
sensational
involved.
words to get your point across. That's all you're doing.
Justin,
You're
shut up.
sensational. Yes.
Justin, shut up.
What's up?
Let this man ask a question.
You go for it.
What is the point of veganism? Is it to do the least amount of killing? Because life feeds on life, so that seems sort of no. I see a no up there in the corner.
Are you asking
not
me?
exactly.
I'm asking
Go ahead,
anybody on the
Brandon.
panel.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't
think
want
it's an obsession, personally.
Justin, shut your pie hole.
I was basically asking
Is
everybody
that
but you.
vegan pie?
Yeah, I don't want to take up all the time, so if somebody else wants.
No,
to
go ahead, bro. I'm
well,
chilling
so,
today.
Essentially, we're against the exploitation, or I guess like slavery of other animals, right? Particularly sentient animals. So, and again, every vegan's going to differ slightly, maybe in their own beliefs. But for me, I value sentience. So that's the ability, like that's being an individual, having a consciousness, being, having will to live, feeling joy, feeling pain, stuff like that. So essentially, we're against the enslavement and exploitation of animals.
Me too.
So hunting.
That would be exploitation. So
okay, so what about carnivores, like carnivorous animals? Is that an issue?
That's a good question. So that's not really a vegan issue. So when we're talking about like, is predation bad, or like, is predation's like a lion eating a zebra? Yeah, I mean, I think it's really messed up, and I wish there was something we could do about it. But that's not really a vegan issue. Veganism mostly pertains to like humans and how we treat other individuals. In the case of veganism, it would be other like non-human animals.
Like I said, I was just pointing out that it's the idea that plants don't feel anything is just a lie. That was my whole point.
It seems like a moot point, though, right? Because life feeds on life throughout all of life. You can't stop consuming life,
right,
without killing life.
So the powder dusty, if you don't mind me asking. So you say life feeds on life. Are you familiar with the difference between sentience and just like a living organism?
Consciousness, basically.
Yeah, basically, right? Like being an individual. So
something that feels pain.
Yeah, essentially, but we like more than that. It's experiencing life as a subject, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like bacteria, right, is living, but they're not sentient, right? There's no brain, there's no nervous system. They don't feel any pain. They don't, they are trying to survive because they're a living organism, just like every cell in our body, but they're not sentient. So yes, life feeds on life, but we have the choice to feed on non-sentient life, i.e. life that isn't aware that they're existing, and life that has a heart, has a brain, has a central nervous system, actually has a will to live. So we choose the life that is, and veganism is just diet, right? It's wearing skin, it's going to zoos, it's rejecting all those things, all the things that force animals into like doing things they don't want to do.
Hey, brother, I think that's
Patty?
awesome that you refer to it as skin and don't use euphemisms. We've been so brainwashed to phrase things as things they're not. Just saying.
Yeah, well, I mean, I actually just posted something on my Instagram. It was, I think PETA too posted it, but it was like a picture of leather and then a picture of like a fingerprint. And it's like identical. Like it is skin. Like leather is probably the most obvious to be somebody's skin, or like to be, because like meat, when you see animal flesh in like a package, you wouldn't, unless somebody told you, you wouldn't necessarily know that was inside of an animal or belonged to an animal. But leather is pretty obvious. Like if you look at it, it looks like skin. So
no, carnists get really mad when we use like milk, for like rice milk and stuff, but everything that they eat has been taken from animal to burger or sausage or called something else, to mask what it actually is, so they don't have to face the reality that every time they eat, they're eating 1 to 3 animals.
Chicken,
just selfishly.
It seems that that veganism just reallocates the suffering from an animal to a human.
Huh?
How so?
Because humans are omnivorous, right?
No.
Well, that's an opinion.
No, it's not. It's well established.
True.
You can look at every human society all throughout history has eaten meat. We got forward-facing eyes.
Yeah, we can, but it's not our ideal. We're able to eat meat in emergency situations, but clearly, survival situations. But clearly, it's not our ideal diet, because you got people like Justin Pedini here who eats meat and dairy every day, who's 400 pounds.
Wait a minute.
I don't eat dairy. But what's it called?
What
about the creator gods? Like that whole argument I made the video about?
Do you know what a frugivore is?
Yes. Someone just eats fruit,
we have
right?
flat teeth. We have the exact same digestive system. And quite frankly, lions don't need ovens. So how the fuck are we omnivores when we have a job?
We don't either, but we prefer to cook food so we don't get parasites. They all have parasites.
Just hold on one second.
So we'll get sick from eating dead animals.
Well, we'll get parasites.
So separate from like the frugivore argument or the biological argument. For example, the powder dusty. I notice you're smoking, right?
Yes, this is how I get my vegetables.
Sure. But so smoking, you would say, is not a natural thing, right? So it's a human invention,
Correct.
right? It has, okay, all right. And you do it anyway because you want to, right? It's a choice that you make.
Correct.
Right. So when it comes to our diet, right, humans may be omnivorous in the sense that we can eat both plants and both animal products, or animal flesh or secretions, whatever you want to call them. But when in the modern day, when we have the science supporting a fully plant-based diet, that means we have the choice. Right?
Who's
so
science?
we don't have to. I'm sorry, what?
Go ahead. I don't mean to derail. I disagree with that point, but carry on. That's where you're going.
So that means we have the choice, right? So when we have the choice whether or not to follow a plant-based diet or whether or not to be omnivorous, right? Then it's a more ethical choice to be plant-based. So your whole point of, well, humans are omnivorous. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to deny that we can eat both animal flesh and plants. And, depending on the ratio of them, we can do fairly well nutritionally. But morally, there are reasons not to be omnivorous and to eat fully plant-based, right? So there's a lot of things that aren't like what we were doing thousands of years ago when we had to survive that we enjoy now, right? So saying that we're omnivorous by nature isn't really an argument for why we should keep enslaving and exploiting animals.
I mean,
Patty, I want to let Patty in. She's been quiet down there. What do you think, Patty?
This whole conversation has me thinking of something Rudolf Steiner wrote, and it had to do with the evolving consciousness of man. He talks about Darwin when he came across a cannibal in one of his early explorations, and he asked the cannibal, how do you know if it's right to eat another human? Because cannibals eat other humans. And the cannibal said, well, I know it's right if after I eat it, I like it. That's how I understand rightness, is because I like it. And so Steiner is commenting on that. That's where that cannibal's level of awareness and consciousness was. He was at a state of consciousness where something was good if he agreed with it, if he liked it. But he didn't see that, it wasn't until he was about to be killed that he could maybe appreciate, maybe me killing another man is not a good thing for me to do because I'm now about to be killed. So we're at a level
cannibals
of consciousness.
didn't recognize that?
We're at a level of consciousness right now where we can see the pain and suffering in animals. And some of us are just ignoring it. And so we have to kind of raise our consciousness to understand that there are other beings that want to live, and we don't have the right to take their life, right? And we also have, as logical consistency has mentioned, we have plenty of evidence that a plant-based diet is not only healthy, but it's actually allowing humans to thrive physiologically. I mean, there's so much benefit to not consuming animal protein. Animal protein is
you can live off animal protein alone.
You can also get cancer off of animal protein.
You can't live off just vegetables and fruit.
Yes. I've been living this way for 15 years.
Can, bro. What are you talking about?
Look at John Bob, the guy right next to you, raw vegan.
You don't take any supplements, the super processed vegan food in the grocery store, none of that.
Are you asking me?
I was asking more John Bob. I don't know if whoever it applies to, I guess.
No, John Bob
Why the fuck would I?
Processed.
I don't know, because
I make cashews from scratch and turn them into a dip.
So your answer is no. You just eat vegetables, you just eat straight plants. Not
plants, nuts, seeds.
Hold on, what's I'm just curious why does the processing matter? Because you could make fake meat out of plants. So for example, Beyond Meat, if you look at the ingredients, it's lentil protein, it's wheat, it's whatever, it's usually
like bread.
Plant ingredients.
The processing implies that it's a supplement, right? And I don't know for sure if it is or not.
No.
But...
So no. So I think there's just maybe if you check my website, I have pages upon pages. I have all the links to great peer-reviewed studies that I've accumulated over the past 2 years doing activism. Processing is not the same as supplementation, right?
Okay.
So
I'm looking for supplementation primarily, not processing.
Okay. So that's fine. So I just want to. So just because somebody eats a fake, like a mock meat, for example, that doesn't mean it's supplemented. It could just be plants.
I get that.
Blended
Right.
up
I get that. It was just a wrong choice of words.
Now, to go on the supplementation, why is supplementation a bad thing? Because essentially what supplementation does is it allows us to rely on getting all of the vitamins and nutrients we need in a more reliable way instead of having to hunt for it or to find it in nature. Because
you're choosing an unnatural lifestyle.
But do you think that something being natural automatically means it's moral?
Well, let's bring up the supplementation. No. Let's go there.
Hold on, John Bob.
Hold
on, John Bob.
I'll be quick. Okay.
So if you recognize that just because something is natural doesn't mean it's moral, then you saying that supplements are unnatural isn't really an argument against using them.
No, I'm saying that the vegan lifestyle is unnatural. If humans were meant to be vegan, first of all, we would be biologically different, but we would only be living on a very fine strip of real estate.
So when you say humans are meant to do something, what do you mean by that? Because we're on a podcast right now.
So we are biologically designed to be omnivorous.
Hold on.
All evidence.
Hold on. Because when you say that humans are meant to do something, do you mean by like a creator? Do you mean biologically?
I'm agnostic. I don't know how we got here. All I know is that you can look at the evidence and see that we are an omnivorous species. We both plants and animals.
Okay, so then how
come... I got a question for you real quick. Mm-hmm. Who do you think holds up the entire supplement industry? Vegans?
I have no idea.
It's not vegans. Supplements were here far before vegans.
I have no issue with supplements. I'm okay with
well, most people who supplement are meat and dairy eaters, and they need those supplements.
Most people are meat and dairy
majority of the industry is held up by meat and dairy eaters, not vegans. And we don't supplement, actually.
That's the bulk of
I occasionally like taking some creatine, but our diet, we get everything we need in our diet. So, I don't know what to say.
If you say you have no issues with supplements, then what's the point of your argument?
Where I'm going with it is that the vegan lifestyle is not natural.
Okay.
And which isn't necessarily bad, but you're behaving in a way that is
So you're not assigning a good or bad value to it. You're just saying that it's unnatural?
I'm saying that this is an inconvenient lifestyle. People are giving up something. Let me finish a motherfucking question before you keep holding on me.
Sorry, go ahead.
This is not a lifestyle that people choose because it's fun, because it's preferable, because it's easy. You're asking people to inconvenience themselves for a reason, right? And so that reason I take to be a moral one.
Correct.
Wait a minute. What do you mean inconvenience? I mean, it's
not an inconvenience to us, though. You're assuming our position on it.
It's not
an inconvenience for you because you would have to change your life.
Of course, it's an inconvenience because it reduces the number.
I don't see it as an inconvenience.
How many restaurants can you go to? And what percentage would you say?
How is a restaurant?
It doesn't matter. This isn't an argument.
Yeah, sure it is. Because
eat meat because it's easy. Kill animals and eat meat because it's easy. That's what your position is.
Plants and meat I can eat at any restaurant around me. You could probably eat at one or two of them, right? So that's an inconvenience.
Take your shirt off.
I don't eat at restaurants.
Take my shirt off. No, I'm not going to take my shirt off, you fucking weirdo.
Let's see how
I look like I have breasts. Do I look out of shape?
You look overweight.
Take your shirt off.
Let's see them, dude. Let's see those man titties.
You take your shirt off. Let's see your
calm down, ladies.
Bones.
I'm gonna give the mic back to Patty. She didn't get her whole thing out.
I can't believe this dude's taking his shirt off.
I was just commenting on the
he's shredded. I mean, you gotta say he's shredded.
Yeah, he's pretty skinny.
Pretty skinny.
No, it's called lean. It's actually like,
and you seem like you're hangry.
The ideal human form is being lean.
You seem like your brain and emotional.
We're supposed to be lean and solid, Beta. You have fucking breasts.
Well, you're ad hominem now.
Who's
So,
ad hominem?
what's going on?
This dude
Things are
told me to take off my
degrading.
shirt so he could see my titties.
You
He's an
have
ang-
female
He has a
breasts,
point,
man.
no?
You consume estrogen.
You're angry because you're hangry, bro. Go eat a burger.
No,
No,
John
I'm
Bob is the
angry
peak
because
male
you're a beta
specimen. He has
male.
so much testosterone from his vegan diet that
Would you fuck him?
he's a beast. You gotta be careful
Would you
around
fuck
John
him?
Bob. Anyway, so back
You
to Patty.
couldn't
Sorry,
fuck me
Patty.
because you can't get it
Bob,
up
John Bob,
because
calm
you have
down.
Not for
erectile
you, I
dysfunction.
can't. You're right.
You
I
have
could not get it
erectile
up for you.
dysfunction.
I
How's-
could not get it up
All
for
right,
you.
both you guys. Calm down. Go ahead, Patty.
Fucking beta.
Sure.
So yeah, Rudolf Steiner, flow state. Are you familiar with Rudolf Steiner?
I am. I like him.
Yeah, so he talks quite a bit about morality and consciousness and where humans belong in our level of consciousness. And this kind of relates to Justin Padini's statement about sentient, like where plants fit. So, there's a fourfold human life or a fourfold body in humanity, I should say. There's the physical level, the etheric level, the astral level, and then there's what makes us human, the ego/I level. And our I am level is our ability to recognize right versus wrong and to be able to take that in as what we can make choices from. Animals, they live because they can't make those conscious choices. Like my dogs, they go out and they see a rabbit and they've killed rabbits in my backyard. And it's terrible for me to see because I hate seeing animal lives being lost, but they don't have a choice. They just do it, And I think most of the humans that are on this planet are kind of living in between these two worlds where we're going based on what we think is right, based on, propaganda, the news, all of the advertisements telling us that we should be eating animal products and that it's needed for us to stay alive, when in reality it's not. I haven't touched animal food in 15 years, almost over 15 years, and I'm fine. And I do take B12 every now and then, but I don't take it every single day, not even every single month. And whether or not I supplement on it, I don't think makes a big difference because honestly, I think our gut bacteria can produce it. And because we wash our produce religiously, we don't get the bacteria that would have produced that for us anyway. So I do think that the human natural diet is one that is vegan, one that is not harming others, not harming any sentient being. And Rudolf Steiner, even though he never claimed to be a vegan or vegetarian, I don't know his dietary choices. He would never push that on to anybody, by the way. He did
veganism?
make correct. Yeah, he never pushed veganism. Well, he did. That wasn't like something they talked about back in the early 1900s either. It wasn't like a topic of interest. But if you look at Pythagoras and many, I'm trying to think others. There are so many
Ancient
vegans.
Hindus, ancient Chinese, Tibetans, like lots.
Well,
Thousands
the
of years
destruction
of
of
history,
animals-
people have been vegan, but everyone wants to say it just came up recently.
It hasn't. No. Yeah. Many
true.
of the great thinkers since time immemorial had decided not to eat animal
Isn't
flesh.
your brain mostly cholesterol?
There is, our
cholesterol.
liver can actually produce cholesterol from other molecules. So our liver is this amazing chemical factory where we can take in glucose and convert it into lipid. We can also convert lipid into carbohydrate. So just by having a liver, we can create every single macromolecule that we need as a building block to build every organ, tissue, everything in our body. So we don't need to take in, fat to produce fat. If we're deficient in something, we can make up for it.
If everybody went vegan, you'd ultimately you're still going to have to kill animals. You're still going to have to kill animals,
go through
right?
every single one of them.
Excuse me.
We're already growing enough food to feed everyone, bro.
Okay, I'm
but
not
we
talking
feed
about
most of it to cows.
If everybody went vegan, you would have too many prey animals, correct? No, you'd think that there would be no impact on.
Yeah.
We're a pretty
So
big part
just
of
to
nature.
clarify, 99% of the animal products that are on the market are factory farmed. Factory farm, they are bred into existence. So we're not taking prey animals out of the wild or predator, whatever claim you think. We're breeding these animals into existence. So all that would happen is if everyone went vegan is we would stop breeding
We'd end
those
an
animals.
industry.
It wouldn't affect the natural world in any way other than the fact that we would actually be growing less plants, which would then displace less ecosystems. That's it. So it would only affect the natural world in a positive way. It wouldn't affect anything else.
What do you guys root your moral position in, I suppose? Like, how are you? Because I think that no matter, like I said, I'm agnostic. And if I look around at nature, obviously life feeds on life. It almost seems contrary to nature, or anti, if you believe in God, against God to say that this is wrong. Good, the angry guy's back.
Who wants to take this?
What's the question?
Are you asking what we base our moral choices?
Yeah, how are you
on?
coming to this moral conclusion that it's the morally better position to not?
Well, because you're stealing someone's life. I mean, when you
shall
kill
not
an
steal.
animal, you're stealing a sentient being's desire to do what they wish with their life, and that's stealing, and stealing is wrong.
Nevertheless, God made everything on earth so that life steals other life to perpetuate its own.
God created
let John
all
Bob do
these
this
different
one. He's the
animals,
resident Christian.
and they have a species-specific diet, okay?
Mhm.
Now, our closest living relatives are the frugivores. All
Mhm.
these other animals, deer, for example, they'll eat fucking grass, They'll eat off the ground. They're foragers, okay? Now,
Mhm.
every animal has a species-specific diet. We are taught that we're supposed to eat fucking everything. Chemically reacted corpses of animals that die in fear. But you think we're morally wrong for causing fear and suffering
No.
when it's not
No,
necessary.
you think you're
None of the
morally
other
superior for
animals
eating pureed nuts.
And yet, you're the guy that's afraid to take his shirt off because you're too ashamed of your appearance. But
It's
you're
just
gonna
too
mock
gay.
my
I'm just
diet?
not doing it.
John
I
Bob.
don't
you're just a
start
pussy.
disrobing for every weirdo I meet on the internet. If
You're
I
just
did
a
that, I'd never
pussy.
be dressed.
You're ashamed of your appearance because you're a beta
Okay,
fucking
let me
male.
answer the question. Right. So yes, it is a higher moral position to not unnecessarily kill sentient beings for food. Yes, it is a higher moral position.
So do you think it was immoral of God to make nature in a way that necessitates life die for consumption?
The Essene Gospel of Peace phrases it rather plainly, stating that we're supposed to eat a plant-based diet. So that's literally
the
God's
Garden of
word.
Eden being vegan too.
That's a big assumption.
There's
That's
a lot
fact.
in
It's written
there's a
in the
lot in
Bible.
them.
How the fuck are you going to argue the Bible and ignore the Garden of Eden, dude?
Just because
Big
it's a garden
assumption.
doesn't mean that they were vegan.
It was a fruit jungle.
No,
It
the Garden
literally
of
says
Eden
in the
actually
book.
was. Yeah, the Garden of Eden was actually vegan. So there were no animals eating animals. It's in the Bible.
Well, there was a serpent there.
in the text,
Presumably,
though.
they
Go
weren't
look at
vegan
it.
serpents as well, were they?
No. So animal flesh consumption or animal consumption only happened after sin was introduced. So before sin, the Garden of Eden was the world was vegan. So the idea is that God's perfect world, right, world without sin, would be vegan. So that's where the argument comes from. But you mentioned you're agnostic. So are you Christian or are you not? Are you just using Christianity to justify your choices? Or?
I'm just using it. I'm just using it to justify. I'm trying to rummage around and figure out what even the position would be that you're coming from to make the moral superiority claim.
So I could explain where because I think I'm coming from a slightly different place because I'm full atheist and I'm a moral subjectivist. So I think morals are subjective. So let me ask you this. So are you against are you against the slaughter of humans?
I'm sure that I could find a way conceptually in which I would support it, but yeah, generally yes, I am.
Yeah.
Against the
So
slaughter
like,
of
would you
humans.
be against what we us doing to humans what we do to animals? Would you be against that?
Yes.
Okay, and why are you against that?
Self-interest primarily.
What do you mean?
I mean, I'm a human. And I don't want to be.
Afraid.
Oh my
Hold
God,
on, John,
Salad
hold on.
Boy, would you calm down?
So
You're
when he
afraid.
says, what do you mean
You
self-interest?
just admitted it. You're a coward.
Self-interest. Yeah. What you eating there? Is that cauliflower?
Hold on. What do you mean
What are
by
you grazing on, John?
What do you mean by self-interest, Flow State?
Self-interest. It's just a basic moral position, right? I recognize that I'm human, and so I propose doing to others what I would want done to me, basically.
Right.
the golden rule.
So you wouldn't
Right.
want those actions to be done to you, and why wouldn't you want those actions to be done to you?
I don't know how to answer that question. I feel like it's obvious.
So you don't know why you wouldn't want your throat slit, for example. Can you explain
No, I feel
why
like
you would...
that question is unnecessary because the answer is obvious.
What's the obvious answer?
Because it would suck. Because I value my life.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, because
But
you value
you-
your life, because it would feel bad, because you wouldn't want it to happen, right?
Sure.
So that's rooted in you being a sentient individual, right?
Right.
And what you have, most other animals share in common with you, right? It's a concept of it's sentience, right?
Sure.
So animals want to live, they have a will to live, they can feel joy, feel pain, etc., right?
I get that. Mhm.
So if you're sentient and you wouldn't want those actions to happen to you, and you're against that happening to other humans for that reason, and other animals are sentient, then why is it moral to do it to other species of animals, but not to humans?
Well, I don't think sentience is an on-off switch. I think that there's degrees of it, right? Most
Sure.
animals are going to be less sentient than humans. That's why we can make this
Okay.
moral decision.
But can you
No,
think
it's
of...
just because you're morally inconsistent.
So
That's
can you
why.
think of some humans that have an equal or even lesser sentience? Or well, first of all,
Mhm.
just to tell you where I'm at, I
I'm
don't actually.
speciesist as well. I believe in human superiority, except
Okay,
for him. I think that he's inferior.
Okay, but just to hold on with the spectrum of sentience, right? Because I like to think that's from what I've seen, it makes more sense that sentience is binary, meaning that your cognitive ability or your intelligence can vary, right? So obviously we are more intelligent than maybe a rodent in most ways, right? But either you're an individual or you're not, right? So you either have a brain, central nervous system that can experience the world subjectively. So, and where I have that intuition or that suspicion is with mentally challenged individuals, right?
But are
So
beetles
somebody-
sentient? Right? Like there's sort of a sliding scale of sentience.
Well, again, when we're talking
And
about
you're at
sentience,
the bottom, right?
when
Man,
we're
you
talking
can't.
about,
I just said that about you with the species supremacy
Shut up,
thing.
Joe Bob.
Yeah.
so again,
Eat your salad
when we're talking about
and chew with your mouth closed, you slob. Good.
when we're talking
Fuck
about
you.
sentience, right? So when we
Pussy.
look at somebody who's mentally challenged, so there are individuals who are so mentally challenged that they can't speak verbally and they're mutes, right? So they only communicate with their hands. They go day to day, experiencing things on a very low level. Now, in intelligence wise, right, or ability wise, they're very low on the spectrum, probably lower than your average dog. Some humans actually live that way, right? But they are still individuals.
I get that,
They
yeah.
are still experiencing the world subjectively, no matter how low their cognitive ability is, right, or their physical ability. So when it comes to sentience in
All
that
right.
regard,
I would eat them.
okay, so you would
You'd
eat
eat
a
anything.
mentally
Look at
challenged
you.
person who's a mute, who has the same cognitive ability as a dog.
Dude,
I'm
he's
just
a
kidding, that
beta
sounds
male.
gross.
Look
And
at
I
him.
wouldn't eat dogs
Okay.
either.
No. So I'm not asking what
Okay,
you would
Jim
do.
Bob.
Would you-
John Bob,
try-
will you? Are you an alpha male?
Try to be honest, Flow State. Don't just try and be an edgelord. Try and just give honest answers. Or else
do
you're
you-
just
I'm
wasting
not
our
an
time, and I'm
alpha.
just
All right,
gonna
here,
kick you off.
let me be
Here,
honest.
let
What I was
me
trying to do is
respond to
speak
his
you up 'cause I
question.
feel like you're conveying concepts very slowly, logical
Let
consistency.
me
So
respond
I
to your
appreciate you being
question,
thorough.
Beta. Hey,
I
Well, no,
appreciate
so
you being
my-
thorough.
my next
I never
question.
claimed to be an alpha, but I will tell you this: guys that
Mhm.
Go ahead,
Ah.
Brandon.
No problem. So I was just going to ask, right? So when we have cases of mentally challenged individuals who are at the same level of dogs, cows, chickens, pigs, whatever else, would you be in favor? Do you think it would be
I'm a
morally right?
Like I said, I'm a speciesist, so I believe in humans over other things.
Okay, so it's just so it's not cognitive ability, it's not level,
correct.
it's just the species.
Correct.
Okay, but what does that have to do? So, like, for example, I could value the human species more, but how does that justify me doing whatever I want to other animals, especially when we don't need to?
I wouldn't justify that. That's not my position. I think that there's some things that are just cruel for no reason but cruelty, right? You think dogfighting, whatever. And I don't think that cruelty for cruelty's sake is a good thing.
Why not? So why are you against like torturing a cow, for example?
Torturing a cow because it initiates harm for the harm is the recreation, right? So if you're causing harm just to cause harm, that's a vile action.
But when we have very clear evidence that there's no need to eat animals, wear their skin, put them in zoos, then how are those actions any less recreational than just torturing a cow?
So first of all, I would say that I don't agree that there is no need. Is it possible? Sure. You guys are all evidence of that, right? Y'all live without killing any animals. It's not scalable. I don't believe you could implement that universally. And
absolutely it could.
Well, you don't think that would cause issues in like third world countries where people depend on hunting? I'm not talking to you, John Bob. Keep eating.
It would be impossible to eat something that's more environmentally sustainable and doesn't require feeding 80 billion animals. It'd be impossible to do that. Fucking idiot.
But for example, when it comes to scalable, that's a whole nother conversation. I'm talking about you and your moral values. Like, for example, if we were, for example,
I think it's unhealthy, and I quite enjoy
what is that
eating
based
animals.
on? But
what's that based on? I haven't done a ton of research. I'll admit that it's based off just anecdotally. The vegans I meet tend to be three things. They tend to look sickly and withdrawn. They tend to be moody as fuck, John. And
you don't know any vegans, bro.
I know. I don't know any currently, but I know lots of people who have dabbled in it.
I have a question. What do you think's less
a bunch
healthy?
of half-assed people who didn't take it fully seriously.
And they tend to be self-righteous douchebags. That's why everybody hates vegans.
I have a question. What do you think is less healthy? Eating a well-planned plant-based diet or smoking cigarettes? What do you think is less healthy?
Oh, I know smoking cigarettes is unhealthy.
Okay, so clearly health is not your priority, right? Clearly clearly health is, you don't give a shit if vegan diets are healthy. You just like meat. Yep. You just like the taste of flesh. So
well, I also if I don't eat meat, I get moody. I don't know. Some people necessitate more or less protein than others.
That's carbs, bro. You need more carbs.
But what do you? No, if I don't eat meat, I get moody.
But so the moodiness comes from most likely from the lower amount of calories you're eating, right? So when people just take out meat from their diet, what they're doing is they're taking out a very high source of calories. And if you don't replace those calories with enough plant-based food, you're gonna get hungry, you're gonna lose weight, you're gonna become malnourished over time. So you just saying, well, when I don't
believe that that's it though, because the only time, like I eat meat, right? The only time that ever happens is if I, on a weekend I wake up late and then I eat a stack of pancakes, right? Like that's not a lack of calories, but it is a lack of meat.
Hold on. So you're saying that when you wake up late and you eat a stack of pancakes,
I'm saying that I'm never at a lack of calorie. When I don't eat enough meat, it's never because I'm just not eating enough and getting enough calories. It only happens if like I eat. The only thing I've had that day is pancakes, for instance. I was just giving an example of time that happens.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's other reasons why you may feel like shit just eating a stack of pancakes for the whole day. But yeah, I mean, again, when we're talking about like nutrition, this is why it's important to look at the research, because there are people who think that praying makes their cancer go away, right? And there's no verifiable way to prove that praying takes cancer away. But we do have studies that support other methods of treating cancer. So when we have studies upon studies showing that when you have a well-planned plant-based diet, you not only are not at higher risk of nutrient deficiency, but you have better long-term health outcomes, then your anecdotal like experience could just be from your
I
own,
reject your better long-term outcomes claim.
You just said you didn't do any research.
That's correct, but I know enough about like say plant-based plant-based because I'm not trying to justify my lifestyle, right? My whole
should be.
I'm not doing a whole live stream around. I should be. Well, I'm not.
Hold on.
And in fact, I'm going to eat extra meat now. And I'm not even hungry. Katie.
Do you not think
twice as many melons to teach you a lesson, you fucking beta?
Not the melons. Leave the melons out of this. What did they do to you?
Do you not think that people should have a justification for their actions, a moral justification for their actions?
Not when it comes to just eating food. No, I don't. And then yes, animals are food.
Okay, what about cannibalism?
To make you angry.
Hold on. What about
yourself heart disease? Get erectile dysfunction.
What about cannibalism? Because when you say you don't think people should have justification for when it comes to eating food, first of all, animals are exploited in many other ways besides eating food, right? I'm assuming you don't avoid leather. I'm assuming you don't.
John probably has sex with that dog beside him.
So I'm assuming you don't avoid other forms of exploitation. So that even
more
that
ad hominem.
Another conversation.
I know, but if you're going to let him ad hom me, I'm going to ad hom him right back. You can't leave John off
no, you're spiraling
and get in your feelings because I'm being mean
You're
to
just
him.
getting mad and lashing out and trying to be edgy again. You're just wasting our time.
Me?
So what were you going to do?
Not here in good faith. Don't actually want to have this conversation.
Oh, I'm not actually going to change my mind here. I am actually curious about your positions, and I am actually here in good faith. If you remember,
did you learn anything?
This guy started the hostility, and no, it's you're verifying what I already thought about vegans. Except, like, I like the three of you. These two are being douches.
We're better than you.
Just really quick.
Fucking gonna be mean to you.
When you say that I am not going to change my mind here, you're kind of showing your cards, right? You're kind of showing your hand, because what you're saying is, regardless of what I'm told in this circumstance, regardless of what evidence is provided, regardless of what strong argumentation is provided, I'm not going to change, which tells me that you actually aren't interested in an intellectually honest
You
debate.
wouldn't really expect to be able to change somebody's mind in one sweep, would you? I've been eating meat for 37 years. If you think that that's how people change something so dramatically, then you're mistaken. You have to drip on them over
you're
time.
incapable of learning, dude. Imagine being so stupid you can't learn and wondering.
I liked you better when you were eating lettuce and nuts. I got some nuts for you, John Bob.
What's it like being unlearnable, unteachable,
don't you, beta?
Incapable
You
of
like
learning?
So, like I said, if you want to change somebody's entire paradigm, it's a slow drip, right? It's not like, oh my God, I'm surrounded by self-righteous douchebags. I'm going to change and be one too. That's not how that shit works. Everybody knows that.
Well, to be honest, the only person who kind of sounds like a self-righteous douche who thinks they don't have to justify their own actions, right? I'm here saying that I think that whatever action I choose to do should have a justification, and I should care about how that impacts others. You're the only person who's saying that you don't have to do that. So if anybody sounds like a douche, hold on. If anybody sounds like a douche, it's kind of you, not to ad hom, but you're ad homing first. But the second thing, right? I don't expect you to change your mind overnight, but when you are sitting here clearly stating, I haven't done the research, I'm going off of personal anecdotes, I don't know, right? And then you're saying, well, I just think this way and I'm going to eat double the meat just because. That tells me you're not really here to actually like push your own position. You're not actually here to try and better yourself. You're just here to ask questions and then kind of troll a little bit, which is fine. I mean, obviously you're welcome because you're here, but like you can't claim to be honest and be here on good faith and then kind of behave in that way. So I hope that makes sense. And I guess I think I'm done with that conversation.
Sure.
One of the things that I would just
you go ahead.
If I can, is, and there's no anger.
Right.
It's really, if you haven't tried it, then it's difficult to knock it. And if you do try it, understand one thing, there's going to be quite a detoxifying process. And that's actually a difficult one. It can be a painful one. And you're literally shedding stuff on the inside. If you tried it, and it doesn't work, it's a matter of just having a discussion with some people. What maybe have I not put in to make this work? Because it's not an easy thing to do. But what I can say is the feel good factor. Like you feel good. You feel light. You feel alive. You feel energized. There's not a lack of energy. There's clarity of the mind when the gut brain thing are working together. It's a really cool thing to experience. So I have the least expertise of the group here, I will say, and I'm one of the most recent converts, and I did try it in the past for about 9 months, and I came off because I didn't have energy. And I just thought, oh, and I literally ran to a beef. And there's no shame in admitting that because there's trial and error. I've tried it, I failed, and I'm doing it again. It feels good.
Worms. You're forgetting the worms.
Yes.
How long have you been a vegan for now?
This one is recently, very recently. So I feel you and I understand where it's, you know, why should I try? And I'm seeing, and the community can appear very angry. It sometimes I think what it is actually if you only tried it and if you only felt it, all I can say is it actually is really awesome. And there are alternatives. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I'm glad you did. I have a question about that. So I absolutely believe that you feel better and more clear-headed now.
Thank you.
My assumption would be that that's because when you're eating vegan, I assume you're eating less just trash food, right? You're not eating Twinkies and Snickers and all the other stuff that people who are not vegan, you know, are the ones that consume the trash. No?
Well, of course not. But the getting the detoxifying of all the processed and all the chemicals that are not in line with your body really wants, certainly does it take effort? Does it take commitment? 100%. You know, you don't want to go to any place that's out there because frankly, profit margins are their goal and not your health and not nutrition and making you actually leave in a more fulfilled manner. They want you to feel good. There's a salt, there's a chemical structure to what is put out there, and it's designed to make you addicted to their food. So when you go through this, there is an elimination of those addictions. And all I could encourage you to say, it wouldn't be a one shop. I failed. I'm doing it again. I'm feeling amazing. I don't think that it's going to be an easy process in terms of finding the balance. But I'm turning to real live foods, grains, whatever it is. At the moment, I'm actually even just juicing. I was on a 2-week water detox, just distilled water to go into autophagy and to
2
really
weeks?
get out just distilled water. Yes.
For 2 weeks, is that what you said?
Yes. To go into a state called autophagy, which is one of the most remarkable things that you can do to your body, because it really starts to actually the person who would know the best on this one is Patty. Please enter in at any point you want, Patty. I'm not the knowledgeable expert. I'm a human being having an experience, and I'm saying that it feels really good. Try to not, you know, before you knock it, irregardless of some of the people you're having interactions with, just know it could make you feel better.
Thank you for jumping in. I'm glad you did.
Thank you for just listening.
I think he's talking shit to me.
Vegans might have junk food, but chemically reacted corpses with saturated fats and cholesterol that cause erectile dysfunction, diabetes, cancer, and all sorts of things, that's fucking junk food. It's filled with hormones such as estrogen that cause men to be obese and grow tits. It feeds parasites and worms. And that's why most people, when they're coming off a meat-based diet, if they struggle, it's because the parasites that had all the unlimited food source of fucking corpses that were decaying inside of the body, all of a sudden those fucking food sources are gone. So the parasites that are used to eating flesh, they turn on the host.
Parasites don't eat plant foods and sugar.
If you're eating plants with parasites, they're the type of parasites that eat plants. They're not going to turn on the host unless if they're there because there's sewage and animal-based parasites, because, you know, the animal agriculture industry spreads parasites all over the place. So no, there's not parasites that are going to attack a flesh-eating animal on plants. They're there because they eat plants, and they're not a threat to us. But when you invite flesh-eating parasites into your body, and then you stop feeding yourself flesh, they will turn on the fucking host. Fucking scary shit. It causes people to struggle. It's a big
And
deal.
how would you say that being vegan has impacted your overall state of well-being?
Well, it took a very serious fast to clear out a lot of the parasites, but I mean, overall, my energy levels are through the roof. I went from not functioning, sleeping 12 hours a day, and having issues. Nothing stops me. Nothing stops me in life. I now have my own farm. I now married. I got rid of my cane. I got rid of my glasses. My energy levels are through the roof. My mental clarity is insane. I've become a lot more dominant and aggressive. That's probably the only downside. But I don't fucking feel bad. Fucking.
What you call dominant, I call emotional.
I call you a beta.
He's just got a
You're
lot of
fucking obese
testosterone.
and have breasts, dude.
He's just got a lot of testosterone. He's just got a lot of emotions that he can't control. You're not doing anybody any favors if you're trying to sell veganism, John Bob. You're shooting yourself in the foot.
Let me clarify something.
What am I trying to
want
sell?
to hate on me, dude? But guys like you, you don't end up in MMA rings. Skinny guys like
Talking
me.
shit
you
about
hate on the
vegans.
skinny guy, but you're a fucking beta. That's a laughing stock to the average guy. Just saying.
All right.
You're the one who brings up erectile
We'll talk to
dysfunction
you
3
later,
times so
Flo.
far.
It was fun.
What I can say is John Bob actually has a completely other side to him when this one isn't, having
The
this
gay submissive
discussion.
side.
But he's incredibly knowledgeable, and he's actually, in terms of a health standpoint, he is a beacon. I mean, it's just being able to overcome that. The guy's gone completely raw only. It's astounding. The discipline and the passion for one's health and one's vigor is that's a commitment, and it's not easy. But it doesn't mean that
it doesn't look easy.
But it doesn't.
Let me ask you a question.
No. We're not spending any more time with
One
this
thing,
guy.
if I can just say something in terms of what can happen in a short period of time, and this is all it is. I've spent a number of years, 4 years, being incredibly ill, being lenient on the medical establishment for support. I did it their way, and I ate what I felt I needed, which, at the time, grass-fed, organic, blah, blah, blah. And then I tried this. I have no pain, none. I was on IV pain meds. So the fact that my body went into autophagy and did that work, which more is to come, and now I'm giving it pure fuel, all I can say, it's not a selling point. It's just a testimonial. It's miraculous what can happen. And in a short period of time, if you show the commitment to it, the commitment is actually not to the vegan way. People can be, whether or not they want a vegan card, whether or not it's the animals, whether or not it's sentient beings, whether or not it's nutrition, you have to be motivated by something within you, whatever it is. And for many, it can be a variety of things. But all I can say is I am no longer on any drugs. I am no longer on any assistance. I am happy. I am well. It is tough because I'm getting crap out that I've accumulated through my own choices in the past. And that's all I can convey. If you've got any aches or pains or whatever, just consider it. It doesn't take that much, but it does take effort.
I can feel that I'm about to get kicked out, but real quick, a question. What is there something about me, and maybe you don't know the answer, what is it about meat that would cause pain?
Inflammation.
I mean, Patty is the perfect person to probably talk to this, but it's acidic. You want an alkaline level within your body, and you really want to make sure that things are supported. Patty, can you talk on a technical level with that? Not to put you on the spot or anybody else who wants it.
Well, I mean, animal product, like you could look at T. Colin Campbell and his research on casein and milk protein and the there's a plethora of research studies showing that meat protein, animal protein from the flesh of an animal is more likely to cause inflammatory states like cancer. And, look at atherosclerosis. That's more predominant in a high-fat diet. I mean, there's just so much that we can point to.
So
why,
the inflammation basically is what it comes back to, though.
Yeah, and speaking of parasites, parasites show up because we're feeding them and there's congestion. So when we eat foods that we're not biologically meant to be eating, it creates a lot of acidic byproducts that then become food source for these unnatural beings that do not live in a symbiotic relationship with our body. And
Mucoid plaque.
Mucoid plaque is another example. So when you're in balance with nature, when you're living in alignment with natural law, which I believe a natural diet is one that is predominantly plant-based, there's not going to be these imbalances to attract parasites and to attract these, like inflammation. One thing that puts inflammation out that our body does naturally is lipids and cholesterol. So think of our blood vessels. Our blood vessels become clogged with cholesterol-based plaquing or even calcified plaquing because inflammation is building up. And why is the inflammation there? Because irritants are flowing through our body. So when we absorb these nutrients that are unnatural to us, especially meat that has been cooked, denatured protein is so unnatural. When you cook it, it kind of creates these agglomerated molecules that we don't break down completely, and then they get absorbed. We get leaky gut syndrome, which is allowing these molecules to be absorbed into our bodily fluids. And then our immune system looks at these unnatural molecules, we start attacking them, and that increases the risk for autoimmune disorders. So all of these Western diseases are, I think, connected to a diet that's predominantly based on animal flesh.
Is cooked meat more unhealthy than raw?
Cause butt cancer, bro. Like cooked meats, like that straight up causes colon cancer. You want to die of colon cancer? That's not fun, bro.
So speaking of cancer, and I have a
Not
friend
gonna
who's
be
stage
fun.
4 cancer of the colon right now, and trying to assist him in whatever choices. But this is the thing, it's free will. And no one's gonna force you get to choose. That's the beauty of it. But what I will say, even in this specific detox, is the crap, pardon the pun, that comes out of your colon, that petrified. I mean, it's mine, and I am about to woof my cookies because it smells different, and it's been in there a long time. And my colon, TMI to the group, I'm sorry, I apologize, I'm really sorry, but once you get into this, it's astounding what we're carrying. And any effort to have a fruit cup or whatever, it's kind of wasted because of what's absolutely stuck, it's congealed, the mucus in the colon. People are doing themselves a disservice by not having a clean water pipe system here going on. It will try for 30 days and just see, give yourself, or 2 weeks and just see, but also include this thing called coffee enemas. They're a pretty I mean, oh my God. So anyways, TMI, you poor guy, the powder does it. You're a brave soul. Thank you.
Thank you for chiming in. You're a great ambassador for veganism, I suppose. Keep John Bob locked up. Thank you for allowing me to come in here and ask questions, even if you were fairly unpleasant. Jeffrey, take it easy.
Bye.
Later, bro. Jeez.
Imagine intentionally giving yourself booty cancer and wanting somebody to cut on your butthole. Fucking meat eaters are the weirdest motherfuckers. And if they think it's weird that a vegan talks shit to them, how would they feel in a room with a child molester, dude? Of course they're going to stand up to somebody they think's morally inferior to them or a bad person. It's insanity to expect different.
John Bob, it's a culturalized thing. I mean, this is it really is. I mean, people are habituated, and to choose this path, it takes education. It takes being witness to other people doing what they're doing. It's not easy. And the fact that he's even having this conversation, whether or not it was to come and stir the pot or whether or not it was to just listen, is known only to him. But to some extent, there's some bravery going on there that he came on board at least and listened to all different
the fact
people.
that he was asking questions was very positive.
Yeah.
Totally appreciate that.
Yeah.
We're getting a good example of the personability of women right now. All the guys are like, fuck that guy. And you guys are like, oh, no, it's good.
Well, I mean, if it's, I don't know. It doesn't, for some, it can happen overnight, and for others, it's not, and it's just like, allow the process to happen, allow the person to have their free will, and let their health state be their beacon. I don't know. And I'm not the long-term one who's got 15 years and all these years in it. So
Alicia, what, you've been vegan like 3 weeks now?
A month.
A month? Hell yeah.
I think I'm doing okay. I think I'm doing
She's
okay.
doing so good.
Good God.
Dude, you got rid of your pain. You've been in chronic pain for 4 years. How huge is that? No pain.
I'm on monthly lidocaine IVs.
Here's the question. What about during your juice fast? Did you still have pain, or is this the first time without pain, even with that juice fast?
No, it's during the juice fast. It happened, about a week or two? I shared it with you, John Bob, at the time. I can't remember the exact, but I'm like, hang on, don't move. Today's a good day. I don't have pain. Like,
you don't understand my question, or do I misunderstand your answer? I'm saying when you did that 90-day juice fast before, did you break the pain cycle then too, or no?
Oh, correct. I was, no, it did not. But I wasn't doing coffee enemas. TMI, I'm sorry, but you got to do them. And
it's important.
It's important because I wasn't cleaning out what I was detoxifying. So it's an essential process. Like, if you do the change, you got to get rid of what you put in there. And I take full accountability for that. And I'm not judging what others' choices are. My beacon is multifold motivated, but like, I want to feel good.
Yeah, but you didn't know that. So that's not really your fault. I mean, it is our fault. We got to be accountable. So good for you for the accountability, but you can't fix what you don't know. And if you don't know where the disease, where the pain, where the inflammation is coming from.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the fact that you're irrigating and cleaning that stuff out, just be patient, keep working on it. I mean, you're obviously making progress if you're not in pain. So that's wonderful.
Yeah, thank you. And one thing that I will say is this choice of how we feel ourselves brings you closer to you. Like, how can it not? It doesn't separate you from yourself. I don't know. There's something, Patty talked about the different levels, and there can be even esoteric, but like, there's a blockage that's removed from your own relationship with yourself.
It causes us to change. I really like what Jeffrey said about how us guys are like, fuck him, us guys, we're becoming more like the men that I hate to say it because I'm not really a statist, but our forefathers, rebelled against a country and had a fucking revolution. You know what I mean? Those guys, a couple hundred years ago, there were no refrigerators. They were eating 99% plants. You know what I mean? So when you eat a plant-based diet, you become more dominant, but also women become more nurturing, more, in tune and more wonderful in womanly ways too, It's kind of wonderful.
I will say I did a lot of plant-based, like, I know I could probably, write a book. I'm pretty good. I know my way around the kitchen with plant-based food. And so it helps to have that. And I love plants. So there we go.
It's pretty wonderful. We're always told that we don't have a variety when we, like that guy was saying, oh, you don't have restaurants. dude, I eat 10 times the different foods I did before. I've planted 25 different types of trees this year. I'd probably eat like a fruit or a vegetable every now and then. I'd live off dollar menu bullshit. And now I have like a plethora of random things, and I'm always going to like Asian or Mexican markets trying to see what I could get that's different that I haven't tried before, or incorporate a new plant.
It always frustrates me when the carnists assume that we're having this burden on our lives, when really I've been, I was vegan in the 90s, and then I became a carnist and went back to being vegan. And even when I was a carnist, I remember being a vegan and appreciating food so much more. Just like having the less access to it, you appreciate it more when you get to it. And just the carnists just assuming that we're just sitting here eating lettuce and we all hate our lives. That's always a funny fallacy.
And that we can't eat at any restaurant. I understand not being experienced in being a plant-based eater, but I commented this earlier. I mean, we're in a pretty small town. Upwards of 80% of the restaurants we can get something. Even these little diners and places, they all have impossible burgers.
Yeah. But I like listening to Powdered Dusty in some of his, because you can hear that he's actually navigating in his head bits and pieces of this. And when he said, I had the stack of pancakes and I felt I wasn't satiated, and it's interesting in going through this process, and truly, John Bob's been my biggest support in all of this. The irony that he's seen as one thing and actually he's another is ironic. So credit to you, John. Sorry to let everybody know there's a great side to John Bob. But
here's the thing, man.
What?
Here's the thing. When you learn to eat right, like I'm gonna be great to anybody that's great. But when somebody's advocating to harm animals, that'd be like somebody advocating in front of a con to like hurt children. Like, some people are bad people and you got to stand up to bullies. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like I want to be an angry person. I'm great to almost anybody, providing they're not hurting somebody or being a bad person.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but just in terms of his comment about the stack of pancakes and feeling that he needed something or he needed more, it's interesting because even as I go through this detox, the one craving that I had, sorry, cover your ears, fish and chips, for reasons which like came out of nowhere. And I was like, well, I know I can make vegan fish and chips if I ever absolutely needed it. But I knew what it was, is parasite craving. It was the parasite knocking at my door, trying to put something in my head as to what to do. At least that's what I took it as. And it didn't get it, obviously. Sorry, I'm done.
Parasites love fish. So that would make sense.
Whoa, there we go. I was like, palm apart. This can be done later. Okay.
So I didn't hear from Dr. Rogers today. He must have had an emergency or something. We might have to have him on next week. But this is a relevant video since you're a new vegan, Alicia, and this was going to be one of the series of questions I asked him about how to start veganism and if he thinks that starting veganism overnight is dangerous in any way, because this is something I've heard from people. But yeah. Good introduction.
Okay, I get a lot of questions about how to start a vegan diet, and some doctors were asking me about this recently. So here's how it is. The first thing is, the patient should understand that there's a lot of good reasons why the vegan diet is a smart thing to do. All the good stuff that you want that makes you healthy, it's in plants. You need the potassium. You need the magnesium. Most Americans are low in potassium. They're low in magnesium. They're low in antioxidants. They're low in fibrate. They're low in nitrate precursors from the greens to make nitric oxide vasodilator. And they're potentially low in folate. You need folate to make, BH4 and for a lot of other things. Okay, so what I'm saying is all the good stuff comes from plants, and that's literally true. And then all the bad stuff comes from meat and processed foods. There's an excess of fat in meat. Animal protein is like a major carcinogen. A typical animal food, let's say salmon, 50% fat, 50% protein. Animal protein is a major carcinogen. It just causes accelerated cell replication. Okay, what else? There's no carbohydrate in animal foods other than, a little bit in milk from the lactose, for example. Animal foods, like I said, very high in fat, very high in animal protein, and they often have bioaccumulated at the top of the feed chain, pesticides and herbicides. They often feed them, if they come from a feedlot, all these estrogenic chemicals to fatten them up quickly. The processed food, they've taken out almost all the fiber. There's no fiber in meat, by the way, none. It tends to be preserved with sodium, often flavored with lots of sodium. So meat and processed food tend to be associated with a very high sodium diet. That contributes to hypertension, as does the excessive fat. So all the stuff you don't want, and then all these toxic chemicals in processed food, that's where they come from. And also, plant food, if it's processed, I recommend only eat plant foods that have a single ingredient, whole foods. Okay, when there's more than one ingredient, they can put stuff in there and not tell you. Okay, so anyways, there's good reason to eat the plant-based diet. In addition, there's other reasons besides just the general nutrition of it. If you look at it, 1 billion out of 1 billion rice eaters, can't be wrong. They're all skinny, okay? White rice has only 1% of calories from fat. The lower the percentage of calories from fat, the skinnier you will get. So a lot of people want to go low-fat vegan to lose weight. And by the way, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a low-fat vegan diet with whole foods. Okay, the healthiest diet in the world is low-fat vegan, low-sodium vegan with whole foods. And foods only have one ingredient. No oils, no artificial sweeteners. All the artificial sweeteners are toxic. All oils are liquid fat, and they're toxic. No high-fat foods either. No avocados, nuts, or soy. Okay, that's the healthiest diet in the world. And then other things are, what does it do in terms of health? Well, it optimizes body weight, prevents hypertension. Hypertension and diabetes are the gateway diseases, and obesity to coronary artery disease, atherosclerosis, plugging up arteries all over the body, making you stupid and demented. It also prevents leaky gut because of all the fiber and avoiding these processed foods with all the toxic chemicals. Prevents constipation, again, all the fiber. Prevents dementia, dramatically lowers the risk of dementia because you get good blood flow. It thins your blood in a positive way. It lowers the risk of cancer dramatically. Okay, I would say commit yourself. If you're kind of like a typical wimpy person, commit yourself to just 1 month. If you're a strong person, commit yourself to 2 months. If you're taking any pills for like hypertension, you gotta let your doctor, your healthcare provider know, because you're gonna have to lower your dosages. You don't want to keep those same dosages while you're eating this diet because you'll drop your pressure too low. Same thing with diabetes, especially if you're taking insulin. You got to let your healthcare provider know to titrate down your dosages. Otherwise, you'll be over-treating yourself and you drop your sugar too low, be hypoglycemic. You probably won't even need diabetes medication if you haven't had it for that many years once you go low-fat vegan. Same thing with hypertension. Most hypertensive who go low-fat vegan, they don't ever need to take a hypertensive pill again. Okay, the more chronic you've had it, if you had it for decades and decades, multiple pills, you're less likely to get off all of them. But a lot of people do. If you're taking anticoagulants like Coumadin, for which the plant-based diet can interfere, let your doctor know, work at titrating your dose or switching to a different substitute medication. Okay, take a standing picture of yourself, a nice selfie, full length, bikini picture or bathing suit picture, whatever. Weigh yourself on the scale so you know your baseline. Have a little journal where you keep track of what you're doing and how it's going. That could be useful to refer to later to track your progress. Check your resting pulse, check your blood pressure, just check your total cholesterol. That's a reasonable thing to do at this point. You can watch, you might want to check your vitamin B12 too, just to know where that's at. You can watch vegan videos online. There's lots of good sites with vegan videos. You can go to I have a playlist of beginner videos, okay? Because a lot of times when I get a troll or somebody else, I give them a chance. I say, look, if you want to learn, here's the beginner playlist, okay? Or people that are newbies want to get started. I have videos about Spartan vegan diet. That's the version of the vegan diet I eat, very low in fat. My version of it's, real similar to the McDougall diet, basically. I'm a little fussier, similar to the Esselstyn diet, too. OMAD diet just means 1 meal a day. Some people eat 3 times a day. Some eat twice a day. Some eat 1 a day. I like 1 time a day because it's convenient. And I just eat at the end of the day when I'm not really going to do much else anyways. I don't like to eat in the morning because it starts me off to a slow start. I got to go to work early. Plus, even if I'm not at work, I'm doing brain work and I don't like to eat. It sets me back when I'm trying to do intellectual work in the morning. So I just eat 1 meal a day. So get that figured out. Now, the key question is like, what's the make it or break it issue? You have to find a starch that satisfies your hunger. Starches are the best food to satisfy hunger. And you have to come up with something you like so you can satisfy your hunger. Because if you can't satisfy your hunger, you're not going to stay with the diet. Now, billions of people all over the world are quite happy eating a low-fat vegan diet. So starches are the best food in the world to satisfy hunger. So if you want to lose weight, you definitely want to, consider going with white rice, potatoes, and sweet potatoes as being a major part of your starches, because they all have only 1% of calories from fat, so they make you skinny. And they also are good for lowering blood pressure and reversing insulin resistance. Okay, there's plenty of other good starches as well. Lentils are probably the lowest in fat of the beans, at only 3% of calories from beans. Black beans are about 4% fat. Garbanzos are about 13% fat. I would not recommend soy. I think soy is a bad food in general, but in particular, it's also very high fat, like 37 to 40% of the calories from fat. Oatmeal is a little bit fatter. I don't know, in the ballpark of like 15% fat. Quinoa is something similar. Organic corn, I forget the exact number, but I don't think it's too high. The only thing is it has to be organic. I don't like the non-organic corn. Organic grains, some of the good organic grains are good, like millet. Some people have issues with gluten and all that stuff, but people all over the world have eaten grains for years, so you'll have to work that one out, but that's one of the decent grains. Okay, starches in general, they're cheap. They can store at room temperature for a long time, so they're very convenient. It's okay to put a little bit of sugar or salt on the food, sprinkled on the outside. You don't want to mix it in there with cooking. So take a week or two before you commit to your 1 or 2 months of low-fat vegan only to just figure out, will you be able to satisfy your hunger? Do you have enough food in the pantry to keep you going for your month before you get a chance to go back to the grocery store? Practice cooking it. Watch videos online. Learn how to cook these foods. All I ever do is boil the food. I just boil water. That's how you make oatmeal. That's how you make quinoa. That's how you make rice, beans, potatoes, sweet potatoes. Just boil it. It's a very easy thing to do. If you got somebody else who can cook for you, that's nice. If you got somebody who knows recipes, that's nice. But a lot of us in this world, we have to do stuff by ourselves. So you need to know what to do. Good to have a stainless steel pot for cooking. All you need is water. It's good to have filtered water, optimally, like reverse osmosis filtered water, but you don't have to have filtered water. Okay, but the advantage of having like at least a carbon filtered water is it removes estrogenic chemicals from the water. Estrogenic chemicals, estrogen is a fat storage hormone, so that can make it a little more difficult to lose weight. So make sure you got your starches loaded with your pantry loaded with the starches you're going to eat. And I would recommend try to get the animal food out of the house, the junk food out of the house, the processed food out of the house, just because, you're more likely to eat it if it's there. Okay. Figure out what fruits you like. Fruits are relatively expensive. They don't tend to store as well unless they're there for as long amount of time, unless they're frozen. But, good to have some fruits. Okay. So again, this is what you want to do that first week or two of planning. So you've got a strategy to figure it out. Okay, figure out what salads or vegetables you like. Some type of greens every day is good, whichever one you want. It can just be a salad. It could be kale. It could be broccoli, whatever you want. Cauliflower is okay too. Like Dr. McDougall said, if you don't know what to do and you just want to become healthier, eat 90% of your calories from starch, 5% from fruits, and 5% from veggies. You'll be amazed at how healthy you get. And he also said, if you're sick and nothing seems to be working, you haven't tried everything you can do with diet until you eat only sweet potatoes for 4 months. Sweet potatoes are considered by Dr. McDougall and myself the healthiest food in the world because they're real low in protein at only 4.5% of calories from protein, and they're real low in fat at 1% of calories from protein, 1% of calories from fat. So that's what you want. That's like the perfect diet. You don't have to push for perfection so soon, but I'm just telling you, there it's at. Okay. In separate videos, I talk about how much protein you need. Bottom line, next to none. It's impossible to be too low in protein. How much fat you need? Bottom line, next to none. It's impossible to be too low in fat. I made videos about all this. Pritikin's made videos about this. This is well known amongst people who study nutrition. People who tell you otherwise are BSing you. Figure out, let's see, what else? Try to, like I said, stick to it for at least 1 month. If you're mentally tough, 2 months, but at least 1 month. And then recheck your total cholesterol, recheck your body weight, see how you feel, how your energy level is. Okay. Recheck your pulse. And that's pretty much how it works. So that's how you start it. And again, watch videos at other sites, watch my beginner playlist videos if you like, and that'll help you. So anyways, that's how you start the vegan diet. Commit to it for that 1 month. Go 100%. Don't half-ass it. If you go 100%, you'll get the benefits. You got to commit. You can always go back to your old ways if you don't want to, but you give it a try. All right. Good luck to you.
Yeah. So I was hoping to have him here in real life. I had lots of questions. He has some interesting videos about what omega-3 or is it
Yeah.
6? Yeah, omega-3 just being a complete scam. That it's actually very dangerous.
The promotion of specifically, especially fish
Fish
oil,
oil.
which is the #1 source of omega-3s, and there's clinical studies that have shown that it has negative effects.
And it's like rancid, gross oil, like really nasty stuff.
Was that the guy you were going to have on tonight?
Yeah.
Oh, sweet.
I also wanted to have him go over that B12 video with us. Brandon, have you heard that B12 is kind of a scam also?
No, I mean, when you say scam, in one way.
Like we don't like the supplementation of it, and the B12 supplements are actually like it was something someone came up with out of nowhere, and kind of like the idea that we need it anymore was that what that video was talking about?
I need to do more research.
Yeah,
on
we
it,
needed to we watched this video really quick that was very compelling. I think John Bob actually, if John Bob was actually there that day, he'd be able to explain to us. But it was just like it went back into the history of B12 supplementation. Go ahead, go Alicia.
I have a question, and
Save me.
I'm not trying to put Patty on the spot, but you've got the medical brain. If like what's interesting is I had even like with cholesterol, but cholesterol up can be driven by many things like cortisol and stress. So for B12 specifically in blood panels, one, it does hit the vegan, the plant-based diet, but what else can diminish or seem to require B12? Is there something else that can trigger it that's not just food-based, or does that work?
You mean why do we need B12, or what triggers?
Why would it show up as low on a blood panel? Can it be attributed to something else that's going on in the body that would trigger a lower B12? Like cholesterol can be a false read when they say, oh, you need to stop eating eggs or whatever. Fine. But like, can the same principle be applied to B12?
Well, I mean, it's true that animals, humans, none of these produce B12. It's not something that's inherent in animal products. It's inherent in the bacteria that live in humans and animals. So we technically have that bacterial population, and it is true that in our intestinal tract, not just the B vitamins, but also vitamin K. This is part of the symbiotic relationship, how the bacteria benefit from us and how we benefit from them. So I think that when we eat a species appropriate diet, we will naturally attract the perfect bacterial culture that is going to produce what we need to survive. And so I don't know if that's what you were getting to, with that video you were talking about, but Jeffrey. So I don't know if that's what they were saying, but I know that, even though I've been a vegan for 15 years, I do take B12 every now and then just to be on the safe side. I don't think I've ever been close to being deficient. And I think there's probably more deficiencies in animal eaters than there are in plant-based eaters, because animal eaters, especially, sad animal eaters that are just eating tons of junk food, processed food, dead flesh, their gut microbiome is so imbalanced. They're going to need some supplementation because they're just out of whack with everything. Does that answer your question,
Earlier,
Alicia?
I was
I'm sorry.
surprised. I mean, when I had a full blood panel, I thought, okay, maybe B12, like you said, Patty. Occasionally, I will supplement B12, but it was not an issue, and it never has been. And occasionally, like there'll be some foods that might have some B12 thrown in there. But yeah, I think there might be something too. Yeah, that the gut microbiome, the health of that, really contributing towards your levels, and not just the supplementation or lack thereof.
That is
Your
the
protein
core
was
of the
okay
question.
too.
Can it be something else that's triggering it that isn't necessarily just about vegans? What would trigger a lower B12 in any human type of thing?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just, I mean, they're learning so much more about the healthy gut microbiome. I was at a conference in 2018, I think, and there in Washington University in St. Louis, they were actually, based on their findings, now recommending to pediatricians to not give children broad spectrum antibiotics just because they now know how important the gut microbiome is. And if you wipe it out in youth, you're setting yourself up for so many chronic disorders down the road. And I don't think any physicians read that research. They're still prescribing antibiotics, like it's candy. But slowly these things start to become aware to, physicians and whatnot. Although, I think I would like to have Paul Rogers on, because I think we should question how much we should be taking our children to physicians in the first place, because we're setting them up for so much detriment. But yeah, I think it's more to do with just the internal imbalance in the body.
And that's just like the cholesterol myth, where it can actually be something else. It's usually just targeted to, something, and it's named and blamed when actually it could be something else. So what would be the best food source if one did find themselves in a lower B12 on a traditional medical blood panel?
I would say eat plant-based foods, high fiber foods. Fiber is what feeds the gut bacteria. That's the natural prebiotic that the bacterial cultures that live inside of our GI tract need to, feed upon. I mean, that's their food source. We give them food and a cozy place to live. They give us vitamins. They also prevent, if there is such a thing, pathogenic bacteria from taking up residence in our GI tract. So, it's a win-win situation.
Can I add to what you were saying about our children and the antibiotics?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I like what you were saying. I think you were pretty close to spot on, but I do think you were wrong about one thing, about the children not being given antibiotics. I think currently with our actual system, I think it's necessary for them to give the kids antibiotics.
And why do you say that?
What happened?
John Bob, you cut out.
Well, I think these people are subjected to so much disease because they're eating animal products that they would actually, that the diseases from these animal products are so dangerous that without antibiotics, I think it would wipe these kids out. Whereas like vegan children, they don't get sick, they don't get exposed to this stuff. But I mean, we are in a very pandemic, viral world from all these factory farms. These kids get so sick in their youth that I don't think they'd survive without antibiotics currently because of the diseases being spread. I could be wrong.
I think it is so true. We live in a completely unnatural world and we're completely imbalanced. But I mean, to give you kind of an idea where I'm coming from, I don't necessarily even believe in the germ theory. I think that, bacteria, viruses, I think they're part of nature. And it's the internal milieu that attracts, certain pathogens, quote unquote pathogens, to show up to feed upon the things that are building up in our interstitial spaces. So all of this congestion coming from the high fat, high animal flesh diets, it attracts these things. And that's what makes people sick, not the bacteria. They're like the fire truck that shows up at the fire. You're not going to blame the fire truck for the fire. You're going to blame the fire on what caused it, which would have been like someone leaving the stove on or something like that. So what is causing infection or the symptoms of infection may not necessarily be the bacteria, but it could be the congestion from wrong living.
Can I push back a little bit on some of these claims? Is that cool here?
Oh, please do. Yes.
All right. The only thing I would say when it comes to, I'll start with the B12 thing. I'm interested in the research. It's the first time I'm hearing about the microbiome affecting nutrient levels. But from my understanding, right, we were able to get B12 because our food wasn't sterilized. So the soil wasn't sterilized, the food we were eating wasn't sterilized, and the bacteria, they synthesize B12. So that's where we'd get it from. But now we wash everything and we sterilize everything to prevent, foodborne pathogens and the spread of bacteria or different germs, if you want to call them that. So you no longer have that bacteria synthesizing B12. So, I mean, a lot of vegans, I would say probably, if they're consuming multiple forms of fortified foods, like for example, I eat cereal with soy milk, the cereal's fortified, the soy milk's fortified. I'll eat something, something else that's fortified, whatever. So if you're eating like nutritional yeast, a lot of nutritional yeast is fortified with B12. So if you're eating multiple forms of B12, that's probably why you never need to supplement. But if you're not doing that and if you see a low, like if you're low in B12 on your nutrient, if you get a blood test, I would say, based on the research I've seen, and again, could be wrong, but the most reliable way to make sure you're getting all your nutrients is just to supplement, or to make sure you're eating enough fortified foods with those vitamins and minerals in that. Because what I see very often is plant-based dieters who are plant-based for 5-6 years, who have their nutrient reserves, and then because they don't supplement, because they do a lot of raw food, because they don't do blood tests, they don't check their nutrient intake, they start getting symptoms of malnourishment or nutrient deficiency, whether it's low energy, whether it's hair falling out, whether it's, whatever it is, and then they blame it on the plant-based diet. So that's, from what I've seen, the best research I've looked at. And again, I could be wrong, so I'd love to take a look at other research if you have any, or other evidence. But the most reliable thing we can do is supplement. It really, especially nowadays, to me, it doesn't make sense to to put all the work on eating a diverse diet when you can just take a supplement and make sure you're not going to be deficient. But that's what I've seen. So yeah, that's what I say about the B12 thing. And sorry, go ahead.
I'll die with a cereal box in my hand, bro.
Yeah, I love cereal.
I love cereal. I'm a total cereal guy. Yeah, we're not me and John Bob fight all the time about processed foods, but we're not super scared of processed foods. I know we get a lot of B12 and stuff like that. But I have the video here. It's a short one. It was pretty interesting. We definitely would like to look deeper into it. I was going to ask Dr. Rogers also about it, but we'll just watch it real quick. It was pretty, and this guy Race Lever in the chat, he's manic about this video. Where did I just there?
In a good way or a bad way?
Good
I've
way.
been pretty excited about it. I've been wanting to see this for a couple of weeks now.
Follow the yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick road.
Obviously not very scientific, but
Follow the yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick road to the magical land of B12, where one magic supplement will bring you back from the brink of insanity and death and cure every disease you've ever had or ever wanted to have, even cancer. Is it a placebo, you may ask, or some type of snake oil? No, it's B12, and it breaks all the rules of nature. But first, before we worship at the altar of B12, let's find out how this magical, crucial, essential bacteria vitamin supplement was first created. From the Journal of the Royal Society of Medicine study, Recognizing, Treating, and Understanding Pernicious Anemia, published in 2008 on the government's prestigious National Institute of Health website, comes this fascinating and sketchy history of how B12 originated and was eventually marketed to vegans as that one magical bacteria vitamin supplement that nature forgot to provide in plants or pre-existing in the human body. By the way, it doesn't say anything about B12 being found in the dirt or water.
That is one big plant.
Vitamin B12 was initially created as an alleged cure for pernicious anemia. The first case diagnosed as such was in 1824. Although the cause was never investigated, the patient, who subsequently died, exhibited all the symptoms of food poisoning: possibly shellfish poisoning, inflamed stomach mucous membranes, diarrhea, extreme thirst, and vomiting. Not coincidentally, the same doctor who diagnosed this case, British surgeon Dr. James Combe, published a paper a few years later on that very subject called The Poisonous Effects of Eating Mussels. It turns out that the mussel beds in that particular city where the patient died were located really close to the sewage outlets. In other words, the patient was not suffering from any lack of vitamin or beneficial bacteria, but most likely from having been poisoned by sewage-tainted shellfish. This one case apparently set off a whole chain reaction of doctors trying to find a cure for this pernicious anemia without even knowing the cause. One clueless doctor even tried treating patients with arsenic. But it wasn't until a vivisection experiment in the 1920s, using dogs who had been bled out to simulate an anemic condition, these dying dogs were fed raw cow's liver. Although there was no proof how long it actually extended their lives, it was deemed a cure. The raw liver was then fed to 45 human patients in a trial, most of whom dropped out because they found eating the liver incredibly disgusting. Nevertheless, the experiment was considered a success, even though fruit and iron pills were also included in the diet. It's also not clear how closely they were monitored. The doctors even admitted themselves that it was inconclusive with such a small group of people and with other food being given. It should also be noted that all doctors involved received Nobel Prizes. So it was then marketed as a supplement, a raw liver extract, to make it more palatable to the public. But it still just did not sell well enough. So they decided to switch the market over to farmers to give this crap to their animals, marketing it as a miracle cure for anemia. Basically, the farmers were now feeding herbivorous animals their own organs, essentially making them cannibals. The farmers made excellent customers, as they did not question if the stuff worked or not, and they bought it in bulk as an antibiotic. But the makers of this extract did not give up trying to sell it to humans. This was where the real money was to be made. So, extracts of raw liver were sold as intramuscular injections throughout the 1950s. And it was in 1948 that this extract of raw cow liver, now with kidneys also added in, was officially given the name vitamin B12 and touted as a cure for pernicious anemia. Again, all doctors involved received Nobel Prizes. So let's review. This extract of cow liver, sold as vitamin B12, was never obtained from dirt or water, as many vegans now are taught to believe. It was derived from the raw liver of a cow to treat what was most likely simple food poisoning, with absolutely no proof that it was effective or necessary. The whole concept of this product was based on the theory that animal organs are beneficial to humans. And of course, when veganism started showing signs of exponentially growing, that became the perfect consumer group to target. After all, vegans were obviously deficient in animal products, and especially the newer, less confident vegans could easily be persuaded that they needed to supplement with something that plants could not provide. And it was pure marketing trickery to label the product as a vitamin, so as to bypass regulations that a drug approval would have required. One of the very few known pioneers questioning B12 as far back as the 70s was Dr. Vivian Vetrano, who lived to be 91 years old as a vegan, who never supplemented. She said, "If vitamin B12 is not in fresh fruits, vegetables, nuts, and legumes, and if bacteria does not manufacture in the body where humans can absorb it, then we don't need it. The only other explanation is that nature made a great big mistake." Do you think nature made a great big mistake? I don't. I believe humans are 100% herbivores that require only plants for nutrients. And when it's claimed that you used to be able to obtain this mysterious bacteria vitamin from the dirt and the water, how many decades has it been since anybody last ate a fruit or vegetable that they hadn't meticulously washed off first? And when was the last time you got your water from a fresh mountain stream? So if everything is so sanitized and the soil so depleted now, how the hell are we still able to get all the other essential vitamins, nutrients, and beneficial bacteria from plants that grow in it, except for this magical B12? And why isn't B12 available from the same plant sources as the other B-complex vitamins? The soil and water explanation seems to be something that vegans have added on to explain why it's no longer available in the vegan diet. but it makes no sense. Once you follow the money trail of B12 and how it came to demonize the perfection of a vegan diet, you will see it leads directly back to pharma, who manufacture it, and the meat and dairy industry, who want you to buy their animal products. Why does the Vegan Society tell vegans it's dangerous not to take B12? Because they're making money selling the supplements. The truth is that these synthetic supplements are made in the same drug labs that make vaccines, using the cheapest toxic waste byproducts to maximize profit. Sources of the bacteria include dairy whey, which is waste from the dairy industry, activated sewage sludge, coal tar, and strains used to make dangerous antibiotics like synthetic penicillin and streptomycin. As for the list of deficiency symptoms, these could apply to 20 other medical conditions. Just the side effects of taking B12 are much more frightening. The B12 patch has a listed warning that it can cause blood clotting and heart failure. The supplements cause skin toxicity with outbreaks of severe acne, as well as increased risk of cancer, as shown in 2 recent studies.
Yeah, so I don't know, compelling, worth researching deeper on. Wouldn't be surprised, What's that?
Imagine
John
that imagine that in industry tricking you into buying a product that's going to make them rich.
Yeah,
is that kind of how it all works? Like everybody's got an industry and a magical product that you need. You can't live naturally in nature. Not that I'm saying it's wrong, but I mean, it's a compelling argument. You know what I mean? And it's a common
we'll
theme.
do more research on it for sure.
Yeah, I want to look into that.
Yeah,
That's
and
worth
it makes me wonder, people that do have severe B12 deficiency, if it's not just kind of something else, like maybe a deeper detox that they're going through, because people that detox, they lose their hair, they lose a lot of crap that was hiding all of the congestion. It all comes out at once. So, I think it is compelling to look into that.
And that's what I was talking about. Could it be something else that's triggering this blood panel work that's actually giving it a false impression of something else? And then actually people are chasing after a distraction ball that isn't even the root cause of the problem that's going to make them feel better to begin with.
Yeah.
Well, look at Fully Raw Christina. That girl's absolutely beautiful, but her hair fell out and everything. I don't know if you guys know who she is.
Yes, I know who she is.
Yeah.
She's pretty well known.
Wait, she worked with Dr. Morse, didn't she, at one point? Or
She's pretty big in the raw vegan movement. She's moved to Hawaii, I believe, now, but I don't know if she ever worked with Dr. Morse.
Maybe it's Hawaii.
Say that again?
I thought it was Bali, but maybe it's Hawaii. You might
She
be
might
right.
be she has a property in Hawaii. I know that much, but she might have moved to Bali since then.
Or was it John Rose? She actually ended up working with John Rose.
Yes, John Rose.
You got that.
John
person that
Rose. I'm
influenced
sorry,
her.
misinformation bill here. Got that wrong. Yeah, I autocorrect.
Yeah, they
That's
were both
one
in
thing I
Houston.
hate about her. Like she like seemed ashamed to admit she knew John Rose when John Rose like helped her heal herself, just because John Rose's beliefs with the Jays and stuff, and with you know what I mean, like he actively speaks out. He thinks like that people were lying about that part of history, that the German army wasn't what they were made out to be. History is written by the victors, and none of us were there. I'm not going to hate on that guy, whether his opinion's popular or not. The guy saved her life, and she's embarrassed by him. That's one thing I dislike about her. But that's my honest take. I don't know her personally, so maybe I don't have a business saying that.
I don't know her personally either.
And I will say, Patty, it's amazing that you do Dr. Morse's work and you're doing, you're speaking with him and everything else. It's just, I was introduced through John Bob through that. It's just phenomenal.
Oh, well, cool.
Yeah, he's incredible.
Dr. Morse, yeah, Dr. Morse is he's quite inspirational. I mean, he's the real deal. I worked with him at his clinic for a little over a year.
Cool. I think he's the best healer currently alive on the planet. You know, like I'm surprised they haven't targeted him like they have Sabi. So I got a question. You said you're not a fan of germ theory. Is it because you've read this?
What? I can't see it. What does it say? Oh,
Goodbye,
goodbye,
germ
Doom
theory.
Theory. I have not read that. No, it just it's been something that has been in the raw vegan circles about questioning, you know, whether the terrain theory versus the germ theory. I mean, I'm a college professor. I work in a biology department, so I keep all of this to myself. But when students ask, I do, provide alternate theories if they're interested. Unfortunately, not too many are.
Good for you. I think they both exist. I think they're both a thing, and to deny one part of science just, and go with one thing rather than realizing that nature is very complex and there's a lot of different variables in play would be absolute lunacy. But I mean, I also, when I hear something and it makes sense, I will question what I'm fucking taught. That's for sure, So.
Well, in academia, there's definitely things you're not supposed to say. And I can see the control, in that branch of society anyway. But yeah, you can see how like the germ theory, the gene theory, these theories benefit allopathic medicine in the way that they can help produce more drugs. They just can coerce people to go in a certain path of healing. Whereas if we question these theories, it gives the human more of their own ability to heal themselves. They don't have to take a medication always. Yeah, Dr. Sam Bailey, she's put out some good stuff too.
I'm not aware of who that is. Do they have any books that you'd recommend?
You talking about Sam Bailey?
Yep, that's what I'm asking.
Oh, I just know her from online, like videos I've seen, but I don't know a lot about her. But I've seen her give, there's a Facebook group I belong to called Terrain Theory versus Germ Theory. There's a lot of wonderful information in that Facebook group. I definitely recommend it to everybody. Lauren Whiteman, who she's a big proponent of natural hygiene. She has done amazing research and has collected a lot of information in that group supporting the terrain theory.
I'm in that group.
Are you really?
I think I am. I was going through my groups today sharing this live. I bet you I shared it like 40 places. I don't see anybody on here from there, but I tried, But yeah, I saw a group that was at least worded very similarly to that. And I thought, I forgot I was part of this group, and I shared it.
I think it's called Terrain Theory Refutes Germ Theory is the name of the Facebook group.
Whilst we're just talking health, I interjected. Sorry, John Bob.
I'm not sure the exact wording. It was something similar, but honestly, I think you phrased it slightly different. So maybe that's not the same group. I'll have to look. I like, that sounds like like-minded people. I'll probably join that.
Yeah.
If ever there's an opportunity to explore the topic of water fasting, I know Dr. Morse is big on it. I've experienced a smaller one. We had Scott Gordon on who did 27 days. I would love a chance if it's or not.
Dr. Morse actually is not a big fan of water fasting.
Oh, he's not.
No, he actually thinks that water fasting, that most humans are not ready for water fasting because it's such a deep detox. He thinks people need to start out with, raw foods because it is pretty intense. I got into water fasting from leaving medical school and, finding Joel Furman. And I worked at his clinic for, several months. And then I did my own water fast with him. But I just learned so much about its healing attributes. And I saw some pretty prominent reversals of disease. I mean, there was a man there we were working with who was denied his 4th cardiac bypass surgery because he kept clogging up his coronary arteries, with poor dietary choices. And his insurance was like, no more, we're not going to pay for another cardiac bypass. So he went to Joel Fuhrman, and he went on a 40-day water fast. And when they assessed his arteries, completely clear after the 40-day water fast. Wow. So for situations like that, I mean, when you're like, you know, on death's door and you need something drastic, I think a water fast is amazing. But, you know, it is a pretty, I mean, you've experienced it. It's a pretty strong detox. And unless you can take time off, and
I did. I had.
And, you know, it's good to check in with people, because when I was working at his clinic, you know, we were doing vital assessments, you know, and taking blood work to make sure everybody was, you know, staying somewhat in range. Although it's really hard to, you know, with water fasting, it's just so pure and simple. You know, it's really hard to, I didn't see anybody up there having anything. There was one guy there that went crazy. I think he kind of was having a meltdown, but other than that, everybody did quite well.
Yeah, it's very intense. I was on my butt. I've never slept more. And that's, you know, when the body is sleeping, it's healing. And it's difficult. But again, it's trying to reverse and take accountability with this, where I find myself at. And and I think it day by day as well. So, you know, and I would agree, it seems probably an appropriate thing to have a preparatory phase to that if one can.
Yeah.
Because it is fully and intense. So yeah, cool.
Yeah, Dr. Morse would not tell somebody to go on a water fast.
I didn't know that. Sorry.
But there's other people like Lauren Lockman. He supports it, and I don't know, other people have. There have been, I think, in the raw vegan community, there have been some shady people doing water fasting too. You know, where people have gotten sick and they didn't get the appropriate care. So there's a lot of considerations, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and I wouldn't take it lightly. I can understand how there's
and it's there, I think, as a tool, but I think it's a tool that should be reserved for people that are really sick or they don't have any other options. I think the healthier thing to do is just eat a healthy diet and exercise and get out in nature and enjoy life.
Yeah. Be the easier way. It's not easy.
Yeah, it's
I don't know. I think sometimes you got to clean house, and you don't get a better way to clean house and, you know, work on things than not putting anything new in, especially if you have toxic interior, you know. And don't get me wrong, you're right. It should only be, you know, when the need absolutely arises, you know, if there's easier ways. But if you have chronic issues and you need to dig in deep now, there's no better way to really dig deep than a water fast.
He does. Dr. Morris does put it at the pinnacle. You know, he does admit that water fasting is the, you know, shortest distance to cleaning out the body, you know, but at the same time, he recognizes that our level of health, where we are as a society, you know, because since birth, we've been injected and drugged and our air is unclean, our water is unclean. He thinks that so many people are so toxic that if we start with water fasting as the get-go, it's going to be a tough go for a lot of people.
It'll scare people off. I mean, as your fat cells are like burning up and your body's cleaning itself, say you've been taking pharmaceuticals your entire life, that shit's releasing into you. And that's why I recommend, if you ever even consider a water fast, you need to do coffee enemas, because you have a vein that travels along your colon that actually touches your liver. And if you use coffee, the caffeine there will stimulate the liver to dump toxins. I mean, otherwise you're going to get a toxin overload. You could harm yourself. It's potentially dangerous. So.
John Bob, you're telling me to put coffee in my butt. What are you talking about, man?
You're not doing a water fast, brother. But and honestly, I think you're pretty healthy. You're an athlete, you know. But if you were obese and you were sickly and in the right situation, yeah, I'd probably tell you to stick a tube up your ass and run coffee through it. You know, I mean, there's situations in life where, you know, weird things happen, weird things become necessary. Jesus himself actually promoted enemas as well. But that was a
And I
different
have
time.
family members when they were kids back in the day, they go to Greece, and if they got sick, that's what like our family members would do. They'd be like, oh, like you need to do a coffee enema. That was like a known, I guess it's like a old Greek thing. Yeah. I just like found out about it recently. I think it was when my aunt was telling me about it. I'm like, what? And I asked my mom, she's like, yeah, it's what they did.
It's
I never knew that, but it
amazing.
makes sense.
Yeah, like even conditions like I had diverticulitis, and I'm just shocked. Like what it does is poop gets bedded into your colon, and what is it called, papillae or something? What do you call those? Is that what you call? I literally had with like it looked like the root come out. And you know, I mean, sorry if it's, but it's like, you know, if you're committed to trying to get better and committed to get rid of the toxic load, then it's amazing. Like,
you know what I find interesting about that? You're talking about
float.
Well, not to go too into detail about our poop or our colons, but what I find interesting about that, we're taught about our lungs in school and growing up, and they show you the lungs of the smoker compared to the lungs of a normal person, but they don't explain how cooked food will cause your innards and your stomach and your intestines to become warped, impacted, and damaged the way a set of lungs would by smoking, you know? So to actually clean it out and repair those organs, just like you can repair some lungs by quitting smoking, quitting doing what's damaging it, it's very fucking impacting. It's incredible. It's beautiful research, you know? So
Make that link, is that'd be interesting to read. I know lungs hold grief as an emotional, you know, is there a lifestyle, is there a situation or whatever, and there can be that. I didn't know meat eating could affect one's lungs.
Well, it's a chemically reacted corpse with acrylamides and heterocyclamines, and your body isn't designed to get rid of meat. So, like when you put this cooked shit through there, and then all of a sudden it becomes impacted and forms strings of mucoid plaque, of course it's going to cause deformation. It's just, I would consider it probably common sense that it's going to happen. You know, I guess I've
really
never
nerdy sounding, John Bob.
Yeah.
It's some fucking nasty shit, dude. It's fucked up. I mean, I fasted for 120 days and I still had impacted fecal matter coming out. I mean,
You
fucking,
water fasted for 120 days?
no, not water. No,
Okay.
I am not that hardcore. But I did 116 days and then I did 4 days on water just to try and finish it up and see what I could do. And then I caved and I started eating.
What did you fast on?
What was it, juice?
Yeah, juice. I focused on watermelon juice because watermelon's nice and cheap. You can even juice the rind. You can get plenty of, you know what I mean? And the rind is green, so you're getting plenty of minerals out of the rind.
It's a hardcore fast. Watermelon is incredibly astringent. I mean, that's a tough one.
I've been on watermelon juice for 2 weeks.
Wow.
Watermelon.
I killed 5 different parasites. It was wonderful. I'm a completely different person following that. I'm much more calm, level-headed, except for when I'm talking to meat tards. I like bullying them. But, yeah, fucking, it's amazing. I'm a completely different person. So I did watermelon, and then I did ginger root, because ginger root stops biofilm accumulations. Lemon stops the watermelon juice from going bad, and like, I was incredibly sickly going into this. So, I mean, there were nights where I thought I was going to freeze to death. I was like holding myself all bundled up, wrapped up in a blanket, thinking I was going to freeze to death. Like, these worms ran me through hell. But each day it got better. You know what I mean? And I just fought through it. And, you know, I kind of got my life back. Pretty wonderful experience. Yeah, liberating.
And you saw all of the worms escape your body?
I have a lot of pictures and absurd shit that the average person doesn't want to see. But yeah, I tried really hard to document it. One thing that I forgot to take a picture of, and I really wish I had, was I had a worm city come out. and it was about a 2 foot length, and it looked like there was like white lines running through it, but it was like worms, and they were all intertwined and
You
like
said a worm city?
Yeah, yeah. It
Like
was
with
pretty
government
nuts.
buildings and whatnot.
I felt like that. I felt like they were right at home and they had set up their own little city. And I mean, when it came out, it was like a rope like 2 feet long, and you could see the long, and they were all like, interconnected running through, you know. It was pretty crazy. I didn't get a picture of that, but other than that, I got a lot of different picture of rope worms and hookworms and flukes and God, what was it? There was rope worms. There was
All
tapeworm.
right, John Bob, we're gonna move along.
Okay, sorry, probably too much detail. But yeah, pretty
I'm the one who
liberating.
brought up
getting into
poop.
that
I'm so
stuff.
sorry too. Apologies.
No,
Well,
but this stuff
everybody
should be
poops, so.
discussed. Because, if we don't discuss the bad stuff we're putting inside of us, then people feel comfortable eating in a way that, you know what I mean? Like, how many people claim, like Justin, oh, I got sick from not eating meat? No, if you had any problems, it's because you quit eating meat after you put parasites inside of you, and those flesh-eating parasites turned on the host.
And
It's
that's
really simple
yeah.
science.
And that's the thing, like even with Powdered Dusty, when he's asking, and he felt like a pinch just with the pancake breakfast. It's like, understand there's going to be a pinch. Like for those of you that's been doing this forever, I mean, hats off to you. Oh my God, but maybe I'm just like one of the people to show the bridge between not that long ago. By the way, I had a lot of that raw and pasteurized, really good from the farm. God knows what I was putting in my body in terms of parasites on that one too. A little scary, but anyways.
I think we impacted that guy in a way. I mean, we cut him down. Like we just hit him with bullet points and facts nonstop there. And all of a sudden he's willing to ask questions after making stupid comments saying, oh, I'm gonna eat twice as much meat, And all of a sudden he's like,
He definitely
being
left
calm.
He definitely left here not feeling that great. He was like,
We
that
just heard him.
backfired. He thought he was going to come here, and I don't know. Brandon kind of put him in his place.
Takes it for whatever the agenda was. It does take guts to go into a forum of of a specific audience, and also just to understand. Yeah. Anyways.
Courage or stupidity. I always advocate those as being the same thing.
Yeah, but naivety and not understanding, and also just following the flow of what we've been habituated to, is part of the thing where you need to stand up and just take stock on how are you feeling from a health perspective, a mind perspective, an emotional perspective, an energy perspective, and let that be your beacon, whether or not, however you end up deciding to integrate more fruits and vegetables or try it all in just to see. Because the people who do naysay it's just give it a go first, but understand that the process first is bloody hard. Like what you've got in there, it's not easy.
I was surprised by his question about parasites, because most people don't know the answer to that. They think you could get parasites from eating plants. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many common
Well, everyone thinks E. coli comes from plants. It's like,
that
no.
shit comes from sewage, man. They put fucking sewage on our food, and then you got them from eating kale. No, I don't think so.
I don't know what causes parasites. I'll stand up and go, I just want rid of the critters, and we all have, most people have them. So to better understand that, maybe that's another topic to be explored. Like what the hell causes it? Who wants parasites?
Yeah. Pretty scary. They're pretty smart. They're very powerful animals. And they have a communal intelligence that I know I sound insane saying they have a communal intelligence, but the thoughts they'll put in your head in order to trick you into eating wrong or feeding them, it's insane.
They do that.
Anybody that's fasted understands the strength that they have is insane. You know,
you are the number one ambassador for fasting, John Bob. That is for sure.
I don't know about all that, but I try. I try to be knowledgeable on subjects that could help myself or others. You know.
I'm gonna have to say goodbye. I've got an 8 o'clock class I teach
Okay, see
tomorrow
you,
on
Patty.
Mondays,
Thanks for coming
so
by.
it was
I also
fun.
have to go,
Patty.
actually.
Have a good
so.
night.
You all too. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you
All
so
right. Thanks
much,
for coming by,
Patty.
Brandon.
Yeah,
And thank you
thanks,
for the
Sissy.
Come
email.
back
I've got to
next week if
respond
you
to it.
want.
Thank
Oh,
you.
cool. No problem. Bye, all.
Bye.
All right, everybody. I'm also leaving. So
Bye.
Later, dude.
nice meeting you all.
Thanks for
coming by.
Later, brother. Have a good day.
Check out
You too.
Brandon's channel, Logical Consistency, on YouTube.
Thank you. Thank you for the plug.
Later, bro.
All right. Have a good night, guys.
Later, brother. He seemed really
Check
down
out
to
his
earth.
channel,
Nice guy. Who's the Patty chick?
Light a
Where'd
Cult
she come
Revival.
from?
What?
Who is the
Patty's
Patty
been around
chick?
before. She's on the One Great One Work Network.
Yeah. I
don't
talked
think
to you
I've
about
met her.
Patty. I talked to you about Patty.
Yeah,
I don't
check her
think I've
out.
ever
Natural
physically
Law
met her.
Health on YouTube for
Yeah.
Patty's channel, Natural Law Health.
Natural Law Health, Patty Logger.
And if you go
She's
on
a
Dr. Morse's stuff,
professor.
you'll see them talking. Like
Yeah.
she's on Dr. Morse's Telegram. She's even there. Speak
Yeah,
of
and
my
she
God.
has a weekly show. Usually, I don't think she's been doing it, but she has a show called Natural Law Health. But Allie got to ask Mark a question a couple weeks ago. Got a pretty rad answer.
What's that?
I had a meme that came up on my Facebook the other day, and I've been thinking about it a lot, and I kind of wanted to run it by you and see what you think. So it's an image, and the text says, inside you there are two clowns. One romanticizes isolation, and the other romanticizes community. And so personally, that it got me thinking, and also like looking at the freedom community, because I know myself, I have that inclination of wanting to isolate from society. And, we see that with prepping and the whole idea of going off grid and isolating yourself from the problem. But then I sort of oscillate the other way too, where sort of like romanticizing community, where we kind of have this idea of like once we create this community of people, whether it's like in person somewhere or kind of online, I feel like a lot of us get really caught up building that, and we sort of lose the plot, so to speak, to where we're not working towards pushing
correct
law and pushing
both things remove teaching morality to the public. It's like, I don't really care where anybody lives. You could live in a super populated area like I used to. You could live out in the middle of nowhere. I'm about halfway between those things right now. And you can still teach. That's the whole point. You could be part of a huge community and do all kinds of communal activities, and you can still teach. The problem is people get focused on those things and then they don't teach others.
And we can get when I echo chambers too.
Correct. You have to realize the whole world is not your tiny little group of people who understand what you understand. I'm under no delusions that just because I choose to surround myself with somewhat conscious people, that the world is conscious. I could take you to places that, I've been, and most people wouldn't even go there. They wouldn't even stay there for a second. They'd be running for their fucking car with the kind of consciousness that is present. Most people have never seen it because most people live in suburban or rural areas. The bulk of the population lives outside of cities. Now, don't get me wrong, there's a big portion of the population that lives in cities, but most people are not from the concentrated inner city regions that are very densely populated. Certainly not conscious people. Most conscious people are not from that type of an environment. The vast majority of the freedom movement is not from that environment. Or cities would be better places than they are. They would be more conscious places where you don't have fucking walking zombies and brainwashed idiots everywhere, just proliferating, sprouting up, and just fucking choking the fucking ground that they walk on. I was recently in Philly, and it's an atrocity. The place is an atrocity. It's an atrocity in the year and a half since I lived there. It's an atrocity. It's a bigger atrocity than when I lived there. It's just total degradation of consciousness. Willing slaves, people who are just completely fucking brainwashed through and through. So, yeah, I mean, this is another worldview problem is don't get lost in, I want to escape. That's not the answer. Don't get lost in, I want it all to be some communal party, because that's not the answer either. The answer is get on the battleground and teach and reach others' minds. We have to force the consciousness of this fucking world to change. And yes, it can be forced. This is the problem, is that everybody goes, oh, you just need to just be full handsome. Oh, come and get this. People don't want what's good. They don't want what's healthy. They don't want what's right. It has to be forced upon them. They have to be barraged until they understand it is this way, and that's in your best interest, and take your fucking medicine. The end. The end. Stop being a fucking baby. Be a fucking real adult. Be a fucking conscious, moral, responsible adult. And get the fuck over yourself. And that's what people don't want to hear. They want to kill people who tell them that, instead of saying, yes, that is the actual answer to grow up, to really learn how things truly work, instead of believing bullshit. All the delusions that these fucking people believe in of how things actually work. They've never studied the dynamics. They've never listened to real wisdom. They've never philosophized. They've never gotten down to first principles. And all they want to do is either be self-serving and live for their own comfort and pleasure, which is hedonism and escapism, or they want to have some big fucking party. Where, oh, it's all just a good time all the time. Oh, or it's all just comedy all the fucking time. Or it's all just getting together with friends at some comedy scene, I'll quote Glenn Danzig from the Misfits. He said, you think it's a scene. This ain't no fantasy, boy, to some effect. I'm missing some of the words. He said, this ain't no loving. This ain't no happening. This ain't no feeling in my arm. What song is it? It's Night of the Living Dead by the Misfits. I'm not in your cult. And, it's like people think this is just some fucking scene. This ain't a social scene. This ain't a joke. This ain't a comedy. It ain't a fucking movie playing on a screen. So I totally agree that meme is, don't glorify either one of them. They don't deserve glorification. Either one of those is a trap. Have a balance between those, but get in there and do the work. And I could keep screaming this till the end of time. It's just the will's just not there with most people. They're just made of junk. Like I've said before, you can't shine shit. You end up smearing it all over the fucking place. And that's really kind of what has been being tried to do. It's like people have to become something that is not shit. They got to force that into their makeup. They got to force that into their character and say, I'm not a piece of fucking shit. I'm going to do better. I'm going to force myself to do better. And then people want to say that I'm part of the problem. I'm handing people the fucking solution, handing it, shoving it in their face, and they can't see it and they don't want it. They want to remain trash. They want to remain losers. But people got to say this out in the open, just like that. The problem is we want to pussyfoot around it. We want to tiptoe and dance around everybody's feelings and sensibilities. That doesn't make an adult. An adult has to be told the hard fucking truth about how reality works. And not bullshit about how the system just is. That's bullshit. We got to be told how nature just is. Nature's the only thing that just is. Everything else is changeable. Nature is what doesn't change. Nature is the fucking line in the sand that can't be crossed. People want to say, oh, this is just how the system is. You just don't want to accept it. You're naive. No, they're fucking brainwashed and naive. They don't understand natural law is what can't be changed. Human bullshit, that can all be changed in a heartbeat by dumb motherfuckers stop believing in dumb fucking shit. When dumb motherfuckers stop believing in dumb shit and act differently, everything in human society can change. We just got dumb motherfuckers who are have such calcified egos that they actually think they're smart motherfuckers. And they then believe smart motherfuckers like myself somehow are dumb motherfuckers. It's the exact opposite. I'm smarter than all of them put together, holistically. And I'm not bragging. It just happens to be the case. And I wasn't always like that either. I wasn't this smart. I became this smart over time through work. It just wasn't shit that magically rained down from the sky. And I was in the torrential rain and all of this knowledge started coming to me. It doesn't work like that. It works by you busting your fucking ass day after day after day after day after day. Non-stop, not taking no for an answer, saying I'm going to fucking learn this if it kills me dead. People are just weak and they don't have the fucking resolve. They don't have the tenacity. They're not pit bulls. They're not lions. They're weak and they're fucking quitters. Those are the worldview issues that have to be healed through shadow work. And I hope that this seminar is showing some people what it's going to take. Now, think about the amount of aggravation that I deal with. I go through it, I let it happen, and I do what's required anyway. It doesn't mean I don't get upset. I get upset all the fucking time. Enlightenment is not never getting upset. Anybody that believes that, you've been fed false bullshit spirituality. Your emotions are there for a fucking reason. It drives betterment. It drives betterment. I express being upset because I want those dynamics to improve. And what they have to be done is expressed to the people who write fucking software or make hardware so that they take more care in their craft. Because most of them are the same shit that everybody else is. And they don't put any time and attention and care in their craft. It's just a fucking job for a fucking paycheck of garbage Federal Reserve notes. And that's the problem, is that's the only motivation for this mud race called humanity. We don't want to create something that is artful. We don't want creating something that's truly useful. We don't want to create things that are truly beautiful. We don't want to create things that are truly functional. We want to just go to our fucking shit slave job, crank out a fucking half a day's fucking lazy ass garbage work, and then receive a paycheck on Friday, and then go get obliterated and engage in sports quack all weekend. But again, there's no telling anybody. Preaching to the choir, not reaching anybody. Nobody's bringing me on any platforms because they don't want to hear the truth. I've been laying the fucking truth out. They don't want to hear that. They want followers. Fuck followers. Be a fucking leader. Be an adult and be your own leader. They want followers. They want money. They want fame. They want attention. Fuck all that. I'm going to spit the fucking truth till the day I die. And I've been right the whole time, and exactly what I've been said is exactly what's come to pass, and it will continue to do so, and history will avenge me. History will vindicate me. History will tell the truth about Mark Passio. That's all I have to say about that. So I agree with you. Your meme is that's a powerful meme, and I agree with your assessment of it. And you know, that we have to watch worldview. We have to watch our worldview. And I'm still not even saying it's not possible to turn it around. I'm just saying that, boy, oh boy, when I look at the average person who says they want freedom, they are dumb as dog shit. Dumb as dog shit. I wish I could say something better about it. But whenever I'm around a lot of people in the freedom movement, I just listen. You know, I eavesdrop on conversations all the time just to hear what people are saying to each other. Or if I get engaged in a conversation and I hear where somebody's worldview is coming from or what they actually believe the solution is, what they think is the most important dynamic when it comes to freedom, a cockroach has more brain power. It's pathetically sad. It's not just sad, it's pathetically sad. And we think we're going to beat the fucking social engineers? They're pissing in their pants laughing at us. They don't give a fuck who's in there as president or so-called elected officials. They couldn't give a shit. They have people's minds so perfectly fucking ruled over that they'll never get their head out from up their ass. They got it jammed in there so far. And I just see no indication that that's changing for the better. I can't believe some people think, oh man, you've done so much stuff. You've really changed people and all. It's like, I'm not interested in hearing that because I don't see it. Zero. I don't see it at all. At all. Not even a little fucking bit. I think less than 100 fucking people in the whole fucking godless world are actually teaching natural law to any decent level. Less than 100 souls on the whole fucking planet. Or I'd know about them. So that's my answer regarding that meme. It's a good one. Very powerful.
Thanks, Mark.
You got it. Let's hear from Manuel. Manuel, go right ahead.
Hey, Mark, what's up?
I'm sort of in a mood. It's just, I'm not responding well to things going on. I mean, when I'm around consciousness that is just degraded and doesn't get it, it's a pet peeve. It's just a fucking pet peeve of mine, especially in big groups. It bothers me. It just bothers me. And it's not the only, it's many other things.
It was a great question.
I was pleased by the answer.
Yeah.
He talked about a lot of things. Like I had to interrupt once just about okay, us getting caught up in an echo chamber, but he kind of hit all of the points that I was hoping he would talk about. But yeah, good answer. That was from, just to be clear, that was from the How to Become the True Media course.
In the question period.
His annual course.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's I mean, I don't know how he doesn't have great big golf ball thumps on his forehead from knocking his head against the wall. I mean, because even you have people in the group who have apparently gone through all of Mark's work and still don't freaking get it. Like they still act like imbeciles.
Yeah.
You want to talk? Who was it? It was Dusted Powder dude was talking about the species and it's just like even within humans we have morons, and they're in our group in part at times. I don't know how he keeps saying.
I would say 90.
Alicia and I have both fully experienced some of these followers of Mark that he talks about. And then, yeah, like she was saying, I mean, these are people we've talked about this ad nauseum, but these are people who paid to be in this course and still get, we all get caught up in these things, but it's just frustrating to see people who I like to think of as peers kind of fall into these traps. And it's kind of heartbreaking, but yeah.
And it is an
What's
opportunity.
funny, I was looking through Mark's friends list the other day and I was seeing all these people I knew in it, and I was laughing because I was like, none of these people talk about natural law or anything like that, but they're all buddies with him.
It's the social scene.
It's a social thing. It's what did Mark say? It's the intellectual bullshit curiosity or something that they people have this like curiosity about Mark, but they don't take what he says serious.
It's a hobby or curiosity. It's not a full integration of the study and understanding of this work. It's kind of it's like bullshit hobbyist kind of.
Yeah.
I think that's probably a wrong assessment to that. I think it's more of a popularity thing, wouldn't you think?
No, for sure.
Well, that's what the
it's a social thing. Yeah, everybody wants the clout from knowing him or being a part of it. No one really that's why I go hard after all these natural law podcasts that happen. These guys, they go take these classes and then they go do these podcasts where they just kind of plagiarize him over again, and they don't do any outreach. They aren't actually doing any if you to know you look at these guys' channel and you can tell he's not promoting their videos. None of these guys promote their videos. If they cared about their content and they thought their content was good, they would promote their videos so they'd have more views. But these guys just machine gun content out, and it's like the most boring stuff, and it's all this infield baseball echo chamber, not doing anything better for the greater good of the world or continuing the word of natural law. They're just doing this like circle jerk infield baseball thing where, you know, they're just telling people that already know what they know, the same stuff they know over and over again. It's really weird.
Well, you did a review of that. What was it? Was it 2 weeks ago or whatever it was? An intense review. Like, hashtag duh. Like you're amazing at really, you know, to have the balls to do what you do. It takes time, energy, commitment, and it's helping to educate people if they open their minds to listen. But
yeah, unfortunately, we have 10 people watching, so there aren't that many of those people around.
well, that's, you know, live play right now, and it's not to say that there won't be views later. So
yeah, no, I'm not worried about views. It's just, you know, as
Well, I'd
long
like
as
to bring up
there's a
the
couple
views.
people around who get it, that's worth doing for me. I'm not really trying to.
I mean, I get that, but it's frustrating for me seeing you put all this hard work in. Fucking, I tried really hard to share this weekend. We didn't get a single extra person. I even shared it on a carnivore page, trying to get the meatards to come harass the vegans. I even phrased it that way.
No, they won't. You know, we got like that one guy. There's always one dill hole that comes up here that just, hey, Austin Murphy. There's always some dill hole that comes up here just all, oh, vegans, I'm going to troll them. And then they leave like that guy left, like, all, ugh, that was a waste of time. I just embarrassed myself, you know, like.
Well, not only embarrassed himself, but he did start asking questions. You know what I mean? And that was actually surprising and impressive. So, I mean, you know, here we are, a group of people just destroying him. So maybe, you know, maybe he's going to look into this shit afterwards. Nobody wants to look like a fucking fool, you know?
Yeah, don't hold your breath.
Well, and hearing the perspective, like from like Alicia was saying, like talking to him, just like, hey, this is something you should try. Just seeing that, like, we are not coming from a place of wanting to attack a guy who has a position that's different than ours. It's from a purely compassionate, caring position for all life, including his. And so hopefully he can walk away and has, you know, that's kind of the seed is planted and he has that in his, you know, in his brain. And, you know, the next time he sees a vegan product, he can really sneakily do it, you know, and he'll put it in his shopping cart and he'll try it. And, you know, you never know. And it takes time. Everyone's on their own path and their own journey, and the indoctrination and just programming runs deep with all of us, with all humans. Like it's, you know, you can't overestimate the influence on that.
yeah, and it's like the individual, it's the family, it's the friend group, it's the whatever, and it's not just a snap situation. It has a greater domino effect. And just taking pause, maybe if there's a time when he's really not feeling so good, he'll go, well, let me just maybe give it 30 days or something and try, heaven forbid, you know. But
for sure,
That's all I've ever cared about. Is I hope someday, you know, like all this trolling I've done, or posting, you know, vegan memes on my Facebook page, to have 700 dudes come and scream at me for 2 weeks on each one. You know, I just hope that, you know, that day where they sit down with their doctor and their doctor's like, you got to change shit, that they at least, you know, stored some truth, you know, along the way, you know, and or you know there's someone they can talk to, you know, if they need a little bit of help.
There's always vegan group therapy.
Yeah, that's what we're here for. That's why the show's open and live. You want to watch Steak and Butter Gal, John Bob, or finish the Larken Rose video from a couple weeks ago?
Larken Rose. I love talking shit about that beta motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yeah. This video, we started this a couple weeks ago, and we got interrupted by, I believe Padini had to come in and white knight for his boyfriend, Larken Rose. So, yeah. But I gotta finish this because it's pretty. There's a bunch of BS in it.
A good title.
Somebody, I'm not talking about friction, like people disagreeing with me philosophically. Like, bring that on. By all means, disagree all you want. Argue with whatever I say. Argue with what anybody says. I'm not talking about like actual disagreements of principles or ideas. I think that's a good thing. In fact, some people complain, like, can't we all just get along and just ignore our disagreements? Well, if they're philosophical, not really. Like, if we don't sort it out and talk about them and try to understand the principles better, then we don't even know what we're pushing for. It's sort of like, let's pretend to be friends so we can all push for some vague thing that none of us really knows
That's a lot coming from a hothead that blocks people that disagree with him.
what it is. Favor of a lot of discussions being disagreements and philosophical arguments. I'm not talking about that at all. Like, you can do as much as you want about that, and I'll respond, and we'll, argue stuff.
And
That's
then you'll
fine.
block us.
I'm talking about basically personal, psychological, like sabotage and malice and all sorts of
Need some carbs. Need to add them.
stuff like that.
1x.
So there are totally a bunch of basically me hating cliques out there who get together and say how much they hate Larken. Such a data. And it's funny. And a lot of people I know mention it to me, and they're like, it's weird because I asked them why, thinking there might be some substantive thing, if not some philosophical difference, at least, well, did he like actually do something bad? And these people I know who see this going on, because usually it's going on behind my back, because most of them don't have the spine to say it to my face.
Because you block people.
These people who see that and get back to me are like, they can't even say what they're mad about or what they don't like. Which,
Oh, I could say what I don't like about you, Larken Rose.
I swear to God, he's talking
Don't
about
get me
us. I
started.
never hear people talk shit about him other than us, bro.
Yeah.
Really? I don't
No, he's always talking about me. I've always been a thorn in this guy's side. I've always I pestered the shit out of this guy before he blocked me.
Like the only
Good.
other
Me
people I
too.
could imagine are status, like straight people who are talking shit about anarchism. But in the freedom movement, I don't really see anyone else talking shit about Larken.
But
Yeah.
isn't he the statist in the freedom movement? I mean, that motherfucker relies on his fanarchists, dude.
Yeah, he begs for money all day. That's one thing I don't like about him. All activists should never change their quit their day job and start begging their fans for money. It's really embarrassing. You should do your activism out of your love of doing activism and your staying principled with your ethics and shit like that. You shouldn't do activism simply for money.
I mean, if you have enough supporters who want to support you to be able to do that, it's one thing, but to make that your career and your source of money, you're gonna compromise.
And literally,
you're gonna be compromised. It's
Yeah.
just it's just how it is, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it's just the begging, like this dude, the begging and the like pimping of his girlfriend for money. Like, oh, look at these pictures of my hot girlfriend. Send me money.
Why
Like
don't you
literally.
post pictures of me like that on Facebook.
I
and
know.
ask for
Geez,
money?
sorry.
Babe, what the hell?
I'll take some pictures of your butt and put them online and beg for money. Like it's just lame. Also, I have a 2-hour long. It's a little too long, and it's a little all over the place. But I have a story about a situation I observed of Larken Rose taking advantage of Justin Padini and basically swindling a property from Justin Padini. You could find it online on my YouTube. It's called Did Larken Rose Scam Justin Bedini? And it was something me and Allie watched happened right in front of our face.
Boots on the ground.
Boots on the ground. Justin won't admit it, unfortunately.
Will he not admit that we saw?
No, he won't admit that he got scammed.
Oh, okay.
But we watched Justin get scammed twice in the matter of 6 months for a giant amount of money. And Larken Rose, unfortunately, was one of the people that swindled him.
At the very least, took advantage of Justin. And the story honestly will make you feel bad for Justin, in my opinion.
When I made this video, I had a lot of people attack me, and then they finally watched the video and they were like, "Oh, that's pretty sketchy."
What did he buy into?
It was pretty blatant, huh?
What did he buy into or expect to receive?
Well, Justin, forever, Justin had this group going where he was going to buy a plantation in Mexico, and we were all going to have this like cool place to go in Mexico. And, we're all going to leave and blah, blah, blah. And I was always like, Justin was always, included me in the group. And even though I was like, nah, I'm not going to come live with you and Larken Rose, bro. Like, it's just not going to happen. So, but I was like, but I've done this before. I've built off grid. I've done it. I know all the pitfalls of trying to go living off grid or whatever in Mexico, whatever. I just lived in Central America. So then all of a sudden, Justin just randomly buys this place in Arizona, in like one of the most like liberal parts of Arizona, liberal counties in Arizona, a county you cannot live off grid on, and a county that's right by where Larken Rose lives. So I was like, oh, okay, weird. He was like, all of a sudden, he's like, oh, I bought this piece of land. I'm all, when the fuck did you buy a piece of land, Larken? Bedini? Like I don't, like, you've seen me very vicious with Justin, but I've known Justin for years, and I don't think he's got his problems, but I think he's like a teenage kid, like a 14-year-old, like how mad are you going to get at him? So, but he's his parent, he has an inheritance and owns some property in New York, so he has money to just ruin his life with, basically. So anyway, he got scammed for crypto by like one of the most obvious scams that exists, like straight up Indian scammer, like calling Justin, being like, go to the bank now and put money in the bank and send it to this thing, like just the most.
You see these crazy scammers, you're like, who are these people? Who are they getting? Yeah, who are they scamming?
Justin Bedini.
And unfortunately, that is the type of individual they are going after. And so it's like a child. It's like I've only known him personally, not just through social media since we've been together, but in the time I've seen that, he's come to Jeffrey, like we've tried to help the guy out. Like I said, like a child. It's like I feel bad for the dude because he gets taken advantage of by these people, by these the movement, celebritarians, credibility from, yes, they've put out some good work. Yes, Larken has put out some good work. I credit Larken a lot to my anarchist roots and conversion from being a hardcore libertarian. But these people have this clout, so to speak, and this power differential and knowledge and intelligence that they can take advantage of these people. And maybe Larken, to give him the benefit of the doubt, maybe he's not consciously, thinking in his mind, okay, this is what I do to take advantage of this guy who blah, blah, blah has money, but it's happening. And then this is maybe some shadow work that Larken has to do to say, hey, honestly, would you be friends with this person? Would you be talking to this person all the time? Or
if they
whatever,
weren't giving you money.
If they weren't giving you money and giving you access to this property, okay, maybe it's not Larken's property per se, it's in Justin's name, but let's be real here, who's posting videos of themselves at the
saying
all
it's
these
his
things.
property.
So we have a long history here with this seeing this pattern happen with this person,
with Justin,
over and over and over.
So right after Justin gets scammed, but very obviously gets scammed for a large amount of money, you know, this happens where it's like all of a sudden he's like, oh, I bought a piece of land. I'm like, well, are you insane? Like, you didn't. I'm like, did you see it? And he's like, no, I haven't seen it. And I'm like, who, Justin, don't you have family members to run things by, dude? Like, you can't just buy shit like that. Sight unseen, drops, you know, quite a bit of money. So he's like, oh no, Larken picked it out. And I'm all, Larken picked it out. I thought you were getting a place in Mexico for like 50 people to live. And now, and I'm just like, okay. I'm all right. Well, me and Allie, we were wanting to go on a road trip anyway.
And we were going
to like Nevada and Arizona to go prospecting for gold. And we're like, all right, Justin, give me the GPS. I'm going to go check it out. And he's like, all right. And then like, I'm like, I keep asking him for the address. And he's like, oh, I don't have it. And I'm like, you don't have the address to the property that you bought sight unseen. And he's all, yeah, man, well, Larken took care of it. And I'm all, what do you mean Larken took care of it? And he's all, oh, well, he just did everything for me. He's all, you know, I'm like kind of stupid, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, dude, what planet are you on, bro? Like, so I'm like, all right, well, then he's like, oh, Larken's not getting back to me.
Yeah, he doesn't have the coordinates to his own place. He's all, contact Larken, contact Amanda.
He's all, get a hold of Amanda Rashwitz and Larken. Just hit up Larken. Just hit up Larken. I'm like, bro, Larken doesn't really like me that much.
I'm like, dude, if we're having to rely on these people to get to this, like, we're on the road, like, trying to get there.
Yeah.
Like, we're not going to be getting the address or coordinates. Like, you got to, like,
we're on the way
to see this property.
Yeah, because he really wanted me to go see it. And I had a drone. We were gonna take video of the whole place.
Yeah.
So we're driving there and he's like, oh, I can't get a hold of Larken. I can't get a hold of Larken. I can't get a hold of Larken. It's like they were waiting for us to just turn around. They weren't going to give it to him until like the last second. Like, obviously they were thinking, oh, if we just don't give Justin the address, Jeffrey's going to turn around and go back to LA, you know? But we just kept going and going and going. And then we're like, all right, we're in this county, this city, like, and then finally all of a sudden Justin's like, oh, okay, finally he gave him to me. So
okay, wait, but hold on a second. So I'll just to add to the details. They were there at the property, and so Justin was like, oh, like they'll just like be there and you guys will show up, whatever, it'll be cool. And I'm like,
I don't know about that, bro.
So I think they obviously,
I mean, I'm not that I like, if we showed up, it would have been fine, you know, like we would have laughed and you know, whatever, because we've just talked shit to each other online like that, you know, like
I would have been happy to meet them. I would like totally stoked, like,
yeah,
totally
whatever.
fine.
Like even Carnists that come up here, they're nice to us when they're nicer to us here than they are on Facebook, you know. So it's like it wouldn't have been a big deal. It was just going to be kind of awkward because Justin was just waiting for the last minute for everything.
Exactly. And it was awkward and obvious that they were like, didn't want us to be like, hey, here are the coordinates, show up right now and we can have a campfire and hang out.
Show
like,
up at their new property.
So of course, when we arrived, they were no longer there.
Yeah,
Long
they bailed.
story short.
Yeah.
We get the coordinates and we show up, and my car is a semi-capable 4-wheel drive Subaru, but not a truck or anything. First of all, we can't even really get into the property. Like, we drive into like the road and it's like, we're like
so fucked up.
So first thing, we're like, Justin, like, just so you know, like, road
You
needs
can't
work.
get road.
Like,
yeah, you can't get cars in here, bro.
Yeah.
Then I was doing research already. So I'm like, he's in a county that's very liberal. They don't let you cut down bushes, let alone let you gonna move 25 people onto a property.
You need permits to build anything. Like, and they
fly over with drones every year.
Enforced,
yeah, it's like very much enforced in this county. The only other houses in the neighborhood are like multi-million-dollar houses. I do more research. The property is only a single family can live there. So no more than like 5 people can live there. Yeah, like zoning for it. So you couldn't even have multiple a group there. The property is off of a road called Satellite Road that has Radio Tower Road. And there's giant 5G towers right above the property. The whole property is on a hillside that is drainage for a river. So it's like You can't get on the property. You can't live on the property. You can't get permits to even put a well on the property. To build a building on the property would cost $1 million. You can't, like, none of the things Justin planned for the property would be able to be done on this property. But, and then who wins in this situation? Larken fucking Rose. He gets his own property in Arizona where he lives for free from Justin Pedini. Justin Pedini's never going to fucking move out to Arizona. Justin can't even leave the doorstep of his goddamn house without 5 pizzas. Like, so Larken obviously knew. And then meanwhile, we go home after looking at this spot. We checked it out. It's you know, like, it's a garbage piece of land that you can't live on, basically. But we go home, and then all of a sudden Larken Rose is back there, and they're making videos talking about their new piece of land that they bought, and how, and then they're building these huts, and they were building these huts that were like, I don't even know what they were. Like, it was a laughing stock. He was like building these like camping structures because you can't build out there because the sheriff will come and kick you off the property. So it was just a shocking. I mean, I can't even remember half the stuff. You'd have to watch the video.
Yeah, we have to get back to this.
And we have to get back to this video.
Anyways,
but anyway, he bold face took advantage of Justin, and then him and his, I don't know if they're married, they claimed that it was their place when it wasn't. It was Justin's the whole time. Larken would never utter Justin's name in a video because Larken doesn't want to be associated with Justin outside of Justin giving him money and being his little pit bull, and, you know, going out and white knighting for, you know, Pedini sticks up for all these clowns like it's his fucking job. It's very strange.
Except for Mark when it comes
Except
to
for
veganism.
Mark. He'll shit on Mark any chance he gets.
Shit on Mark when,
Yeah. Because Mark's
So, quick question. I had heard, or I thought I had heard, wasn't it like an adjoining property or like a property behind his actual property?
Nope.
Was nothing like that?
Okay.
No. It is Justin's property, not Larken's in any way whatsoever.
No,
and Larken was trying to convince Justin to buy him a bobcat. Do you know what a bobcat is?
Sure.
A tractor.
Oh, yeah.
They're like $100,000. They're big bucks. At least
So
you gotta spend tens of thousands of dollars.
So this video,
and Pedini hits me up one day. He's all, "Oh, Larken wants me to buy him like a bobcat or something. Should I do that?" And I'm like, "Bro, why do you need to buy this guy a career as well as a piece of property? Like, what the fuck is going on?"
so where
And
Larken
Justin's
is
just
now.
he's all, Larken told me it'd be cheaper to do the roads on the property if we bought a bobcat. And I'm like, that's insane. You could rent a bobcat for $100 a day. You know, you don't have to buy a $50,000 bobcat, which you're really just buying Larken Rose a career because he can make money for the rest of his life with a bobcat.
So he's trash talking humans and how despicable they are, and yet this is the other side to Larken himself.
This is why many of us cannot stand this guy.
Wow.
He does not practice what he preaches, and his videos he makes are not a example of who he is as a human.
Right. Ergo, Allie's cartoon of the two sides as well. The two sides. Yeah. The clown. Wow. So this video, is this literally filmed on Justin's property in whatever makeshift?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
There's videos in the past that they have posted.
Yeah.
Excuse me. That were
There's a video of him cutting the roads with like a tractor there in the snow, and like Amanda's all, "This is our new Larken's building more roads at our new property." Like, it's like, and I'm sitting here like, I know what happened. I know they just swindled Pedini out of at least accessing this. Justin's never gonna never going to sell this. He doesn't have enough brain cells to sell this place for the rest of his life. He's just going to probably keep paying taxes on it.
Why
for
would
Larken Rose?
an association with a creep like that? It's just,
No,
I mean,
Justin loves the guy. Justin will fight me on the fact that he got scammed to the death.
Why does Justin always stick up for people that have harmed him? Like we were talking to that Tony Bones bitch one night, and like we literally confirmed that she was literally telling lies about him, you know. And then all of a sudden he sticks up for her and is, oh, she's not so bad. She's literally claiming that he's a psycho that flew across the country, and you know, like she literally invited him there, you know. And then she makes it out like he's a creep, and you know, like, and then he's standing up for her, saying, "Oh, it's okay that she makes it out like I'm a sex offender and a creep."
5 years of him gushing over her, and I'm all, bro, she's got like 9 kids with another dude. Like, leave it alone. Like, why do you even, you know? But yeah, anyway, no, yeah, Justin obviously has a lot of work he needs to do. I've heard all kinds of other stuff on top of it, you know, but you know, when I made the video about Larken scamming him, all kinds of people came out of the woodwork that knew him, that are just like, you know, like you feel bad for, like, he's a, I don't want to, I don't know how he got his, you know, little feelers stuck in my heart, you know, like he's hit me in I don't know. He's either a master manipulator or he's just like a wounded little child that's stunted. He seems like a stunted child. He constantly tries to, he's traumatized very much. He's been trying to get me to play video games with him as long as I've known him. And like, I'm here to do great work, like not play video games, dipshit, you know, like that's crazy. And then like everything I know about him, he's just a chaos agent. So, you know, like I don't really know, but you know, Larken, as far as I know, you know, he's trying to say, oh, no one has anything they can say bad about me. There's plenty of stuff. This dude's a complete hothead, you know, like hotheads. That's a big issue. That's a big problem. If you're a hothead and you have a temper and you know, can't control yourself, you know, like that's like shadow work 101, the basics of shadow work. Learn to fucking control yourself, you know, and if you can't, that's why it's I can't even believe he's on the One Great Work. Not that he contributes anything to it, but Mark put him up there. You know, he's a vehement anti-vegan, which is,
of course, Mark put him up there. Mark is worried about popularity, dude.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's held on to the people, unfortunately, he's held on to the freedom movement people, the leaders, a little bit too long, for no reason, because none of these people are anybody. None of these people can, you know, if you asked Larken Rose to try and get you 500 followers, he couldn't do it in 6 months, because none of these guys have that many active people following them. Maybe 700 to 1,000 people at any one time. Sure, they've collected 100,000 on YouTube, but that doesn't mean jack shit. That doesn't mean you have 200,000 active followers. You got, you know, no active followers, just like me.
Yeah.
But let's continue
Facebook
this.
And YouTube don't work that way anymore. They don't allow people to have that. You know what I mean? You don't have the reach you think you do.
Yeah. And then the other thing about Larken, he gets really affected by us trolls, which is very telling. And he complains about the trolls a lot, which is very telling. Like if you're confident in your shit, you don't give a fuck about what the trolls say. You don't care. You don't make video after video, month after month, year after year about the trolls, these people in the freedom movement. Like, dude, like, shouldn't you be beyond that? Shouldn't the trolls not affect you 15 years into your activist career, and you're still complaining about Jeffrey Phillips trolling you? Like, holy shit, bro. Like, and that's all he has to put out in a week. He puts out like a couple videos a week, and he's like, oh, I'm gonna, and it's every month someone sends me one of his videos. Oh, he's talking about us again, you know, and it's like, bro, stop complaining. And then, oh, well, no, we gotta just keep going because he says some other funny shit.
Which is really weird. Yeah, and that's why it's important to understand the psychology. This is no more advanced and no more complex than the little cliques in high school.
This is creepy manipulation that you get from a, you know, hardcore narcissist.
Or grade school.
You're not experiencing what you think you're experiencing. I'm going to tell you what you're experiencing.
That's the cool kids. They don't like these kids. It's this juvenile, stupid little personality thing. Like, I don't give a damn what you think of.
You mean what you do?
My personality. Like, if you disagree with the ideas I say, disagree with that. If you have tantrums at me personally, I'm not trying to be your master, and I'm not trying to win a popularity contest. So if you don't like me, fine. But it isn't just people saying, well, I think he's right about this or wrong about this, but I don't like him personally. Like, if you do that, fine. And I know some people do that. That's fine. I don't really care. It's the people who get malicious and vindictive for no reason. And by the way, this is not at all unique to me. You know, my audience, while it may be.
There's a reason, bro. Stop trying to reiterate that there's no reason, you psycho. Stop trying to paint a narrative.
And just because someone's criticizing you doesn't mean they're necessarily being malicious and vindictive. Again, I don't know what exactly he's talking about, or if he's talking about us or you, but that's kind of seems to be any criticism toward that's sort of like any critique on his work or what he says. It's met with that reaction, as if we were being that way, but we're not.
It's
like,
his hot-headed reaction.
Correct,
He's reacting as if we're acting a certain way, and we aren't.
Yes,
we're
I
just
think
trying to make him better.
That's part of the manipulation, right? Like that's like the tactic of respond as if they are attacking you a certain way, even though that's not what's happening.
Yeah,
that's manipulative.
Which is Karnist tactic number 5. You know, all of them use it.
I see it as the distraction ball. When you're getting close to their truth, they need to toss the distraction ball.
Yep.
Correct. Yeah.
Yep.
Be significant compared to some random person. Compared to a zillion people, my audience is nothing. But people who are famous for, like, actually famous, whether it's rock stars or actors and actresses or whatever, the reason it's a multi-billion-dollar industry to have these tabloids trying to tear them down is because bitter little insecure people love to see other people torn down, regardless of like whether
tabloids only around to tear people down.
I mean, kind of. Or it's
really.
It's sort of like false news. Like it's meant to be like tabloids or
like TMZ.
Yeah, or like what was the one we were trying to think of? Remember the one, and then we remembered.
I mean, aren't they just outing cringy ass people?
National Enquirer.
What about
There
the
was an
Enquirer?
reason
I
they-
like all their fake alien shit, and you know, that shit's fun.
You do, John Bob.
Fucking who doesn't like that shit? Get the fuck out of here.
hate them. Like, why do you just randomly have to resent somebody for their success? That's weird, and it says more about you than it does
we're
about them.
jealous.
But there are the
We're jealous.
Oh, we give a fuck about his success. I got my own shit going on.
His success
Come on.
in begging people for money. Wow, real successful when you have to beg people for money weekly. Every move this guy makes, if he goes to Anarcho-Poco, he begs for money to get there. When he's there, he begs people for money because he says he doesn't have money to get home. And then when he gets home, he begs people for money because he had to take the time off to go to Anarcho-Poco. Like, it's absolutely insane. These fucking clowns that think they need to be supported by their followers who don't have the money to support them.
What a beta back.
I literally begs people, like, if at this point, if you've never given me money, like, it's really fucking, like, guilts people into giving him money. And is like, I've saved I've screenshotted some of the things he said. It's like shocking the shit this guy does. and says for money, because he's been really comfortable around his yes men, and they've allowed him to get away with just being a psycho Satanist, basically. Like, oh, it's Larken, it's cool, he could do no wrong. You know, I've heard this before, but about all kinds of different celebritarians. Oh, it doesn't matter that they're a complete piece of shit psycho. I'm just going to keep supporting them because he's said a bunch of stuff that I like, but like he doesn't do it actually.
Those people, and there are plenty of those people in the movement. And so there's a lot of things they do that are, it isn't just a matter of, oh, they're being mean to me, like what they do, I don't care, but they're literally getting in the way of the truth. What they're doing is 100% counterproductive and destructive.
And this guy's against big pharma, except for testosterone.
To what I'm trying to accomplish. Not just to me personally, because who cares? But one huge example is the vast majority of people who like zealously, bitterly condemn me absolutely misrepresent what it is I say and what I believe. And then they argue against that. So they do the straw man thing. And instead of...
Okay, we're all just wrong about what he's saying, and we're straw manning him, and he's actually perfect. He's actually a perfect male specimen, just like John Bob. And we're all just mixed up.
Like arguing with me where I can point out, yeah, that's not what I say, and I'm actually arguing this. They use that to do stuff behind my back. And again, not just me, they do this to people all over the place. Behind my back, yeah, he like a very popular one I've seen among a bunch of idiots is, yeah, Larken believes that if you just ignore government, it disappears and it won't do anything to you. I've only explained about 8 billion times that if one person or 100 people don't believe in government authority and ignore it, they'll probably get tanks in their living rooms. And I explained 80 billion times when enough people, like millions and millions of people, say we're not going along with this, we're not going to pay attention to your commands, and we're not going to pay tribute to you and by way of taxes, it falls over. But they drastically misrepresent that to make it sound silly so they can have their little clique and say how dumb it is, which is 100% intellectually dishonest. Like, if I criticize somebody for a position and I find out that isn't their position, I don't keep criticizing them for a position they don't have. These jackasses do, and they do it a lot of different ways. And it's, I mean, you can see the bitterness. One of the funniest things was the Gene Jacketarian label that a bunch of alt-right, bitter, insecure dumbasses threw at me, because there's a picture of me in literally a light blue flannel shirt that it's not denim at all, but it became a running thing. Gene Jacketarian. First of all, factually wrong. Second of all, so mature. Third of all, so substantive. A condemnation. Like, well, if I did wear denim jackets, then obviously I'd be horrible.
Greatly.
Like, what a stupid insult. And you couldn't even get the stupid insult right.
Fashion,
and then a friend of mine literally made me a denim jean jacket that says Gene Jacketarian on the back of it, which is the only jean jacket I've owned in the last 40 years. So, but that shows the level of mentality, and that they're driven by just bitterness or envy.
You guys are all just mad because I wear a jean jacket shirt.
Or just the dumb clique dynamic of like, you're not in our club, we like our club, not your club. And it has nothing to do with actual philosophical differences. Because if people want to argue that.
I mean, the fuck vegan position that you took with all your friends?
Our club.
Fuck vegans.
It's not our club versus your club, dude. That's not what's going on here. But okay.
Like I said, go to it. That's fine. So you get these groups of just bitter little assholes, pardon my French, and what they focus on is slander and character assassination instead of actual argument or disagreeing with something. Now, there's a bunch of different versions of this. Often if somebody falls for something and I disagree with it, they don't just argue about the thing. They get mad at me and personally attack me for disagreeing. Like, instead of responding to the disagreement, I mean, I can't not mention the friggin' flat earthers in this. The number of people who fail basic geometry, fail basic physics, can't apply basic logic to obvious evidence, and so they fell for
physics and geometry do not prove space travel.
The BS that the earth is flat. And a bunch of them, instead of just saying I'm wrong and arguing against that, which, I mean, you can, good luck, but doing that at least would make sense if you think I'm factually wrong. But a huge number of them and I'm sure you've seen this, immediately jump to, you're a NASA shill, you must be paid by this, because I didn't flunk geometry. So they have to jump to impugning motives because they can't actually argue their position because their position is stupid. So they go to the personal attack. Again, it's the totally juvenile, childish approach because that's their level of mentality.
Fuck him, it's hollow.
Several times. This guy several times has been like, Jeffrey Phillips is a retard or you know, like he's completely personally attacked me publicly like a child multiple times since I've been around this scene. So it's pretty funny that he's claiming that he doesn't do this type of behavior when he most definitely does, more so than the average person because he's such a fucking hothead.
Is he mad because you're a flat guy or what?
What's that?
Is he mad because you're a flat guy or what?
I'm not a flat guy though.
Oh, you're not a flat guy? I thought you were a flat guy.
No, I'm agnostic on that, but I argue, you know, like if someone has dumb arguments on either side, I will argue, you know, for those sides. Like him saying here, failing geometry does not, you know, mean that it does not prove that everything NASA's doing is legit and everybody, you know, we can just fly into space and fly around like chase aliens and shit. Like that doesn't prove that. It's a fallacy. That's not proof for anything. I'm not a flat earther, but I know truth enough to know that geometry doesn't prove space travel. So Larken's kind of wrong here. And I'll point that out whether I'm a flat earther or not.
I don't believe there's enough evidence there's been space travel. They faked the moon landing. Why would I fucking trust anything after that when they start with a lie?
I haven't been shown enough evidence, so I don't know either way. But I know that geometry doesn't prove it. So
yeah, and there's lots of possibilities. Like space travel can be not real, and the Earth can also not be flat. You know what I mean? Like there's so many yeah.
If anything,
could be that we don't know.
If anything, I'm sure they're lying to us about how much space we have here, wherever we're at. You know, they're probably keeping us from some natural resources or some sort of petri situation, but that's a whole different podcast.
I don't know about them keeping us from natural resources. They seem pretty indiscriminate about eating up and destroying every resource available.
Oh yeah, they have to keep their bloodline going, so they can't show us all the natural resources. They have to hide some for their bloodline to keep going into the future. All these elites, you know, so they're not going to let us squander everything. They're going to have some, you know, that's why we aren't allowed in Antarctica, probably. You know, there's tons of gold and oil there.
I like that argument. I've been kind of looking into the ice wall thing, and although I'm not necessarily sold on it, it is a fun little fucking theory, and you know, it's interesting to learn about.
It's fun. It's fun. It's food for thought, and it broadens your mind in the amount of things that you'll research. Really, you know, it raises the bar for things you might be willing to learn.
Well,
just like all the Tartarian reset theory stuff. You can't take too serious, but it will lead you into other things that you can take serious. Just researching, you know, history and old world stuff and old books and maps and all kinds of stuff, because, you know, they lie to us, but they can't cover up all the evidence. Especially historical stuff, because it's not as easy. But anyway, let's get back to this.
Game of Thrones had the ice
things they
wall.
believe.
Game of Thrones had the ice wall in it. Game of Thrones. So it's almost like they still they know, and they're almost like they hint at it, but then they don't say.
It's like a sort of like hidden in plain sight sort of thing in like pop culture. Yeah, like. And like they put allegorical shit in movies that are seemingly dumb and fantasies that are actually, like, at the very least, like, connect
somewhat
with
true.
Some theory or some old story.
And that's, you know, like that's.
Well, guys, I am getting tired, and I got to spend some time with my wife yet tonight. So before I fall asleep, so I'm gonna let you guys go. But thank you guys so much for having me. Do you want to just save this video and fucking I'll watch it with you next week?
I'm good with that.
I can't hear you. Your microphone's broken. But I'm waving. Good night, guys.
Later, John Balls. Bye. Are we back?
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
I'd
No?
be cool with parking it as well, but yeah, you can. You're here. You're heard.
Okay. Oh boy, 4 hours, 30 minutes.
Thanks for hanging out.
Thanks for hanging out, Alicia. Obviously we didn't get to our little buddy.
Yeah.
But this episode ended up being 2 episodes at once, and then
It's cool. That's
Dr. Rogers didn't come, and so it's kind of thrown out. But next week, I know we've talked about the Barry Cooper guy before. I have a big update on Barry Cooper, and I think we may as well do a Chris Sky Barry Cooper focus show. Yeah. And it would be great if Peter Rogers comes next week, we can have him debunk all of Chris's goofy claims about his plates of food and all that stuff, because that would be really fun to have a
maybe it's
legit doctor
serendipitous.
here.
Maybe it's serendipitous the way it's all worked out, and that's a meaty thing right there. So it was really interesting tonight. So
we need at least like 3 hours for Chris and Barry.
Let it be when it'll be. Like you pick when it feels right, and they're always going to be there, aren't they? So.
Oh yeah, he's just there giving us more stuff to use against him by the minute.
Oh, really? Yeah.
I mean, these guys, they can't stop talking.
I know. And all of a sudden there was one, I think it was like yesterday or today, because before he'd quoted that veganism actually started in 1952, but the date changed to 1944. Just in his post there.
Revising his stuff.
What? Yeah. Like it's like, well,
he's revising everything.
You just changed it by 8 years, and okie dokie. I just noticed that. I was like, it's endless.
I thought the Tel Aviv University study was pretty funny that he would use an Israeli of all the epidemiological information we have, or even historical research we've done. He goes to this obscure Israeli university study that writes this article with no link to any studies, no link to any doctors, nothing, just saying, millions of years ago humans only ate meat, therefore we should only be eating meat now. And it's just like unbelievable fallacy, appeal to tradition, appeal to just unbelievably low IQ arguments in every direction coming from this guy. But I don't want to get started next.
No. And it's easy to kind of control the narrative when it's his side and he does the little blockaroozy. So, I mean, if only people understood the truth, what was really going on, but that will come.
Yeah. The guy's definitely a little wannabe Jeff Berwick. And he claims to hate Jeff Berwick, but he is emulating him in every way possible. It's too fucking funny. But yeah, so I don't know. Did we get any comments from your post from today?
I didn't get a chance to post it because it was so long that it ended up being, it said post as a text, and then it would lose the brunt of it. So I'm gonna have to break it, and I'll have to figure out how to do it. I tried to do it at the beginning. I think I'm gonna do like part, because it exceeds the there's like 3 links or 4 links, and then it exceeds the number of characters you're allowed.
Yeah,
it'll come. I wanted to do it before. Anyway, it is what it is.
Yeah, maybe
if it was a cut and paste, it would have been done.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Let us know when you do.
Yeah. And we got
Alrighty.
class tomorrow, right?
Mhm.
Last
Yeah.
couple days of class.
I think we have.
By the way, anyone, we were watching Mark earlier. Anyone wants to take his class? He's got another one starting in September.
No, January.
Yeah.
It's open now for
like
enrollment.
yeah, if anybody wants to learn literally everything you need to know to become a social
Tech
media
savvy.
activist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be in the driver's seat of your tech. And literally it's everything in there. I mean, even we learned how to like wire a person's house to Wi-Fi, hardwire, like how to split and all. It's insane how involved it is. There's a noise going. Oh. No sound. No
Yeah,
sound.
I gotta get a new plug for this thing. Is that better?
Yeah, now you're on. Yeah.
Fallacious Nation. What was I just saying?
Well, we were talking about
yeah, you have the opportunity to ask Mark questions every day. Technical and non-technical questions. That's what you saw. Ali asked Mark a question. So it's a cool opportunity to be able to bounce some shit off of him or ask him something.
Yeah.
As well as learn quite a bit about the technical side of podcasting.
And the entire course is obviously it's taught by someone who is a morality based and natural law based. So even just outside of the specific technical curriculum, you're going to be getting a lot outside of that you wouldn't normally get just from, let's say, like using YouTube tutorials. And like Jeffrey said, you're also paying to have access to Mark, which is pretty cool. I mean, I've followed the guy and studied his work, and has helped me with my studies for it's been 10 years now. And so it was great to be able to have access to actually be able to ask him all the questions that you want. And it's yeah. So
it really, yeah, and you can unlock those areas where there were those questions and stumbling blocks or what have you. And he's very candid. He's very giving. We're in the course together.
And so. I have to say, like I spoke before about our experience, Alicia and I's experience with
the group,
don't hang out in the chat.
The outside of class group, which is essentially the social circle surrounding the class. It's very interesting. I mean, Alicia's been more involved with it than I have. I've been sort of more watching from the sidelines, but at the very least, it's an interesting addition, a side addition to the class, just to see the sort of social dynamics and see the examples of these individuals that Mark talks about. Yeah, as far as the people of the freedom movement, so to speak. I hate to say it. I'm not saying it from a like an elitist perspective. Like, we all have shadow work and work to do, and work we have to continue to do throughout our whole lives. But like, as we spoke about before, it's just it just adds another dimension to the class, let's just say, to like interact with that as much as you want to, but just, be prepared for
interesting characters,
being around characters who, while you may feel like they're your peers, especially in the beginning, everyone's kind of nice and cordial in the beginning. People will come out of the woodwork and try and be your friend and whatever. You just gotta, as with any aspect of life and like dealing with people in any group, just sort of be cautious and don't assume just because another person is in this group and taking this class that they're on the level, so to speak, and on the path.
100%.
Yeah, that's all I'm going to say about that.
Exercise discernment, absolutely, but it gives you that extra.
These classes, they're not vetted in any way whatsoever. So anyone with a handful of money can get into them. So beware. And the moderators are not good. Mark's got a couple people. He's asleep at the wheel over there. The moderators that are supposed to be keeping it a safe place are not doing that in the least bit.
At this point,
I think they're just moderators because they want the attention of being moderators, but they don't actually want to do any work moderating. One of the moderators is a psychotherapist, and he missed a amazing opportunity to be a part and help out two people having someone having a foreshadow work situation happening.
Help mediate,
could have helped mediate
two individuals who are taking the course and who are involved in this work, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, and so he definitely fell short in being able to do that and step in and mediate, and instead sort of pushed it under the rug.
Not that I require moderators of groups to be psychotherapists, but
No.
I believe the guy probably got the position because he was a psychotherapist.
He has
and
a master's in psychology.
He didn't even know enough to see a amazing thing happening in front of him, and he discounted it for some reason.
Shocking.
And kind of blew over it. Yeah.
He gets an F on that one. He gets an absolute F.
Yeah,
I was
major.
involved in that.
I was surprised because I was waiting for him to jump in, and be like, "All right, guys, so moderate. That's what you do as a psychotherapist." And the guy's so quick to be all, "Oh, psychotherapy is shadow work," and like I'm a shadow work guy. So it's like to see him fumble, someone with literally borderline mental health problems, having an outburst in the group that he moderates,
violent,
not even doing anything about it to protect the people in the group that paid good money to be in the group and not get screamed at by a crazy person
for an hour.
For quite a long time, multiple times. I believe the dude was quite on a rampage for like a week. And I know anything I've seen of the guy, it's just him kind of ranting, yelling at everyone about shit that no one really understands.
And to be clear, this is not the moderator we're talking about.
No.
This is the other individual who was taking the class who needed to
didn't know
be
how to read the
moderated.
room.
Let's just
He
say
didn't-
who needed a little guidance in his social interaction with the other people who are in the class.
He very much disrespected Mark, disrespected everyone in the class, disrespected the moderators for putting them in that position for them to get in trouble from me. And it was just, it's like a massive clusterfuck, and a further example of how asleep at the wheel Mark is with the One Great Work Network, because he's just got these clowns that are literally scamming his followers, scamming the people that are coming to take Mark's classes, trying to sell them Chinese devices for loads of money, claiming that if you buy this device, you won't have to spend money on the hospital. Like absolute batshit deceptive multi-level marketing scheme. This guy, Will Keller, talk about him all the time. Will Keller just trying to scam Mark's people. And again, like Mark doesn't even seem to care about that, I guess, because all this stuff's happening and we hear nothing. And it's just, and these guys are still around, and they, I just don't get it. And I've seen people complaining for years and years, and it's just like, okay, well, is this just all bullshit and I should stop paying attention to this whole thing? Am I just wasting my time doing this podcast to try and help to try and get these guys to be better? Like, is this just a waste? Am I putting in more effort than anyone else? I don't know.
I mean, credit to you. I mean, I've said this before, it takes balls to step up and to go against what seems to be against the grain, but really it's in truth and in alignment with what the teachings are. Crazy. Yeah. And what else to say? I mean, I'm certainly giving feedback. We've done the show last week, 2 weeks ago. Yeah. It's all recorded. People want to view it. I'm giving the feedback, and if they don't create change, it's an unsafe environment for students who are registered for next term. Period.
Bottom line,
period.
For sure. Bottom line, that's the meat and potatoes. Not very vegan, but that is definitely where I am seeing things. Is like that's not a safe place for people to hang out, especially people that paid good money.
Yeah.
Like if it was a free class, whatever, but it's not a free class.
So what's happening? What's happening is you have Mark answering questions 1 hour pre-class, 1 hour post-class. That can be anything. He does the class itself, and then there's from 12 until 2:30 in the morning Eastern Standard Time, an opportunity for the class to come together with 2 moderators. And you would think that there's some control, one in helping guide people as to what the conversation and the topic as it relates to natural law, maybe some of the decisions that they've been making or have made are not in tune, which you pointed out when we did a review of it. It's just, it's a shit show.
Yeah.
And that's just too bad, because I will say that the quality of the course itself, and anytime Mark is present, it's the top of the top of the top. It's when he turns around and he's trusting people in his circle who are dropping the ball.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yep.
All right.
And that will ultimately, and if he keeps doing that, that will be his downfall. You know, he's connected to all these assholes that don't care, like Padini. Like, how is, like, the guy's a walking anti-Mark Passio guy, but he's on the network, and it's just because Justin gave him some money once, he doesn't want to get rid of him or something. Like, I don't understand.
Or he just doesn't want to do housekeeping, so to speak. He doesn't want to clean house and deal with that. And on a level, I understand it, just trying to like put myself in his position, in his shoes, right? I get.
I mean, to be fair, he was saying he was going to burn the place down last podcast.
Exactly.
He was like done, but I'd like to see him do that. I'd like to help him do that.
I would like to see how, I guess, let's say the next couple months progresses. Again, I know he's doing the course right now and maybe not wanting to deal with this kind of stuff, but talking about Mark, but yeah, I would like to see what happens over the next month after the class is done, and yeah, we'll see.
Well, he's going right into the next course because it starts in January. So this is unusual, where usually there's about a year, whatever, 6-8 months.
Or at least a few months. Yeah, more than.
There is no gap on this one. So he's not going to have much time to take a breath, albeit the course is already written and it's just turnkey. But I will
right? He'll have December.
I'll be providing the feedback in a visual manner. And hopefully the work that you guys do, I think it's invaluable. You should absolutely be on the One Great Network. It's natural law, it's veganism, it's a no-brainer. And if it's not there, then it's a political thing.
Yeah, and even like I when I say we'll see what he says or respond, even regardless of us being on the network, just as far as like, some of the issues I know, we've come to him about, and just this general about the thing with the class and some of the people involved with the class. There should be a response out of him. Like I said, even if it's not.
It would just be a bummer because there's so much potential for the network, and there are a lot of people who are very who want to be very involved in it being a great thing. And so it would just be a bummer to see continue to see people lose the wind out of their sails, wanting to push this stuff to the next level, because there are a bunch of assholes here loitering.
That happened to me. I mean, full stop. I lost about 4 to 6 weeks just out of like the constant churning and the washing machine cycle of these people who we've addressed who the characters are, but like, this isn't a one-off. This is a systemic issue. It's not being there's no guardrails, for lack of a better, and the guardrail is don't be an idiot when you come to class, which the very basis
moderators exist for a reason, like moderating exists in the world for a reason. If they're not going to moderate under these circumstances, like fucking A.
my observation is what's interesting, and I have been targeted. I will be targeted in my post. I don't care because I'm calling it based on my experience, and shadow work is what it is.
Yeah.
The person who has the master's degree in psychology needs to deprogram their brain and learn, who professes to do shadow work professionally, and ironically said, yeah, I have it in my head, it takes 5 years for a person to go through their shadow work. So this billable notion of 5 years of shadow work, like, get to the root cause, help these people make change meaningfully, quickly, and let the big boulders and then the smaller ones come. It doesn't need to be a freaking business, like a long-term business model. And if proof is in the pudding of the way that he managed this, albeit not being paid, but he still has a seat on the bus in terms of moderating and a duty of care to people to keep them safe, he failed. And he needs to go do some shadow work. I don't care if he hates me.
I was pretty surprised by what he said. He was just like,
We're
this
talking
isn't
about
helping
Dustin.
anybody here. What the fuck are you talking about? Forced shadow work isn't helping anyone? Like, isn't this what we've been taught? Not to stand and just let people be like, oh, it's just,
I mean, but it also
I don't
lowers
get
the
it.
threshold of like quality and value when you see people who are like, you put floss through like, I mean, if you fine, you don't have to, there's no prerequisite to go through the content. I haven't gone through all of Mark's content. I'm a work in progress of learning, but at least I'm taking action. Like, you know, I'm not just sitting there pontificating. Like, it's just like, how can I do better by me and for the people around me? And if only people, I don't know, it's ego tripping. It's a lot of oddity,
big ego
personality disorder.
Hey, he went to a school and he went to all these classes and it was an accredited school by the state. And so he's really cool because, you know, he went to school, and it's just retarded.
Are we talking about the psychologist now?
Yeah. That's why he's got a big ego, because he went to school. Wow. You know, what are you going to do with that knowledge? Tell people that forced shadow work isn't worth doing? I'm confused.
Well, for what it's worth, I'm launching my website. I've been doing some of this stuff in the past, privately, more lower key. And, you know, like it doesn't have to, it's not easy. Change doesn't come, you know, without effort and whatever. And I don't know, like, but I'm just not buying the bullshit.
Yeah.
Good.
We don't either, but on that note, we're hitting 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. So nighty night.
Yeah, and then next week we'll do another fun one. Next week will be fun.
Are you doing next week or the week after?
Fest.
Every other week?
I think it's gonna be this next week, because I got
we're backed up.
I got a special guest I need to let come on the show and vent. And so we'll probably do one this week. But I think I'm gonna start doing them bi-monthly just to make better ones. Because sometimes I don't feel like doing them, and it's only about twice a month. So,
and then go with what it feels like. That's fine. You know, they're long, and index the timestamps so people can just find what they want to look for.
Yeah, I gotta spend more time on making the show better. The thumbnails are getting great, though. Thanks, Allie. But anyway, thanks for everything, Leisha.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for hanging out. We'll keep this going. See everyone next week.
All right.
Good night.
Night all.
Bye-bye.
Cheers to the people who did wake up and activate and become peers in the great work. Nothing but admiration and thanks. And this forced shadow work has not been for you. It has been for those who did not respond to the fucking call of freedom. And you guys already know that. I don't even need to repeat that. But I will say with my Vienna lager here, cheers to the people who really did the great work. The ones who really activated, the ones who spoke out, the ones who put the message of freedom publicly out into the world through the creation, the creative expression that came from within themselves to publish and communicate it to those in need of that knowledge. You're my brothers and sisters, and you're my peers in the great work, and thank you. To every